Good chat, hello chat. It's been a while. It's been a long time. And just setting up the stream right now. And you know why? You know why. You've seen the videos. Right? You know why. It's always them. They keep doing this. It's their fault. It's all their fault. They keep doing this and it's their fault. You know I'm right. Okay? You know I'm completely right. Yeah. Also, nails, thumbnails, nail. So, okay, I'm gonna watch all of the drama shit, politics shit first. Get it out of the way. Get it in a chronological order, and next I'm going to just watch talks, highlights, cop, slop. You know what we're really here for, right? That. But first,
from Majestic,
politic. Let's see, hold on. What did I watch? What did I not watch? Huh? I did watch that. LA Riot. I watched Knots. I watched Xbox. Cars. Yeah. I watched the cop stuff. I didn't watch Dad. I basically I didn't watch from Dad Came to Visit. Okay, so the first political sloper is this one. LA Riots. Well, I did watch some of them. I didn't watch all of them. What's up, man? How you doing, Cut? I'm good, man.
Channel 5, give it a chance. Channel 5, give it a chance, man. I didn't give this to Channel 5. We skipped most of them in the past, like playable monsters. This one's new, I didn't see.
This is a different one.
Discussing with the Trump administration and how the federal government is handling migration. People are out here with
I didn't know that on the news there was a whole lot of was it Israel Palestine now? xQc is not live now, I think. He's live, maybe Gamba. I saw he was going to go back in Quebec.
At the end of the motherfucking day, we're the motherfucking people, not fucking them.
And you know I love my slopes.
They're locking up innocent
fucking
immigrants that come here to make a life for their families. I'm a first-generation American, but like I've always said, I am Mexican first, American second, and they don't protect my interests or my family's. So that's what the fuck is going on here.
And honestly, dog, this is all bullshit because my mom, she comes from Mexico and I'm over here representing her right now because ICE, they will take her if they would come right now. I'm 15, dog, so fuck ICE.
I used to be an undocumented citizen. It took me 27 years because I had to prove who I was. So when people tell me that the process is easy and they should just come in and do it the legal way, it doesn't matter. No matter how hard you try, they're going to make it impossible for people.
They start with the immigrants. They start with the most vulnerable communities. And then once they're done perfecting their system, they go after everybody else.
They know the entire country is against this shit, and they know we're not gonna go down without a fight.
I'm proud to be Mexican. I'm proud of my roots. So fucking proud. And this is for the raza.
For la raza, home. Fuck ICE.
Fucking served 4 years in the fucking Marines for this bullshit. I'll fuck you up to myself.
If you are born on this soil, it does not matter where you come from. If you have citizenship or not, you are guaranteed due process in this fucking country.
Not really. If I go tourist and I come there with my pregnant braless wife, and she gives birth to my child, I don't think that's how it works, man. You don't get citizenship. Right? If I go to China and my pregnant wife gives birth in China because she happened to be in China, and it's like a premature birth or whatever, then no, my child is not Chinese. Because it was born there. Right? Because he was born there, that is. I mean, this is old. I'm gonna watch all the slop because I missed all the videos for 2 weeks. So I have to watch the political slop first, get it out of the way, right? In chronological order, because this is old news, right?
Yes,
then I'll go to the
took place in downtown Los Angeles, at
Gamba.
least 3 different locations. One
TikTok,
of them, another Home Depot.
Cop slop. You know?
Aquí piensa que estamos haciendo algo, cosas malas, solamente buscamos trabajo, ayudar a la gente de LA que no puede hacer los trabajos rudos que ninguno de aquí les gusta hacer, construcción, jardinería, roofing, todo eso, o levantar cosas.
Chat, this is, yeah, guys, I'm not baiting chat, this is a question, chat. If, let's say, a guy works at 7-Eleven, let's say, or whatever, I'm just thinking any other workplace in the Home Depot, and let's say somebody is like a known illegal, whatever, right? And they have to go to court or whatever, and they send like a police to go get them. Is that okay or not okay?
O limpiar cosas que es muy sucio o es peligroso para el humano. Aquí estamos para ayudarles a...
At least 1% of the chat saying no.
Ice raids at Home Depot are camping spawn.
I'd say no.
Fair.
Okay. So why not?
Bad.
So why not? Looking for work, if you support them, who cares? No, I'm just saying, if somebody is like a known illegal, and they have a court date or whatever, and then they go and get them.
The World Cup and the Olympics in LA is cooked as fuck.
And then they give them the due process. Fair enough? No?
I think just going after people for like no reason. Just because they break the law. You see people break the law all the time. Somebody runs a red light. You're not gonna go after them like you're fucking a vigilante. And then report them to the police. I mean, it's just a dick move. I think it's just bad to go after people. It just shows a distrust of everyone else. You just go after other people all the time. That's some like you're not a government agent, dude. Let the government apply the law. You just do your thing. If you don't like a guy and someone's being bad to you, show that. Maybe you can report them, or if that's a thing you can do to fix your situation. If they're just living there and you're just around, not bothering you, not being bad, not degens, not doing anything wrong, let them be, and the cops they'll find out.
Is that not fair enough?
Right. Let the cops do their jobs. Let the guy get away with it if he's being good. If the guy got in illegally and he's not, nobody finds out, probably means that the guy's not doing anything bad now, right?
The community has really came and showed out. Trump has sent 2,000.
He got in, he got a max win, and now he's being good, right? He's being productive. If he was a criminal, like a fuckwit, then people would have found out once he got caught, right?
State and federal government.
Okay, and then chat, fuck it. We need AI judges and AI courts. I said it. Some cases are very simple, chat. Guys, make it AI so that it can go faster. It shit's fucking backed up. AI courts. Hey. AI courts +1.
Going down right here in LA.
There was nothing going on here that warranted the federal intervention that took place the very next day.
Trump has also made an executive order that anyone with a mask will be arrested on site, which is funny because everybody in ICE wears a mask. I don't get how that's going to work. I'll just take my mask off then, you know what I mean? If they really tripping that hard, yeah. But fuck it. We out here to support La Raza. It's not really just like a Mexican issue, but it definitely is a Mexican problem over here because it's places like Home Depot and the fashion district that's being targeted, which is like well-known spots for like the, Paisa homies.
And they come out every day.
I just got the sickest, most insane thing. Chat, hold on. You open up immigration for lawyers and judges from other countries, and you skyrocket the amount. You open up a bunch of offices or whatever, and they're all courts, and all the backlog of cases or whatever, you speed run these guys to the NA laws, whatever, or California laws, boom, insta put that here, like a system, and then you just speed run all the cases, and then you remove the backlog.
Work and hustle, and then they depend on that. They don't depend on their actual income or 401k or you know, life insurance that they're able to.
So
you know, they don't have anything like that. They don't know anything.
Legal have court dates to get citizenship, but when they show up for their hearings at court, the ICE agents are camping outside the courthouse waiting to take them while they literally follow the law.
Is that true? That's true. It's gonna cook.
Peaceful protest, by the way.
Migrant workers and our prosperity as a country are like this.
42% of laborers are undocumented.
Do you feel like there's a reason why LA is being targeted so hard?
It's one of the largest Hispanic and Latino communities, and also involving a lot of immigrants too. A lot of illegal immigrants out here. I'm a DACA recipient, so I can tell firsthand that this is personal.
Okay, chat, guys. This is an argument. Chat, you cannot have it both ways. People say they want the 401k, a dental plan, insurance, good pay, favor for everybody, right? But then they're like, oh, dude, this is a good thing, guys. Look at all those workers that are undocumented, that are in the field. This is surely they're paid all that, and it's, bro, you cannot have it both ways. Like that's not. How is that a good thing? How does that go with your argument? It doesn't. Do you think these guys have all the insurance and they're paid the fair amount and they're paid the legal amount and they're cared for and they have if they get a workplace injury they get fucked on or they get helped? Absolutely not. You cannot have it both ways, buddy. Like, what the fuck is? So it's if you're no Californian, you get all the whatever. But these guys, nah, in the fields, if they get fucked, it's whatever. But dude, the part of the workforce, bro, you cannot have it both ways. You cannot have it. You cannot have it both ways.
Attacking our homes, they're attacking our people, and they're
it's not a
attacking the main backbone of this economy, of this country. This country is built off of immigrants.
You can't have it both ways, but there's nuance to it.
Sí, así es, amigo.
We need migrant
Standing for illegal immigration is just bad.
These folks are our brothers and sisters.
Really, what they need
Because
to do is we need immigration reform.
It goes against the system. The system is built to protect the society, right? And you can change it as a society, and then you change it. But
people that we need to work.
If you stand against it on purpose all the time, and you say it's always bad, then you're destroying it, right? You're disconnecting the system from society. You're ruining your country, right? You make people distrust the system.
Chat, this really sucks, chat. I really hate it. Like,
but you can still judge people on an individual level and say, if these people are being good, despite their past wrongs, I have no reason to just try to fuck them over. Right? Just try to fuck them. Like, no, dude, that's just not good. Right? You can't just fuck people because they did bad things in the past. You did bad things in the past, and you don't want people to fuck you.
The Trump
right?
administration, and by the way, the Biden administration too,
no,
refused
dude,
to take
xQc is the
significant
goat.
action to hire more
The
judges
goat
to fix the
never
problem,
loses.
which, if done correctly,
The goat
would be a
always
win-win
wins,
for
and he's
both
always
sides. It'd be a
right.
win for
Listen,
conservatives who are
just
concerned
observe,
about migrants with violent
and you
criminal
learn the
backgrounds
truth.
entering the country and taking advantage of people and resources.
And
And it'd be a win for progressives who want migrants with valid asylum claims to have fruitful legal lives in the U.S. and eventually become citizens. However,
beautiful,
none of
just,
this has
just the
happened.
best.
Just widespread deportation orders by Trump.
He's not serious.
I mean, the legacy speaks for itself. Really.
He could sign one that required e-verify any.
I could go on and on,
Because what would happen
but there's
is
no
all those companies
reason
like
to
Walmart,
point
etc.,
and pick
who rely on
anything,
immigrant
because all the
workers or
moments
workers without
they add up
papers would then
to the
complain.
legacy.
And they would
All the
lobby
moments
against
speak,
it.
When
so the
there's no
legacy
food on the
speaks for
table,
itself.
When there's no houses, you know, people will learn.
Trump's administration, ICE is doing.
Chat, hold on, chat, guys. I have a utopia, brain dead solution, chat. What if they they make a new status, chat? It's called the legal illegal. Hold on now. They make an office, and if you're an illegal, you show up, and they give you an ID and everything, but it's all like a little bit different,
Yeah.
whatever, right? And while
Exactly.
you're gonna get
Gamba.
full legal, you're allowed to
How
stay
can you-
whatever,
right.
under those things, and if you get
Get
caught
this
for
through your
like
head.
a crime or
It's
anything
50-50.
bad,
You
and
either
you're
win
under a
or you
legal,
lose.
illegal,
But the
now you
goat
get
always
deported.
wins.
So you're on thin ice.
It's
You're
not
on a
gamba.
mega thin ice, but you're
It's
gonna illegal. As long as you don't get as
content.
long as you don't get caught doing
It's
some crazy dog
entertainment.
shit,
It's-
boom, you're chilling.
He
So
makes
it's like
something
a stall. It's like it
bad
bridges
good.
the gap.
He makes something out of nothing.
And unconstitutional.
Right.
They're doing
He's
exactly what the
just a
Gestapo
goat.
did back in the Nazi regime, which is arrest people with no warrants, take them to court and prosecute them with no fair trial, deport them and send them to foreign prisons, and then there's no oversight regulations for them to do whatever they're doing.
Oh, wait, go back. What did he say? He said what?
And unconstitutional houses, you know, people will learn. Trump's administration, ICE, is doing is illegal and unconstitutional. They're doing exactly what the Gestapo did back in the Nazi regime, which is arrest people with no warrants, take them to court and prosecute them with no fair trial, deport them and send them to foreign prisons, and then there's no oversight regulations for them to do whatever they're doing.
They go to court with no fair trial. What does that mean? I mean, so the judges are biased to them. They get these unfair cases and
I'm a white guy with some money. I have a housekeeper scared to death. I have a caretaker of my elderly father scared of being fired because some asshole might call him, disagree with him, and send him back to some prison camp in some country that's not his.
And the only difference between ICE and the Gestapo is that the Gestapo had the balls to show their faces when they were doing this type of shit. ICE is just being cowards and hiding behind those masks and their weapons and terrorizing a whole community.
What's happening right now is that Donald Trump sent the National Guard to dissemble and humiliate and arrest and harm lawful citizens exercising their right to...
Chat, listen, guys, listen, I'm not...
I said harm lawful...
I said I wouldn't do politics that much, but I gotta be honest with you. I find it to be a little bit ironic to say that you're doing something lawful when you're doing something unlawful.
Okay, just clarification. I couldn't go live because they were on my ass for 2 whole weeks, man. They kept just leaning over me, coming on me. I couldn't, okay? So I'm gonna watch, for the next few hours, I'm gonna watch Political Stop, non-stop, chronological order, get it out of the way. Then I'm gonna watch some good slop.
In time, this guy is standing on the highway, talking about how he's doing something lawful. This is not lawful. What? That's unlawful.
Citizens exercising their right to speech and assembly. There is no world in which some spray paint or a broken window is more important than human rights.
What's going on is the fact that we got fascist fucking pigs not letting us do.
I disagree. I disagree. Stop downplaying the bad things. Just own up to the bad things and get the good things. Chat, I'm listening less if you're downplaying. Don't downplay the bad things. You can still have a valid point and still say, yo, fuck these guys that are breaking shit.
Yeah.
You can still be right, even if you admit that, guys, this is still dog shit, but we have a good point. You can still
because
win.
it's not black and white.
It's gonna win both sides. It's bad. It's bad. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Assembly.
So my name is Jesse Blancart.
It's not black and white.
Based in Los Angeles. Those raids.
It's not. You didn't have everything, right? It's more nuanced. You have a couple of things from everything, right? You have one of this, one of that, 2 more of this, and then 1 more of that. You don't have all this, and you stand for everything there, and these people, and then not against all of these. This is not how it works. And the truth is always there.
And so in this coordinated
and if you're wrong, it will be pointed out. The wrong will always be righted in the end.
And on the same day,
people will find out what's right
and
what's true
with their ICE officers and not coming out. And
so it always wins, right?
This increased enforcement that doesn't target just people who have criminal histories. It doesn't target
so there's
people
always nuance
who are
to it.
deemed to make our communities unsafe. It targets people
These people aren't
are doing the
always right.
job that many Americans won't do.
They're not.
It's targeting people who...
Well, he's also generalizing and kind of like assuming a lot of things that it's not...
Are core members of their family, of their communities, who really just want to be here and make a better life for themselves and their family.
All right, so everybody from City Hall has now started a march to the federal building. The cops earlier tried to block the road so that people couldn't march along this route, but they fucked up. They didn't do it, and people are now mobile. That's like damn near at least my whole high school times 3. So about like a rack, like 1,000 people down here. So people are shooting silly strings at the cops. The cops are yeah, they're shooting. They're shooting gas. We're all being pushed back now. It's like I feel like a dog that they're telling me to get. The cops are fucking rapid firing. The non-lethals. I feel like the non-lethals are also like packed with some type of irritant. It's not necessarily a tear gas canister, but it fucks you up. I feel like it's on the couch. Oh, goddamn. All right.
It's got pepper. It's got pepper.
So this is what I'm talking about. It's like the rubber thing, and then these follow after it. And it shoots off some sparks, which I feel like it's coming a lot more often now. They're also banging niggas with
John, I hate
this is a peaceful protest.
big
We haven't done
cities.
shit. It's only 3 p.m.
Nope. New York, LA, London, Paris, Berlin. All is fucking Tokyo, Shanghai, Beijing. All those big cities suck. They suck. They're terrible. It is spending even a day in there is like speed running Alzheimer's, man. And just one whiff of that, you know, that hot air with sewage, other people's farts. The guy that's gassing up his old ass clanking fucking motorcycle and just hot garbage in general, just getting a whiff of that is gonna give me lung cancer.
Best country in the world. Yo, it's right there.
You know?
I mean,
With the fucking wind gusts, wind tunnel gusts, with fucking dust in my eyes, man. I fucking hate cities.
There are police. They're not supposed to work with ICE. LAPD eats corn the long way. I've been saying it since the beginning of today. Look at them. You can tell.
So now they're advancing. They're trying to split us, but they go shoot this old lady. Oh, damn. Okay, yeah, they might. Yeah, they might shoot the old lady.
Look at her,
happy, bruh. Look at her.
You can still like your country and live in another one. It's not mutually exclusive.
Watch your leg. Oh, no.
I have a medical staff.
Let's go.
What?
They know the entire country is against this shit, and they know we're not gonna go
I had to
down
cash my
without a
grift
fight.
check. It just came in.
I understand that by showing my face and speaking, I'm putting myself in peril. But I will do it because those people in there only came here to find work and find a better chance of life from other countries in the world. And nobody is illegal on stolen land. And this is stolen land. This land belongs to the Gabrieleño tribe of Indians. And if anybody told you differently, they're wrong. These people pretend not to know history. That's why they want to erase it. They don't understand.
If you wind the clock back more and more, the land is somebody else's, somebody else's, somebody else's, somebody else's. There needs to be some form of line that we agree. Guys, let's be honest. This is just the way that the world is now. We solidify our knowledge that this is what it is. Because it's by the natives, by the British. I mean, let's be honest. We should all be drinking tea right now because they got the 13 colonies. Yeah, they threw that shit. Yeah, they threw the lead. Listen, they threw the lead like crazy. I get it. They fucked up. The dog shit. They couldn't do it right. All good. But technically, the dinosaurs, True, dinosaur rights. They're not even there to protest either, which is insane.
Understand that this is our land. We did not cross a border. The border crossed us. And we're not going to leave. And we're going to fight alongside all of our brothers and sisters of all colors because LA is united and we are a fucking melting pot of cultures and we're a community that will stand together against injustice every time.
So we right here, made on to the 101. Protesters have moved on here to get the message across of solidarity. These people that
I gotta keep it buck, guys. A video that really kind of cooked me a little bit. I know I'm gonna sound like I'm radicalized. I'm not. Okay, the video I saw, okay, it was pretty informative. Okay, when they were showing that a lot of people that are doing the asylum thing are choosing America, I think it's lame. I think it's fucking lame. Like,
yeah,
the people that are bypassing a bunch of other countries that are accepting asylum. They can like fucking boats, planes. They go all the way across the universe to go to America, and then they throw away their ID to get it. I think that's fucking bullshit. Because they know they're not getting us. They don't want asylum. That they want America, which I think is fucked, man. It like wanting.
Thing is,
America,
they don't just want America. They want America and Europe.
As a guise of asylum is fucking lame. That's not how that works.
It's part for the institutions that they have, right? The best places are the West. You know, like all the NATO countries and whatnot, you know. Those are the best places to go. If you get to choose, pick and choose, you're not asyluming, okay? Asylum means you flee a place because you have to. You have to. You go to a spot where it's safe. The first spot where it's safe. And you stay there. If you go beyond that, it's not asyluming. That's just going and migrating to a newer place for a better life. That's not asylum. That's something different, you know? It's just seeking opportunity. And they want the West because the West is the best institutions, right? And the West is the only place where their culture actually allows other people to get in and mingle, right? Go to fucking China, you're gonna be either stuck in your little ghetto with other people that are like you, or you're gonna not be in China, right? You're not gonna become Chinese overnight. Same thing for Japan. Why do all the migrants not go to Japan, even though Japan and Korea, South Korea, also have those institutions that the West has? Well, because the culture doesn't allow for it. Only the West allows for it, right? That's why they go to the West, because it's the only place that allows them to actually stay, not forces them to go back. But it's changing, right? And that's the chaos you see right now on screen. Is that the opinion is changing, and people are just sick and tired of people taking advantage of generosity, you know?
That is not how that works.
And it's decaying. It's the fall of the West, right here. Fall of the West.
Right here, we're just reminding people that we run the streets and the freeways.
Because there are rules to asylum. Listen, I didn't check last time. I don't remember how it was. We saw it last time. There are rules to claiming asylum. Like, it has to be like a bordering nearby country. There's just feels. But if you come from like way the fuck out, and you bypass everything and you choose America, brother, you're not choosing asylum, bro. You are choosing America. That's fucking bullshit, dude. That's lame.
Yo, Channel 5 News, what the fuck's going on? What the fuck's going on?
I don't know, you tell me.
I just got here.
I think there's a protest going on.
I guess so. I'm going to a gym.
But I also think the asylum thing is overblown. Because the people, they come here, they come illegally, right? And then they claim asylum.
I feel good about it.
But they don't always get asylum. Like you can claim it and not get it. It's like a whole process. You're probably, if you're illegal, you're probably best off just staying silent and hoping nobody finds out. If you claim asylum and you get denied, you're fucked. Like you're fucking fucked.
An immigrant, so I feel more responsible now that I'm an American citizen to fight for those people that don't have any rights right now. I fear for my siblings' deportation. They're still in the process, and since they're trying to take away that due process, I fear more for my life.
Because when it comes to actual asylum seekers, it is okay. Right?
It took me a long
time. There are
even
opportunities to flee.
It took me 27 years because I had to prove who I was. So when people tell me that the process is easy,
it's just people take advantage of that system, and then they just things gonna work out for them when it's not. People are gonna find out when you just lie to their face and try to take advantage of them.
You actually find that it wasn't just actually the right way. The
so
family
obvious,
members actually came here unlawfully without permission, and
people
some
just don't like when you lie to them.
That allowed them to get residency.
You try to
had a sibling,
use their effort and their resources,
and you wanted to bring him over
use
here
it only for your benefit.
States citizen. You could try to file an I-130 family petition for him, engage that process.
Very plain and clear selfishness.
2 decades before your brother is now able to legally come here to the United States. How does it make sense to wait another 15 years after waiting 5 years if you're in imminent harm? Do you keep waiting those 15 additional years, or do you maybe take action into your own hands and find refuge by coming here around the legal process you try to engage with?
Oh, I don't know what that was. Oh, they moving now. Okay, now we got LAPD, ICE, CHP, DHS, FBI, everybody's out here except for the National Guard. There's flashbangs going up above. We're still getting rubber bullets.
It should be noted that some migrant workers...
Bro, you tell that there's some a dangerous fucking criminal on the highway escaping to CHP, nobody picks up the call. They don't give a shit. Fucking, you tell them that one guy might be a fucking illegal in a protest, the fucking whole squad pulls up. Crazy.
Like the ones that Saddam spoke with at the Home Depot are not in support in some
of the more outlandish
direct action tactics that have been on display at the protests, particularly those involving arson and vandalism.
Yo estoy de acuerdo que la gente haga sus manifestaciones, proteste, pero en una forma
no disrespect any CHP guys in the chat, it's not your fault.
no lucrativa para otras personas, porque no somos todos. Entonces ahí nos enmarcan a todos. Tenemos que hacer las protestas, pero hacerlas con el debido respeto, tanto para los policías como para la gente, ¿verdad? Porque si ustedes se dan cuenta, se están violando muchos de los derechos de las personas, entonces pienso que no es lo correcto.
This anti-rioting sentiment is also shared by many business owners in downtown LA who experienced the George Floyd riots in 2020, which negatively impacted commerce for quite some time.
The message gets diluted because you've got people like me. We don't want to see our properties destroyed. This building's boarded up because glass got broken 5 years ago on it. So here we are 5 years later. We're protesting about something that's meaningful, but busting somebody's property isn't going to help spread that message. Think in terms of somebody like me who's put...
Guys, don't say the oño bit. The oño, guys, like, dude, not my property. Like, dude, it's a fair thing. If that was your fucking dad and he needed his business to fucking live or some shit like that, right, barely making ends meet with his business or whatever, and they fucking loot their shit and bust his bitch ass down. Bro, that's fucking bullshit. Bro, if I'm barely making ends meet and I'm locked in and you break my store, I don't give a fuck what you're protesting for. I don't give a fuck. I'm against you now. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if it's for fucking clean air, green tea, fucking whatever the fuck freedom. Now I'm against you, bitch ass. Now I'm your enemy, loser.
100 gallons of paint on this building in 5 years. The message is by body of people, by mass. And how do you influence mass? You keep at it. Pass out pamphlets. It's more effective. Hold signs.
Está bien lo que están haciendo en huelgas, pero no se trata de destruir cosas, porque en lugar de ayudarnos va a ser todo peor, porque ahora ya mandaron la guardia, siguen haciendo cosas más malas y va a ser peor, ya entre poco ya no se va a poder ni caminar por lo mismo. Entonces hay que protestar, pero en la forma que la ley nos dice que la hagamos, sin destruir ni golpear a los policías, porque quieran.
Insurance is a shit process. Having your shit broken into and asking for insurance and all that comes with it, it's lame, dude. It's fucking dog shit. Stop acting like insurance is like a fucking time capsule. You click a button and the whole thing rebuilds like the fucking
insurance is a scam. It's such a scam, right? You pay more, right? They make money, so you always pay more than you get out of it.
Is actually serving the agenda of the conservative
you pay to help yourself and save yourself from your incompetence when it comes to managing money. If you just keep your money, don't fucking spend it on everything. You're better off without insurance. Then
don't give them ammo, dude. Don't give them zero.
They always find a way to not pay off.
You can't really get mad at
it's a whole industry built to fuck you over. It's a scam. Just connecting with that shit is you have to. They force you to. You have to. That's the fucking government being shit once again, man. That's such shit. Insurance is fucking
Here is an official
shit.
Posted by the White House on Facebook, X, and Instagram less than 24 hours after this protest was filmed.
It was a peaceful rally. What is going on right now is also peaceful.
We are expecting rallies later.
Oh my god, bro.
When they show up, we gotta show up even stronger. In Los Angeles, there is a new crowd of protesters that has been building.
CNN had it that these were rallies. Now they've become protests. I'm afraid that by tonight they become riots. If we don't have the ability to stand up and stop this violence,
they are riots.
A great city like Los Angeles, and there's no telling where this could spread.
What they're showing is the worst part of it, feeding into the clown at the top. They're not showing peaceful masses of people with signs, right, that are coming out protest. They're showing people that are coming out and destroying shit. And so, it's feeding into it.
Still, many LA natives, particularly those belonging to multi-generational Chicano families, feel as though without making a show of force through direct action,
oh my god, what is that?
Multi-generational Chicano families feel as though...
Jesus. Brother,
that's a bison.
You're kissing that, brother, and the shit gets into your mouth, and it has this weird, it had this weird taste.
You know your snot. You know your snot sticks to this. Usually it sticks to the walls of your nose because there's hairs in it. It blocks it from going down, and if it goes down, the hairs vibrate, so you feel it. If you have this, it's gonna stick to it, all the snot, and it's gonna go down liquid form, and you won't feel it coming down, and it's gonna go down smoother because the surface is smooth, and you're gonna be smelling snot for the rest of your life. Right? Other people are gonna be smelling your snot for the rest of your life. It's disgusting.
Making a show of force through direct action.
Nose
ICE
rings
will continue
are
with their aggressive
disgusting.
operations in the city, thereby breaking families apart. 8% of LA residents are currently undocumented, and in Latino-majority neighborhoods in the South Central.
Imagine you're getting head, and then the horns get into it as it's going forward. I can't.
In the eastern part of the city, that number is estimated to be closer to a third.
We're not gonna stop. Hell no, we don't stop, man.
Yeah.
We ain't gonna stop this.
Maybe stop.
Until this city burns
Come on,
down.
man.
That's how LA reacts.
Dude, stop taking your baby through the fucking process. It's gonna grow up retarded because it's smelling the car batteries burning, man.
They change their minds on what the fuck they doing.
Okay, okay. Guys, I know protests in the past have worked, whatever. That'll never happen. Let's skip it a buck. I'm just saying it's.
Also, keep your baby out of the sun, you fucking
Their mom and
dumbass.
dad are being taken away from them.
You're exposing it, and it's gonna get fucking cancer, you dumb fuck.
It's not gonna happen.
You're not gonna win, believe it. It's a matter of time. If you keep fucking with us, the world's gonna know it. The world's gonna know it. Not only you, the world's gonna fucking know it. That we're tired of fucking bullshit. All the Viva la raza! Everybody that is supporting the Mexicanos and the Latinos and the Browns, fucking love for you, much love.
We're all people.
I respect
we will
that. Yeah, I do that.
always be people. Their lack of acceptance of our humanity and of
Torta.
everyone's humanity is an insult to what we are, which is divine beings meant to be here together and to share everything.
What's up, divine beings? Let's take a quick break from the streets of LA to see how the media machine has been covering the unfolding situation in those streets. As we know, different outlets push different agendas, shaping the credibility of an cost down to less.
Yeah, man, I agree. A little torta isn't bad.
This one behind me is currently on
torta
fire.
is culture.
The dark cloud over the protest today.
We need to bring back torta culture.
You're blocking the bike lane. Fucking
People out
bitch.
here with hammers, baseball bats, whatever weapon they can find. It's kind of like one of the therapy rooms where you fuck shit up. How you doing?
Hey, this shit's fun, not gonna lie.
How many times have you destroyed a Weibo?
Park there.
First time.
How do you feel about the protest?
Well, you see how I'm feeling about it.
It's kind of therapeutic over here.
Like, dude, there needs to be like verbal abusers. Like, bro, people that need to tell these guys that they're fat as fuck. Bro, if you're in a protest, you see something like that, you say, yo, you are fat. You are fat. You're a loser. You're a cuck. Fuck you. They need to do that so they stop being validated in their actions.
How about the protest?
They will stop doing it. They will stop doing it.
It's kind of therapeutic over here.
Peaceful,
Are you worried about
verbal
the
abusers.
Hell no.
Fuck that fool.
Oh, no. The fucking heat's burning the back. My fucking back.
That's another. Dude, that's another -1 day of everyone's life. Every second this ticks down. All these people, they're gonna be dead when they're 50.
20 minutes ago, and I had to lay down on the ground and take a break. Shout out to the people out here that gave me the eye wash. I found out that tear gas doesn't stick to ski masks. So yeah, it's been kind of eventful. Do you feel like this situation going on right now in LA could just be a
Yeah, I wouldn't trust a guy when he hands me a bottle with eye wash.
I can't say for sure, but a lot of the things that he does seems to be performative.
That's how you go blind. That's how you get syphilis.
Even sometimes just distract. I mean, what were we talking about as a nation before the raid started in Los Angeles? We were talking about this big, beautiful bill that is going to take money away from programs like Medicaid, give tax breaks to the wealthiest people. It's going to balloon our deficit and be way too expensive. And then you had Elon Musk break ties with Trump.
Chad, I don't know what any of these bills are, Chad. I guess I feel like it's like some scum shit. That Chad, is this the thing where like they propose a bill and it's like fucking 20 billion pages long and it fucking lands on the same day and it has to be passed like now or some shit?
And have a public
bro, I think that's so
between
brain
the two
dead.
of them. And that's all you saw in the news. And then all of a sudden, now we're talking about raids in Los Angeles and immigration enforcement and insurrectionists and anarchy and mobilizing the National Guard and the Marines.
So the bills are interesting. The sound is my AC.
I'm not saying it's
cold in
purely
here, man.
meant to distract, but oftentimes if you follow Trump's presidency, things like this happen that distract away from the thing that they don't want you talking about.
Where the fuck was all this January 6th? Huh? Don't you feel shame? Taking fucking kids from their fucking families? Don't you fucking feel shame? Abducting and kidnapping innocent fucking people? But nah, you have to support Trump's fucking Nazi-ass regime. Yeah, you look at me. Look at me specifically. Remember this fucking face. Remember my face. Because after today, you're gonna really remember all tonight. Get ready, because it's gonna be a long-ass fucking night. I hope you guys get paid in overtime. I hope all the billions and billions of fucking tax dollars that you...
Okay, but that's another check is I feel like these guys are just like, they just got like deployed to like protect a building. It's not like...
Oh, we know who the goat is. You know. Come on, man.
I don't think these are evil or anything like that. They were like showing up to work or something like that. Just show up to work at their car. Say, yo, this building is to be protected, whatever. They just show up and they just show up. I mean, I
fucking night. I hope you guys
get
paid in overtime.
Where is the goat?
They
want to say what? No, fuck you guys. I'm not.
For tonight, because you guys are gonna fucking work for it. Good luck. Channel 5.
What's up, man?
Yeah, so day 2 got a little bit hectic for the footage that we got, but we don't have like associated press credentials or like official journalistic certification, and kind of the way things are playing out on a federal level, I'm a little bit worried about like getting in trouble or getting subpoenaed by the feds for the nighttime footage, but I could be crazy. Either way, if you want to see the uncensored footage while we figure out what's kind of safe for the surface web and you want to support us while doing it, I'm going to throw a raw cut of the day 2 night footage on Patreon right now. As you guys know, we're supported almost entirely by crowdfunding.
I don't like the smell.
Yeah.
It smells bad.
That shit was interesting.
I'm gonna get some water. Is there any good video to play while I'm gone? Ugh. Maybe I'll just join. Nah. I'm gonna pick a new video.
From Majestic.
Where's the next sloppy political sloppy? It is Channel 5. Will America go to war with Iran? Maybe. Yeah. Okay, so there's more. I'm surprised how little political sloppy there
Look at
is.
this guy.
Right? Wait, 9? What do you mean 19x 10p? You mean 920 1080? Right? It says it's good. It says it's good. Hold on. The stream is good, no? Hold on, I need to check. Yeah. Good, no? Hold on, I need to check. Yeah, I mean, dude. I've said this so. Do you see the dots? Do you see the dots? Do you see the dots? My camera was good. Do you see this? This corner? These are blinds. And this is to roll down a whole thing, right? To block out the sun. So cameras are fancy and very delicate equipment. If you shine very bright lights onto it for a long period of time, they break. Hence, I close my blinds so it doesn't get hot in the room and my camera doesn't break, because always, every day, the sun goes from east to west. And at the end of the day, in the evening, the sun shines right there onto the camera, right? So if I turn my lights on, and you see that the density of the stars, there's a lot there, and there's way more over here. Look at this corner right here. Imagine what was in this corner for the longest duration of it. You know, let's say a month straight on my camera. Right, I didn't do this. That wasn't me. I was gone for maybe a month because I don't have all year. Right, I love the goat. I need the goat. Sometimes they take the goat away from me, and then they also make sure that when I ask nobody anything, right, just the only thing you have to do nothing. Right? Because when you do one thing you think helps out and is good, I don't want it if every time this happens, 5 things go wrong, and every time you try to help, everything goes wrong, right? I don't need your help. It's not help, okay? You're not helping here. And the dots are perfect. They're physical proof of this phenomenon that I've talked about so many times in the past. I do this, I make this, I breed the culture, and then they try to take it away from me. Right? They try to take the, because they stand against the goat. They're jealous. They don't want people knowing that the goat is here for us, and they don't want people knowing that xQc is the goat, and the goat is still massive, and the good culture is only with the goat, and we need the goat. And they are jealous and they're selfish, and they want all that for them and not for the goat, even though the goat deserves it. So they try to take it away. And that's physical proof. Physical proof. Well, a goat is an animal that what does it have? Split hooves, and they choose the cud twice, I think, and horns. It's kind of like a sheep, but it lives on a mountain. But the goat, there's only one goat, and that's xQc, right? xQc the goat. Okay, you're gonna have to watch the goat static because I want to watch this video. I'm gonna get something to drink because I need something to drink. Who's Pyrocynical? Pyrocynical. Who's Pyrocynical? What? Anyway, I'm gonna get some water to drink. Hello. Pyrocynical. I'm not pyrocynical. I don't even look like pyrocynical at all. Dude, I'm gonna get some water and I'm gonna pee. Okay. Dude. Pyrocynical is fat and looks like a woman. I don't look like a woman. Okay. I'm gonna pee. Yeah, that's right. I said it. Oh man, dude, what? My fucking screen lock is on. I can't read the chat. I put my screen lock on because I don't want people getting on my PC when I'm gone. Right? There's a password on it. But then I also don't want it on because I want to read the chat when I'm away. To get water and pee for 5 minutes. So what's the option here? I'm gonna keep it on because it's a small effort to just talk to myself for 5 minutes now when I'm washing my hands. And just type in password. And I don't trust other people to ever operate my device. They don't get to do that. Okay. Because the moment they touch it, it all turns to shit. I don't care when they look. They can look from a distance, through the screen, on the stream. They can look. They can all look. I don't care. But if they don't fucking get to use. Okay. And yeah, dude, I maybe sound a little bit like xQc, but not really. It just, you don't know why. Study language acquisition. Study that. It's got a fun topic. But if you want fun, Okay.
You guys get mad about my sleep schedule? Look at this guy. This guy's even worse.
Military airlift is underway. On June 16th, at least 32 tanker aircraft departed from American bases toward Europe, landing at key stopover bases for Middle East operations. The mission remains undisclosed, but it's not for some military exercise. A fleet of 32 tankers can support well over 200 combat aircraft operating at the same time. Meanwhile, on the other end of the globe, the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group has cancelled its scheduled port call in Vietnam and left the South China Sea. It is headed toward the Middle East to join the aircraft carriers that...
This guy's probably from like Norway and some shit.
It sounds Norwegian. What happens if they decide to push up into fucking Taiwan?
...that are already there. This kind of buildup usually signals preparations for a large-scale air campaign. If America plans to support Israel's campaign offensively, these tanker planes and aircraft carriers would be among the most critical assets. In the coming days, the United States may find cause to get directly involved, if it hasn't already. The drumbeats are distant, but they're marching this way. For days, Netanyahu has urged Trump to join the war against Iran.
Is this an ad or not?
He may have finally given in to the pressure. Recently, he demanded Iran's unconditional surrender and claimed the US knows the supreme leader's exact location, but will not target him.
You learn from the best. Not here in the center as a unbiased lord. It's kind of odd. I need my logo in there somewhere.
This story was picked up by nearly 250 sources, so it made quite the headlines. Less noticed, however, is the story of who might replace the supreme leader. Days earlier, Reza Pahlavi, Iran's exiled crown prince, called on the country's security forces to cut ties with the regime and support a mass uprising. This is a major development. Iran has no coherent opposition to speak of, which is why all previous uprisings failed. But with the crown prince stepping in as a dark horse candidate, a unified opposition could emerge. This story has barely been picked up though. Only 80 sources reported on it.
Yeah, but how does that even happen though? I don't get it. Chat, they have like no government or whatever? Like if there's none, how do you even get one?
Sources lean toward the right, so there's still much to piece together about what comes next. I use ground news to connect the dots because it allows me to check out local and regional sources. I truly believe that is the best way to understand this tricky region. I can't stress enough how important this outlet's save is below deep enough. Satellite imagery shows damage at Natanz, which is...
go back, I didn't see none of that shit.
Israel's airstrikes have hit hard, but not deep enough. Satellite imagery shows damage at Natanz, which is Iran's main uranium facility. Key buildings have been leveled, and more than a dozen top scientists have been killed. This
is kind of tough though, Chad, because if they're working on nuclear shit, like, guys, some shit just being exploded isn't just... That can be bad, no? I thought you have to do a bunch of shit when it's like nuclear, whatever. Everything has to be cooled and all that. Like everything has to be like, no? Oh, it's on the ground. Does that not still pierce through?
Building, for instance, turns weapons-grade uranium into uranium metal, which forms the core of a nuclear weapon. Rebuilding it could take up to a year. However, the real problem remains.
I know.
Iran's most protected site, the Fordo fuel enrichment plant, is buried deep inside a mountain near Qom. Encased in reinforced concrete, the facility is believed to be beyond the reach of any Israeli weapon known to exist. It was built in secret and only publicly unveiled in 2009. Since then, Fordo has been at the center of international attempts to curb Iran's nuclear program. But Iran has other ultra-secure facilities to rely on besides Fordo.
I don't really get this though, Chat.
Recently been building...
Chat, if they said that... I thought there's something that says that they can't do that. And then they do that deliberately, and it's whatever. Nobody gives a shit. I don't get it.
An even deeper, more fortified site known as Pickaxe Mountain Plant. It is built straight into a mountain just a few kilometers south of Natanz. While Fordo is believed to have 2 tunnel entrances, Pickaxe has at least 4, making it much harder to seal off by bombing. Its underground chambers are also believed to offer more floor space. Iran has barred the IAEA from inspecting the site, so most of what is known about Pickaxe comes from open source leaks and a fair amount of speculation. However, if Iran decided to assemble a nuclear weapon while under attack, this is the place they would do it. Conventional bombs simply can't reach it. Israel's best bunker busters, like the US-supplied GBU-28, can penetrate up to 6 meters of concrete, but that is nowhere near enough for the hardened chambers of Pickaxe or even Fordo. The only weapon that stands a chance of getting through is the GBU-57.
Can you give a shout out to my boys for being 30 minutes sober?
Good job, Jay, for being 30 minutes sober, man. Also, chat, wait, 30 minutes? Huh?
1,000-kilogram bomb can smash through 61 meters of concrete.
Yeah, but chat, why did they just cut off the power supply? Chat, it needs a lot of power to do all that, no? Why don't they just cut off the power?
Is the most
you don't know where it's coming
bunker
from.
buster we know of. But only the
power
US
is way
Air
too
Force
easy
can
to
deploy
resupply
it using the
and just
B-2 bomber.
reroute.
No other aircraft is configured to carry it, and Israel has no B-2 bombers.
Because even
So,
if a guy
Iran's
teaches
nuclear
me for maybe a week,
Fordo and Pickaxe
I
will
could be
have
an
to be taken
electrician
down, and only
assistant.
America can
Right.
pull the trigger.
You can pick a
Admittedly,
guy that's an
air power
expert
alone
and then
may
just
not
pick
be
anyone.
enough. Special
and
forces
they'll fix
would
that shit
have
for
to
you.
be deployed on the ground to confirm the destruction of each
But
site.
with nuclear
but the bottom
stuff,
line
no,
is that
no way.
American
It's way
involvement,
too
especially in
precise.
aerial operations, is inevitable.
You need way too many skills to actually develop that. And
most of the US tanker aircraft
the infrastructure is not the problem.
And Germany at bases that
It's
typically
the
serve
resource
as launch
that's the problem.
pads for operations in the Middle East. Morro Air Base in Spain.
The
is
longer they
one
don't
such
get to have
example.
the important
It is a
resource,
place where tanker aircraft
the
specialize in
more
taking off to
the
refuel
slower it's gonna
B-2
develop.
bombers in the air.
Right.
Doing so would then
the-
allow the bombers
a little
to
bit
keep
of electricity
flying to
gone
the Middle
doesn't
East
work.
to carry out attacks.
Because you just reroute,
So
do it
what
do
we're
it
seeing
anywhere
is
else.
the formation
you know?
of an air corridor designed to sustain a prolonged assault. A fleet of 32 tankers can
That's true,
keep
chat. That's
over
true.
200 combat aircraft in the air at the same time.
Anyone hosting
There
any
is
World
no
War
need for
III
that kind of
parties?
support in a region.
Oh, they get the fuel on the mother suckers, put them on the thing, then they just do spins and then they do like air refuels and whatnot, and they just keep going on a cycle
where the
over
US
and over
already
again.
has a massive footprint. So either America is preparing to strike Iran directly, or it is setting up a refueling mission over Iraq or Syria to let Israeli jets carry more bombs instead of
You know what?
external
I say
fuel
just
tanks.
occupy the whole
The
fucking
latter
place.
It's a lot more
You
likely
know,
that there's
just go to
posturing,
war and occupy the
which
whole
is enough
thing.
of a move to do whatever it's trying to
That's
achieve with
easy.
this agenda or whatever, right? And
Because
it's not to be
Iran
carried out
is a
entirely.
piece of shit
for
country
the
and
United States.
US
With that many
is so
US
good
tanker aircraft
and make
refueling
Iran
Israeli jets,
the
Israel can begin
51st
the
state.
second phase of the war, the
No,
Dahiya
isn't that
Doctrine.
just such an
And from
obvious
here,
fix
things
here?
get dark really fast.
Or am I just
the Dahiya
completely,
Doctrine is a
completely
controversial
detached?
military strategy
What?
that involves the
Is
use
that
of
not just the
overwhelming
obvious fix?
firepower, including
The what? Huh?
attacks on civilian infrastructure to deter enemies. It is named after a suburb of Beirut that was heavily bombed during the 2006 Lebanon War. The doctrine is designed to inflict massive destruction, pressure civilians,
BTW, you
to turn
played
against
my Roblox game. Yes, Ross said my Jeef, his voice was hot, but it did so shout out and dunno.
Oh, it's very hot, man. Thanks so much for
Hmm?
the visual, man. That's really sweet. I'm a bit confused about this part, though.
officials and shift blame onto non-state actors who operate within civilian areas. Former Israeli General Gadi Eisenkot described it bluntly. If a rocket is fired from a village, the entire village becomes a target. Israel is expected to apply that in Tehran, which would explain the additional tanker aircraft en route to the region. They're going to ramp up the aerial assault. The casualties would be enormous. Already, a mass exodus of civilians is underway, with many fleeing Tehran for safer ground.
Interesting.
Critics argue the doctrine violates key principles of international law, namely the distinction between civilians and combatants, the requirement for proportionality, and the prohibition on collective...
Let's give it a bucket. Let's not act like people, not people, but like these countries give a fuck about international laws and like treason papers. I'm just saying. I mean, when people break those, then usually fucking happens and shit. I mean, the basis of all this or whatever, right, is that these are doing anti-treaty fucking nuclear shit that they're not even supposed to do. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Nobody gives a fuck about this, about that. So why should anybody give a fuck about this? I'm just saying. I don't see it. I don't see it. It's like everybody does whatever the fuck they want, because of whatever is said not to be done. Now what?
Punishment under the Geneva Convention. That is all very true, but sometimes power makes its own rules.
Israel does it too, and everybody's fucked in it.
No choice but to move on. This is the war American, Israeli, and Iranian policymakers have prepared for the last 40 years. It has all come down to this. Iran knows the United States is likely to join Israel in attacking its nuclear program. In anticipation, Iran has held back most of its hypersonic missiles, storing them deep underground in bunkers where
Yo, classic, man. Bro, they're sending flying garbage, and they're depleting the fucking Iron Dome, and then they find the actual real shit, and now the other guys are running out of juice, man. Bro, they're sending flying garbage right now, man.
Israeli bombs can't reach. These missiles, designed to evade standard defenses, including the Iron Dome, are not meant for symbolic retaliation. They are reserved for targeted, high-impact strikes on key US military assets across the periphery, if America gets involved directly. Iran's strategy could include military-based...
Let me put this in Russ terms. They're sending in a bunch of guys in hazmat suits with fucking Tommy guns and shit like that to fucking push Maine, to bend out a bunch of rockets and shit like that before they send in the fucking full metal guys with the fucking AKs. It's that simple.
Such as the British Air Force Base, Akrotiri, and the Andreas Papandreou Air Base, both in Cyprus. These two are used for surveillance and regional operations and would make for top priority targets.
Nah, it's
Other
always
targets
fucking
could
Cyprus.
include the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, which serves as America's main regional command center. Also at risk are the Qadisiyah Air Base and the Harir Air Base in Iraq, the Ali Al Salem Air Base and Camp Arifjan in Kuwait, the Al Dafra Air Base in the UAE, the Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan, and the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Also, within range are the US carrier strike groups in the Red Sea and Eastern Mediterranean, but also the Naval Support Activity Base in Bahrain, which is home to the US 5th Fleet. If Iran fires its hypersonic missiles at these sites, the casualties would be massive, especially if equipped with dirty bombs to scatter...
Yeah, but if that happens, and they do that, and they do this, and they do that, is there gonna be more rockets from the other guys that are like, yo, now you're hitting our friend, now we're gonna do it, and then they do that, and they do this, and they do that, and they do that, and now it's just boom, boom, boom. It's just boom, boom. That's it. There's nothing else but boom.
Radioactive materials.
Oh, and let me guess. America is across the universe.
Could not translate the last tunnel. Can you please speak English?
Yeah, it's not World War III.
It's far away.
It's
Nobody
Cold
even has
War
the capacity to hit fucking across the universe. They're chilling.
Despite Iran's efforts to hide its arsenal and nuclear sites
much love,
deep underground, the US military has weapons that can still reach them. Tehran understands that if the conflict turns into a full-scale war,
Hold on, Jack. Yes, ICBMs.
Also, why doesn't Iran just go to war?
It would have to go like in space to go down. Bro, that shit is, bro.
They could just go in, take over Iraq, take over Azerbaijan, take over Syria.
Stay safe for
long, why don't they
which
just
is
do
why
that?
it is carefully weighing when, where, and if to use its most powerful weapons. This will not end well. Many will die, but the last time someone struck US bases, they got a glimpse of the portable sun.
Dude, we need to bring back
this YouTube guy.
just normal war.
Jesus, this guy is off the rails.
Right?
from Caspian Report. If you approve of what
Bring
we
back
do, please leave a comment, hit the
taking
like
land
button, and mayhaps share
and
the
punishing other countries when they misbehave.
YouTubers, brother, they always take it
And just
fucking
taking
up, like,
land
4
when you
notches
deserve
under,
it.
like American shit, dude.
Because you,
Like,
if
they
you
always
get it,
way off
you
the rails.
deserve it. You own that, right? You took it by force. It's yours now. We need to normalize this again.
Anyway, that's an interesting video.
So that you don't get these,
wrong? I mean, I don't know.
these
Was
little
that not,
shit countries that
innuendo
are petty, do
with,
fucking
like
dumb
Pearl
shit,
Harbor
are
/
ass
nuclear bomb
cheeks in
shit?
every way, worse in every way, and then they just get to claim some vague human rights shit and be the fucking oppressed little country.
No, what the fuck?
Right?
No, what was
Fuck
that?
your shit piece of shit country. If it's so good, if it's so good, why doesn't it own more land then? Why is it not a major power? Because it's not. It's a piece of shit. It's a shithole. And it should just be the 52nd state.
Kind of fair, but
and make Iran
I mean,
the 51st state.
No, we want to.
Make fucking Canada the 52nd state. Make
Like,
Israel the
nuclear bombs, kinda too
53rd
far.
state, and then make China the 54th state. It's not just the way to do, because all these countries are fucking shit. Other laws are shit.
Like, don't do
Their
that.
people are shit. They're all shit. Right? The rulers are all pieces of shit. They have dumbass, incompetent militaries. They do evil shit all the time. All these nations are all shit unless they are a part of the United States. That's the truth. Now you know I'm right. You know I'm right. And if that doesn't work out, then it just proves that the US is shit and it should have been someone else. Then, right? How about we make the United States of Iran, and then make Israel the part of the second state, and then make all of the US the third to 52nd state, right? Why don't we just do that? Right? Go to war and just see who's better. And then the better guy wins, and it's just better because the better guy won, and now this shit country isn't there anymore. Right? Why don't we just do that? It is such an easy solution. Okay. What's the next slopper? 1955 versus 2025.
1955.
Who actually had
Here I
it
am in
better?
1970.
I think this comparison is so unfair. The reality is, we are in a completely different era. Right? Let's say you get a time period from the ancient Greeks and then the end of the Roman Empire. Right? That's sort of the classical antiquity, right? And then the Middle Ages are maybe from fall of the Roman Empire with Christianity and all that shit. And then to maybe the Renaissance or the Enlightenment, right? Probably to the Enlightenment. And in the modern period, it's from the Enlightenment to the Cold War, right? Thing is, our lives are already so much different from our parents and the people that experienced the Cold War. This era, right? For the past 300 years, all our philosophies are based off of the Enlightenment, right? Liberalism is just Enlightenment philosophy. All the popular ruling classes, right? Every country on Earth, every single one, the governments are less than 100. All these countries are less than 100 years old, except for the European ones. All of them are based on European philosophies that are ultimately based on Enlightenment philosophies, right? The ruling class is mixed with the Europeans. It's all Western, right? Whether we like to admit it or not. China is not. It is a communist fucking country, and communism is Western. Okay. All these countries are all Western, not Eastern, none of that. They were Eastern before, but now they're Western. Thing is, our lives are so different now, and our perspective is so different now because of the internet. This is the start of a new era. That's why the comparison is so unfair. It's because in 1955, the people that lived then lived in a different period of history. It's not just a comparison of your average quality of life that you could do between different social classes nowadays. No, it's a comparison of a guy, let's say a medieval king, to your guy that lives now. Right? Your peasant now lives better than a medieval king ever did. Right? Your children will not die of fucking measles, but the king's children did, because he lived in a different era. Right? He was the guy. He was an aura farmer. He owned all the shit, all of it. He owned it. Yet his children still died of measles because he lived in a piece of shit era. We now live in the best era ever, right? This is a new era of history, completely separate from the era of the world wars and the Cold Wars. So the comparison is just unfair. Right? You can say, yeah, our lives are so much better than the medieval king because we don't have disease, we have a nice house, we're safe. But we have all the entertainment in the world. There's not a boring minute or even a second in our lives. Yet the guy, the king, is remembered forever and you will be forgotten. Right? Because you're not that guy. Even though you just live in a different era. You have a better life in every way, yet you are less significant in every way. Because you're not a king, you're just a guy, you're a fucking peasant, right? You're a peasant that you just got lucky, you were born in 2020. It's fuck you, fuck you. What do you mean a king? I wasn't crashing out of a king. I was crashing out of people pretending like the world is shit now and their lives are shit now, trying to play the victim because their parents were happier growing up. The thing, yeah, your parents were happier growing up. They just came out the worst era in human history, right? With the most innovation always, right? All the innovation happened in the last 300 years. And the worst wars in history. And they came out of that and they get to live in a utopia, right? Early communism, 1950s US, that's utopia. They get to live in a utopia and they built nothing. They made the most degenerate culture of all time. Yeah, they had it better. So what? They're remembered as probably as the most evil generation of all time. It's the most degen generation of all time, right? Now we have it shit, but at least we get to make something and we get to build the next era, right? The comparison is just completely unfair, fucking stupid, right? My generation is better and you children are worse, right? You're lazy. No. We had it worse. You should have done this for us. No. You don't deserve anything. If you want something, just take it. Okay? And if you do good, you will be rewarded. Your life will be better if you do good. If you do shit, no. Right? You don't deserve anything. None of the things that your ancestors gave you were deserved. And none of the things that your ancestors got were deserved. You just got lucky or unlucky. Right? You're still fucking coping, man. This fucking boomer versus zoomer
and then
mentality is so
I'm gonna
shit.
put myself in the shoes of a middle income earner in all of these decades to answer a very important question about the United States. Is the average
miserable
American better off
mentality
today
to have
than they
if
were
this is the way you
all
think.
these decades ago? Does the typical American make more money, have a better chance of owning a home? It's an important question because this graph shows
I'll give this a chance.
that our economy has grown immensely since the 50s. I mean, we've got the largest economic pie on Earth. And even when you account for inflation and the fact that our population has grown, you still see immense growth. I mean, look at this. We've added tons of prosperity in this country that theoretically every person is entitled to some part of, or as some economists
Yo, mods, why is Skip an auto mod now?
Shared prosperity.
When I think about how well the economy delivers, I think about how well it delivers for the people, for the workers and their families. How well are they receiving that prosperity?
I'm going to show you how all of this economic prosperity we've created has been shared or not shared.
Hey, but chat. Chat.
And in all of this, I want to get to the bottom of perhaps one.
Chat, because it's like hyper-capitalistic system, chat. Isn't it bound to be like the more you have, the more little there is at the top, though?
The most important
it's bound to
question in our
separate
country, which
is
everyone
the top
able
heaviness.
to move up? If they work hard enough, or if they get educated, can you climb the economic ladder here?
Are you going to do better than your parents? Can you reach higher levels of income? Can you change your relative position?
Dude,
the American dream, we sometimes call it.
What's this called?
Better, richer,
social science.
For all citizens.
Social science is pseudoscience.
And if not, why? I believe that answering these key questions is incredibly important for the future of this country, which is why
again another shit thing that came out of the last 100 years.
I'm going to try to lay it out as
what a
clearly
joke!
As possible by
I absolutely despise the world.
It is a dream.
I despise modern philosophies. I despise the modern culture. I despise all of it, and I'm not one of those. Reject modernity, return to tradition copers, because we live in a new era, right?
This graph is kind of our anchor.
You can't rehash. Are you rehashers are just a part of the modern culture? Right? Fuck you. Right? What good thing came out of this, out of the last 20 years? Except sequels, prequels, remakes, and all a bunch of fucking bullshit, right? What kind of politics do people have now? Communism versus liberalism, fucking socialists. This is like the things that caused World War II. People had these thoughts and did revolutions for this shit 150 years ago, and you're still believing this shit. Or you're just rehashing old shit all the time, man. It's time to build anything, man. It's time to build something, and that's why we need the goat, because the goat brings the good culture. The goat is the goat. The only one is the goat.
It's like what the fuck's going on and whatnot. It's like some historical shit. What you guys getting mad? If you guys didn't know I'd be mad.
Link.
Oh, it's the TikTok.
What the hell is this? I don't think
for each decade, I'm going to be looking at these 4 economic indicators.
We can.
Am I making more money? Can I afford a house? Is this economic growth being shared equally by everyone? And how likely am I to be making more than my parents? Oh, look. We're arriving to the 1950s.
Chat. In order to make a video like this, chat, wouldn't you have to standardize the economy? Like, you would have to make the dollar amount worth the amount the same to have the entire video to account for inflation or whatever. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense.
So it's the 1950s here in America, and I, the middle income earner, have just returned from fighting in the most devastating war of human history. But we Americans came out on top, and our economy is booming. I work in this car factory. It's one of the many factories that was converted from making weapons to now making valuable stuff that we're shipping around the world. Our country is getting rich. I am making an average income. So my income right now is $4,400. In today's money, that's more like $41,000. We're going to adjust everything for modern dollars, in this case 2023 dollars. Prices are higher these days, so our money's more valuable to make it all make sense. Okay, wait, pause. I'm not going to do that every single time, like talk about the inflation. I'm just going to say everything from now on in modern dollars. It'll allow us to compare a lot easier between the decades. Okay, with that, let's get all the magic going again. Pretty cool, right? Let's meet my family. So my wife doesn't work. Only a third of women did.
I will say, because of all the laws and everything, chat, I would assume that even though the lives are overall kind of worse, right? All the programs are overall better. If you're fucked, you're not that fucked compared to before.
Then.
True.
And really, she doesn't need to.
True.
My factory job supports the whole family. And look, I own that home.
But your life is relatively worse.
For this thing, again, in modern dollars. That's actually not that much more than my yearly
But it's
salary.
better because you just get to live in an era
why is because the government is helping me
that's going to be remembered.
And they've got the cash to do it.
2 years salary for a house?
I mean, look at the top tax rate for the rich.
It's going to be remembered as the most creative era of all time.
Revenue means that the government
going to be remembered.
All of these suburban homes.
We are going to be remembered as the people that built everything for the next 1,000 years. We're going to be the next Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates. These people are remembered forever.
We're coming out of World War II.
And your parents are not going to be remembered.
Programs, policymakers today.
They're going to be remembered as
had a lot to do with.
If I was president, I would do chat.
Right, the people that fucked their children, and also fucked their brother's wife, and also fucked their mother, and also fucked 10 different dudes at the same time.
Age. So when you're younger, you get taxed less, so you can expand your business.
Right, it's gonna be remembered as the most degenerate generation of all time. The most degenerate era of all time.
Families were doing.
Okay, so the economy is booming. Let's see how all of this prosperity is being shared. And for that, I'm going to show you this amazing graph. I love this graph. We're going to see it over the decades, and it tells a very useful story. This is my income, the median earner. Here's the income of
I'm just smoking
income in America.
to go back because I have 2 whole weeks of content.
Ready, go.
And this is the worst part, right? It's the politics slop, the drama slop.
Look at
this is gonna be
all
shit.
3 of these income
And
brackets
it's still
increasing
euphoric.
their income at the same rate. We are
This is what we need. This is what I need right now.
We are sharing the spoils
goat.
of a booming economy.
Why was it first?
Nice.
In the roughly 2-3 decades after World War II, we saw what I would consider broadly shared prosperity. As the economy grew, as workers became more productive, workers across the board were actually seeing gains in their living standards.
This is a great indicator that income equality in the United States is good and healthy.
Oh, it's the rate amount.
Okay, last thing for the 1950s, let's check in on the American dream.
So
can I move up the ladder? There's a really nice data set for this.
Dude, I can't fucking watch this video right now, man. Hold on. PewDiePie 2010. I'll show you. I'll show you. Where's PewDiePie 2010? This is not PewDiePie 2010. This maybe. Yeah, this guy. Bridge incident. I don't look like PewDiePie 2010. Look. Okay, if I do the hair the same way, right? Like this. Oh, that's the wrong way. Like this. Like that. And I make this bulbous. I mean, dude, I'm fucking balding! Oh, man! Oh, no, dude. Oh. Okay, that's a disaster. No. That's... Dude, I know what... I mean, it's the... Like I said, it's a big city. It's pretty... That's not me. I kind of look like I have the same nose. No, not really actually. I don't have the same nose. I don't know. Nah, dude, if it's gonna get too bad, I just shave it all off. Or, to be honest, hair is just a pain in the ass. And balding is a pain in the ass only if you go outside, and I don't. So
alive, at least for me, which is an important
because
here. Women were.
Dude, fuck you, fucking. What's his called name? Johnny Harris. I don't want to watch your video, man. I just want to watch the goat. Okay, you shave it off. This is the benefit. You never have to wash your hair any ever again. So showering is gonna be quicker. You're not gonna be balding because you're just bald. Right? Your hair doesn't go in front of your eyes. You never have to get a haircut ever again because you can just shave it, which is easy. So that's money saved and time saved and also disease saved because the hairdresser probably fucks a guy that has syphilis. So that's just a plus overall. And the only thing that you don't get is that when you go outside, you're gonna be blasted with radiation, and you're gonna get brain cancer and skin cancer on the top of your head, or you're gonna get a second brain on your head. This stream is about the goat.
Mostly left out of this economic version of the American dream, and so are people who weren't white.
Well, not mine, but yours.
10% of the population, over 1 million of whom fought in the war, but upon returning, were met with these custom maps that were drawn.
If you're a hairdresser,
could not buy homes.
You always gravitate to the more attractive type of person. Like, I'm not gonna get my hair cut by some ugly bitch. The thing is, the attractive women fuck dudes, and these dudes fuck men in the ass, so they get syphilis. The thing is, I gravitate to attractive women gravitate to men who fuck dudes, and those dudes have syphilis, and the other dudes have syphilis, and then they have syphilis as well. But attractive women gravitate to attractive men. So there you go. And the thing is, I have to shake them off and I have to stay pure. But I mean, sometimes it's too much, right? I sometimes they overwhelm me, and there's nothing I can help. I just can't help it. So the only thing I can do is just not go to the hairdresser ever again.
They were largely left out of all of this government help that allowed me to...
Chat, your likeness of making money in passion should be, in my opinion, should be about 40%. My prediction is 40%. Because 50% would mean same amount of thing, which would kind of be equalized. But having children usually, I mean, let's be honest, it kind of puts stop to your growth as an adult. Let's be honest. It's kind of hard to raise children properly and have a good job. So people that have children, probably a little bit less. So at 45%, I would say likeness, no?
To get education and buy a home and build wealth. But if you're just looking at the numbers, the 1950s was a really good time for the median income earner. You could have a family, work in a factory, and be loaded with opportunities to move up the economic
These houses suck. There's too little trees, too little shadow. It's gonna be hot in your house. It sucks ass.
Welcome to the 1970s.
I said something smart right there. I said something smart there.
The economy is producing a lot more prosperity to go around, as you can see by this graph, and we'll see how that's all being distributed in a second. But first, let's check in on my pay. I'm still working in a factory. I now earn about $66,000.
If everybody's doing cocaine and you're not doing cocaine, you're doing less. So honestly, just do cocaine low key. That's what I say for the people that back in the 70s. I mean,
like millions of other women,
true.
My wife has entered the workforce. They still only earn 60% of what men do.
If your life this shit, just
breaking into the
smoke ciggies, and it's gonna be better. Yeah, sure, you'll get cancer and die when you're 50.
Freedom and economic autonomy, but partly as a necessity.
Having a good life to 50 is better than having a miserable life forever.
Our income is better off than it was in the 50s.
Because, well, we are going to be living forever because your mind is going to be uploaded.
There's war in the Middle East and they're cutting us off oil.
We're already making chips.
These gas stations and everything's more expensive.
Anyway, read your brain waves. At some point of time,
housing is getting more expensive.
They are going to be able to read all your brain waves and your whole brain structure, and then model an AI after it, essentially uploading you to the mainframe.
3.85
to slow down inflation, which is making my monthly payment a little more expensive. Home purchasing is becoming a little less accessible to the median.
You better smoke ciggies now, because once you're uploaded, you will not be able to smoke.
Remember, that's me.
Because at that point, you don't get the nicotine anymore. You just get the smoke. That's gonna kill your fans, and it's gonna clog up your heatsink.
Shared by these different income groups.
And then you will die anyway. Right? Without the nicotine. So you might as well just get it now.
They started collecting data on how much more CEOs are making than the typical employee. Looks like by the middle of the decade, it's about 26 times more. Wait, are CEOs making too much? Is that bad? What do you think?
Companies are also...
let's keep an eye on this chart.
Well, companies are also getting bigger, and there's less top companies by ratio. I mean, this is bound to happen. Come on, bro. This is a no-brainer. This is a no-brainer.
Okay, but what about the American dream? How easy it is to make more than your parents? Well, if I'm an adult in the 1970s, it means I was born in the 1950s, which according to this data set means I'm 80% likely to earn more than my parents.
That's still amazing.
Good. The American dream seems to be doing pretty well. So I would say that economic life in the 1970s is better for the median earner than it was in the 50s. And something that we're not covering here because we're looking at the cold hard data is that there's also a revolution happening that's making it more equal and more fair for minority groups in the United States. So
and now the degeneracy catches up, and all the people start being complete degens, and now the world turns to shit.
But your kids are gonna love it.
To get to the 90s, we have to go through the 80s and look at.
People that say if I speak or whatever shit like that, you're weird. You're just weird.
80s, the end of cultural innovation. No more new culture ever again. Only sequels.
You have your gems. Imagine the amount of max wins you're losing out on if you say, "Oh."
I'm just checking if they're clean.
Bro, what? It's a loss for the sake of what? Of nothing.
All of you're just stupid. Growth. The president has been very busy slashing taxes, getting rid of regulation and social programs, and rejiggering the economy to benefit businesses, making it harder for workers to like gather and get leverage over their employers.
Ronald Reagan, the actor.
And look, we are arriving to the 1990s. What a great decade.
Yep, this is the end. End of the world.
I'm out of the collage world. Because it's Johnny here. So let's leave my
end of an era
of maps and get back into the 1990s. The big standoff between the United States and the Soviet Union is over, and people are stoked. We entered the 1990s with this little recession. We're getting ready for a big surge of more growth.
That was an ad.
The rise of the internet.
He only skipped an ad.
Is where it's at.
Playing the role of the middle income earner. Okay, so it's not like I was like born back in the 50s and I've been growing up. I am a young adult who is the middle income earner. How am I doing? So I still work at a factory. America is still a manufacturing powerhouse here in the 90s, though that is literally right about to change. I wish I could warn myself. My household brings in $76,000 a year, which is definitely better than the 50s and 60s, but you can kind of see that things are flattening out. And in fact, I'm not making that much more than I was
end of
in the
an era,
late
like
70s.
I said.
Check out my cool 90s house.
No, all the good culture came
That's
before.
Almost 4 times our yearly income.
It's the end.
Way more expensive than in the 50s. Housing is getting a little less affordable. Okay, the economy's doing well. How are we sharing all of this economic prosperity?
On top of that, they also don't say. I think you almost forgot something. Back in the days, that was the household income, but back in the days, women didn't really work. So that was 1 man, 2 years at 1 man income. Is house. Now it's 4 years at 2 guys. Oh, you said that, okay. Now it's 2 years. Now it's 4 years, that's 8x.
Remember we started back in the 50s and we saw how
no, it's a 4x,
the high
that's 4x.
income, the low income, and me, the middle income, we all saw similar growth in our income gains. We all got in on economic growth equally. That continued through the 70s. But wait, look what happens right here.
Aura.
Yeah, 90s, fun time.
It's around
80s to
90s when
90s.
you see the top earners start to pull away from the rest of us.
Globalization.
Chat, when was the last good movie
my
made?
income is going up a little faster.
When
than
was the
low-income
last good
population.
song
that's
made?
Unsettling. I liked it more when they were all kind of like on top of each other, growing at the same rate. We'll keep an eye on this graph.
The last
There's
good
a
art
bunch of other graphs
made.
starting to come out.
When?
Another divergence happening.
Because I forgot. I don't remember.
Mid-maxed.
It might just be
lowest
before I was
possible,
born, even.
quality of life for the human.
It might just be that I
and
grew
the
up
max
in
production.
the most
We
fucking
got
miserable
outbid
time ever.
Of the economy
What can I say?
Versus how much I get paid. They're both
Yet I
going
don't
up at the
cope
same
for it
time.
because these
I'm
people
more
cope.
productive, I
This
get
guy
paid more.
copes.
Cool. But around the same time, the same split
right here.
happens.
And Coper.
My pay starts to flatline.
All the fucking liptards are copers, man. All the magatards coping. They're coping.
In the early
Fucking
80s,
dumb copers.
where
Fuck
we
you.
see this pulling apart
Fuck you, man.
between economic growth and what typical workers and their families receive from that economic growth.
So who's getting in on all this extra productivity? This growth that's happening in our economy?
Like I said,
Not
only the
me.
goat.
Well, let's check in on those CEOs.
Only the
so remember
goat.
back in the 70s, CEOs were making like 25 times more than the typical worker. Kind of seems like a lot. Let's see what happens here. Oh my God, look at this. Okay, whoa, by the end of the 90s, CEOs are making almost 400 times the typical worker. And I thought 20 times was a lot.
Okay, hold on, let me ask. But what about the size of their companies, though? Do their companies now have more employees or not? I feel like, hold on, with globalization or whatever, these companies have now more employees. It's a bigger infrastructure. So the pyramid, yes, is steeper at the top, but it's larger at the bottom. So if you compare, yeah, the top to the bottom is bad, but it's a much larger pyramid.
Those at the top are receiving much larger shares of that growing economy than those at the middle or at the bottom of the wage distribution. So that pulling apart, that increasing economic inequality.
Yeah, the degeneracy catch
It's a
up.
pyramid.
That's what happened.
Bro, if you have a three slice pyramid, top to bottom is only 3 layers. Yeah, you're close to the bottom. But if you're massive pyramid, you have a fucking 60 slice, the guy at the top makes a lot more than the guy at the bottom. It's just the way it is, no?
No matter how you look at it, that pie is going increasingly to the very top.
Okay, but isn't inequality often seen as a byproduct of rapid economic growth?
Yeah, Forsen clears
It's
the.
not good, but it's inevitable.
Right, he cleared my pavement in my Cypriot house.
And plus, everything I've shown
He
you
clears-
is before taxes, guys. So like the rich pay a lot
He
of taxes.
clears the
Okay, so let's see what happens to the
McDonald's
income of the rich
alleyway.
people
My
after
McDonald's
taxes. Here we go.
toilet on the McDonald's on
Oh,
my corner street.
okay.
That's what Forsen clears.
Well,
Right, he clears my trash can and my
the taxes didn't
dumpster
do that
when I put it
much.
outside every Sunday.
There's something going on here. The rich are getting really rich really fast. I mean, what these lines all show is that 1980 was kind of this inflection point in our economy, where the top earners kind of started to get in on most of the prosperity.
Trickle down economic is brain dead. Don't, bro.
And yes, there are
I
economists
don't
who
even think
argue
this is
that
trickle down either.
inequality isn't bad for an economy. It actually spurs growth and investment into the economy, and eventually that raises all boats. It trickles down. And advocates.
Trickle down economic is brain dead. 1, and 2, even in motion. You would think that people that make more money spend more. Bro, people would sell their grandma not to spend money when they're not, even when they're at the top. It's fucking weird. It's weird. I don't know what to tell you.
This way of thinking, say that we shouldn't focus on inequality, but instead on poverty reduction. Okay,
But
poverty
that's what
reduction,
happens.
How we doing?
People hoard.
Poverty plummeted after World War II, but you can see that at this time, in like 1980, when inequality starts to get really bad, poverty basically stays the same. Goes up for a big series of years. So this is concerning, and this is my interpretation of the data. I'm sure some of you have very different interpretations, and I would love to see you down in the comments.
So what happened there is people didn't stop being poor. The definition of poverty changed, right? Because poor people are homeless. Poor people are drug addicts that do absolutely nothing for society. Before, the definition of poverty was peasants. Peasants were poor. Now, being peasant is normal, right? You're a peasant. That's what you are. It's normal to be peasant. Most people are peasants. That's why inequality is so high, because peasants are poor. And we don't say they're poor because poor people are normal, so we can't say peasants are poor, but peasants are poor. Okay? It's just the people that are even below peasants are really poor. You know? If you're a meth addict degen that lives under the bridge on the highway, yeah, then you're really, really fucking poor, and you're a poor dumbass. But if you're a peasant, you're not really poor, but you are poor. You're just normal. Right? Things stabilized. You can't just come out of an era and have utopia all of a sudden. No, that doesn't happen. Things stabilized, things became normal again. We have peasants again, and peasants are poor. We just don't like to say that they're poor because we don't like to say that 90% of the population is miserable and lives like a fucking peasant. Even though they do. Right? Because we like to put ourselves on a pedestal, and we like to think that we're just really enlightened and our culture is just so good, you know? Right? We like to reject, right? It's so popular, it's popular to reject popular culture. It's popular to be quirky and weird and to be interesting, right? You know why? Because you think you're not a peasant when you are. Because they lie to you and you're delusional. You do think you're not a peasant when you are a peasant. And your entire life revolves around being a fucking peasant. Right? Enjoying peasant culture and interacting with your peasant friends. Right? Being a peasant and a work slave to your employee. Right? With your peasant family. Right? Speaking your language in a peasant way. Because you're a peasant. But you're just a delusional peasant.
Anyway, let's check in on the American dream. America's all about...
My main problem, Chad, is that not the people that are rich making too much money. The problem is that they don't spend enough. I know this will sound like a dumb take. I have more of a problem of people not spending money than them making more money. I don't have a problem with them making a lot more money. You do that, you do this, or whatever. You get in the system, you make money. It is what it is, right? How about you fucking spend it before you die? Yeah. There's no life 2.0. Waste your money. It's what it's meant to do. To be used, just go and fucking just blow it up.
Big risk, big reward. So yeah, inequality's happening, but like if
because
you go from rags to riches.
The goat is right. The reason they don't spend money is because they think they're poor and they don't get to spend money because they're greedy and they hoard, right? And the reason they're poor is because they're greedy and they hoard, and the reason they're greedy and they hoard is because they think they're poor. So they think they're poor, so therefore they are poor. Because they're just not risk takers. They don't stand for what they stand for. They stand for nothing. They're peasants. They have a peasant mentality. They never make anything. You just follow, right? You have your whole life planned out for you, and you just follow the lead. Like, and then you complain that you're poor and a peasant, and you cope with it, and then blame other people for it, when the only person that's to blame is you. But of course, people have expectations of what you need to be based on their lives, and your parents have expectations of what you should be based on their lives. And the thing is, what you do is you consider their stance, you think about it, and you think about what you want to do and where you want to be, what your vision is. And unless you don't have a vision, you probably just shouldn't follow their lead and just do what you think is best. And if you're wrong, right, everything will unravel and you'll just be proven wrong, and at that point you can just change for the better anyway. Right? You just change. If you're wrong, you change. And if you're too scared of being wrong and you just want to follow the lead, then you will be a peasant. And that's a reality you should face. And you will not face it because you're a peasant. And you have a peasant mentality and you're completely delusional. You're a fucking idiot. So fuck you. Right?
Maybe
fuck
that's
you.
very American and okay. If I was born in the 1970s, I'm now an adult in the
The children, we don't care. We don't care. You were at a spot, you got to some place, I don't give a shit. You're gonna work for your money. I don't give a fuck. You don't get a free pass to the fucking top, you fucking loser. Imagine having children and then spawning at the fucking top layer. I don't give a shit, fucking bitch ass. Yo, get into the coal mine and start fucking digging, loser fuck. What is wrong with this guy?
And the data says that 59% of us born to the middle income will out-earn our parents. So that means that 40% of my peers here in the middle income will earn the same or less than their parents.
Yo, I will do an Easter egg hunt full of money with all my lifetime earnings before I give that shit to my children. Are you kidding me? What a joke.
Even as we are seeing all of this economic growth. I mean, you can see this trend here. The American dream of being able to move up the ladder is becoming less and less a reality for a bigger and bigger portion of the population. Okay, so that was a big change from all the trends.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens next.
People assume that time is a strict progression of cause to effect, but actually it's more like a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff.
Okay, we're moving into the new millennium. America's fighting a couple of wars. The economy's actually doing pretty well until, whoops, whoa. The bankers got a little loosey-goosey for a couple of years, making obscene amounts of money and crashing the entire world economy. But okay, let's move on from the biggest recession of our time. We're arriving to the 2010s. This is a world that most of us are familiar with. Let's see how the median income earner fares.
Yeah, it gets pretty bad here, I think.
All of those jobs have dried up and been shipped to Asia. So I now work as a middle manager at an insurance company, and my household income is $81,000 a year. Which is, wait a minute, same as 1997, but wait, during this same 13-year period from 1997 to 2010, the economy grew by this much. I mean,
I just want to see what is the woman at work ratio is also. Because now I'm thinking, there's probably a lot more women at work, yet the house income is the same.
Line's going up. The economy's making more stuff. There's more prosperity. Even when you adjust for inflation per capita, the economy grew.
Which is a problem.
There should be more to go around. But my household pay is the same as it was 13 years previous. Why? Well, we'll see in a second. But first, let's talk about my house. I always love talking about my house. Look at this beauty. I can still afford a house. In fact, here in post-recession America, housing prices are actually pretty low. The bubble burst. Interest rates had to go down to stimulate the economy, and so home purchasing was actually pretty accessible for a few years. But don't worry, housing prices will be back on the rise in a second. And in fact, they'll start rising faster than my income, making housing less and less affordable. And homeownership still seems to be available mostly for certain groups, and not as much for others. In fact, that hasn't changed much since the segregation days. Meanwhile, I think I know what's gonna happen to this graph.
What if all residents of a certain village or neighborhood, we make a co-op, everybody puts money into a pot, right? And we buy all out the houses, we get bigger loans because we're a bigger group, and we do crowd-funded house sorting.
Yep. The rich are just getting richer faster than my income is going up, and my income's kind of stagnating. Okay, what about the CEOs? Did they pay a price for the big bubble person? Nope, they didn't pay. I mean, they kind of did up and down, but they're still, by the end of the decade, getting paid hundreds of times more than me.
It's not
Maybe
comrade.
They are hundreds of times more productive, and they deserve it.
No. I'm talking we buy houses, or we sell them, and then you do a bunch of gunshots in the neighborhood, right, or whatever. You increase crime artificially, right, like fake crimes or whatever. The price of the houses go down. You buy them back, right? No more crime all of a sudden because you stop the fake crime, and then you sell them again. Holy shit!
I mean,
chat,
you get the point.
That is insane.
This is what we've been hearing about for a long time. All of these graphs have the same shape. This great divergence that happens in the 80s where the economy is growing, but the wages for the average person just kind of flatten while the top earners just sort of get in on all
Yeah, that's fraud. So what? What about fraud? if the top 1% all do fraud, why can't the bottom do it? They can do fraud? Okay. Fraud too. Fuck it. Fuck
Prosperity. Okay, but the American dream.
Yo, equalize fraud.
Ladder, right? So if you're born in the 1980s, which I was, you're now an adult in the 2010s, and it looks like for the median earner, the majority of us will earn the same or less than our parents. Yeah, this is a problem and probably doesn't seem fair to a lot of people. But wait, there's hope.
Star Trek, Terminator, Time Cop, Time After Time, Quantum Leap, Wrinkle in Time, Somewhere in Time, Hot Tub Time Machine. Hot Tub Time Machine.
Okay, I'm back. 2025. That's when I'm making this video. So that's modern day for me. We went through a pandemic. The economy kind of got freaked out for a little bit, and the median income earner actually started to see some gains after years and years of flatlining. So you do see some potential movement here, some hope. But let's get back to the original question that we started this video with. Is the average...
Quick, I have a comment, chat. Because I feel like if you rob a store, okay, for like $5,000, you get clapped mega jail, right? Like, or maybe second offense, you get mega jail. How come you don't get clapped that hard when you don't pay your tax and you do fraudulent? If you let's say
because taxes is theft,
and you're behind on your back taxes like fucking 3 years, and you're skimming the government, and they get you.
It's not really
44 years in jail.
It's way worse to steal deliberately from other people than it is to resist being stolen from.
Better off now than they were back in the 50s and over these decades.
That fixes the problem.
About. In a lot of ways, the answer is yes. Especially if you are a woman or not white, then the answer is yes, at least in terms of economic opportunity. But what we've seen on this journey is that the American economy has produced an incredible amount of prosperity and growth over these last 7 decades. And that was shared broadly by all of us for a time. But in the last 30, 40 years, the data is very clear that the fruits of the economic growth these days have not been broadly shared. One group is collecting most of the growth. And I didn't even talk about wealth, like the stuff you just own and how that makes money.
Okay, chat, isn't this talking point a little bit like a zero sum?
We're talking just about income on this. Now, this isn't the first time that we've been in this situation. The top 10% collected almost half of all the income way back in the early 1900s before World War II. But we changed that. Look.
Madame.
And the income starts to be distributed.
Well, this talking point is like, if these guys didn't make that amount of money, or whatever, that amount would go to the bottom. Their money should be ours. That's not really how that works, is it?
More equally. But this graph tells the same story. Look, 1980, boom, here it goes. We're back. We're back to where we were.
Oh.
Now, does this mean that our economy is broken? No, actually. Our economy is not broken. It is working exactly how it was designed to work. And this, and this, and this, and this, it's the result of changes to the rules, policies that end up determining who gets the money and who doesn't. These policies are made by people that we elect. And if we don't think that this is fair, we have the power to pressure them to design a system that is fair. Now, the medium income earner doesn't...
Because you tried this, and it worked out for a couple of years. Then all the degeneracy of the peasants seeped in. And they ruined everything. Right? It worked for a couple of decades, and then they realized this isn't going to work. So we streamlined the money to go to the people who deserve it, and not to the people who never do anything out of the mold, and that are just peasants. Because peasants don't deserve money. If they get money, they stop working, right? If peasants get money, they stop working. Peasants need to work to keep the system alive. They stop working, it all collapses. That's what happened to the Soviet Union, okay?
Have nearly as much.
That's what happened to fucking Poland, East Germany, Hungary. You know what I'm talking about.
And it goes up and down dynamically with the state
the reason
of everything.
The US won the Cold War is because they figured out, wait,
really
utopia doesn't work.
For the people who
we need
to
reward people
so it's harder than
that
ever.
do
still is a democracy.
more
I don't think a system is fair.
rather than just giving peasants a bunch of money for free because they don't work and they stop being useful if they don't work.
Even harder, and I'm making more money. I'm sending that money to fuck you even harder, as much as I can actually.
We still have
now we're
Right.
here now.
For example, why don't you get as much money as the goat? Even though you work a 9 to 5 and the goat just gets to sit in his chair and stream and watch videos all day. Well, because you're a peasant and the only thing you can do is work. Whereas the goat brings the good culture and he just does so much more for society than any of us combined. Right? He's the goat. That's why.
To change it.
So he gets to get money. Because he deserves it for being just better.
The rich get
He's just
richer
better, so he deserves it.
Also about the American
and he just does way
dream,
more
this
for
idea of
society
being able to
with
move
way
up.
less effort.
If you get educated, if you
because
work
he's just
hard,
better.
As inequality has gone up, the American dream has gone down. These graphs are built on robust data, and this is the story that it tells. The rungs of the economic ladder have gotten wider and wider apart. And that American dream, ironically a term coined by a rich investment banker born into a rich family in New York City, that dream is looking more and more like a myth.
Yeah, good video, Johnny. Johnny's...
Banks are trash. Everybody's trash. Whole system sucks.
Yeah, true.
I don't give a shit.
True.
That's my take.
There's a chart. You know why it sucks? Is because the peasants think they get to have anything. They don't. The peasants don't get to have anything. The only thing they get to have is being treated like humans.
Chat, we need a server reset.
You know, they'll be enslaved. That's what they get to have.
We need a server
because slavery is
reset,
fucking awful.
Dude.
That's why.
How is it that hard? Reset the server. Brother, oops, we pulled the plug. The data's been wiped fucking globally across the board. Mr. Robot plot. Fucking full reset, and everybody's now fucking broke. Boom, done.
Yep.
Boom, too easy. Too easy. Boom.
So why full reset works? Because over time, the non-peasants start to collapse, right? At the start, people that earn it get it. But then people that don't earn it also start getting it. Not en masse, but it slowly seeps in. Right? Because it's hard to shake the wealth. It's hard to shake it. So then you have to put it to someone, and people make mistakes and they give the wealth to people that don't deserve it. And that aren't really made for it. Then it collapses. Doing a full reset, make sure that then people have to work again, right, to build a system, and then the people that deserve it get to have the money again, right? The money goes to the people that deserve it, and the peasants don't get to have money because the peasants don't deserve it. Okay, H3 is suing content thieves. What? Oh, hold on. Nails. Pores. Cosp. What? Cup? You mean cup? That's not lean though. It's tea. Usually in a restaurant you can collect black tea, grey tea, and green tea. I collect red tea. Right.
There.
You stand at under.
Hi there. My name is Ethan Klein. And
oh, nah. Nah. Hold on.
Hi there. My name is...
That's awful.
Is Ethan Klein. And my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers.
Brokey watch.
Today I invite you into my home to share my favorite pastime with you. Join me in creating generational wealth for my...
Okay. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna wash it. I'm gonna have to wash my hands.
Attorney. Let me tell you guys a story.
No,
About a year and a half ago,
That's a Patek
it's a
Philippe.
big conversation called ReactGate. ReactGate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what constituted fair use. People like Hassan, xQc, and many of the large
Okay, chat. Guys, I don't want to...
xQc won.
I don't want to be against Ethan on this, okay? I don't want to be rude, okay? But I gotta be honest with you. He was literally sitting beside
all the people that stand against reacts are jealous old guard YouTube content creators that don't react because they think they have some fake sense of superiority when they don't react, or because that's just not the audience that they have, and they're jealous because other people get to have more and do more with like only 100th of the work, just because they're just better, right? They're jealous of them being better. So they have to cope with some fair use bullshit. And and for the peasants, for the EU socials, they just support their favorite streamer. That's it. They like their favorite content creator. They mindlessly support them. Well, they're EU socials. Yeah.
Boast guilty of everything that he was going against me for, and said nothing. Okay, Hassan was 10 times worse than I was across all standards, and he just sat there and still aimed for me every time. Crazy. Crazy.
Twitch streamers would watch other creators.
Yeah, because he's the goat, and they're jealous of all of them, and they're the most jealous of the goat, because of course he's the goat, right? Of course you're jealous of the goat. Who isn't jealous of the goat? Thing is, some people make something when they're bad, and they're just they'll just turn around and do good, right? But these people won't.
The entirety of my video. A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue. My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's work. Or, you know, they could do the bare minimum and ask for permission. Something that
so whoever made this video is wrong. It is as ethical and it is good.
The major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my video.
I'm not saying.
But to answer your question, no, I don't want people to stream or re-upload the entirety of my videos.
Yeah, because he's jealous.
This made a lot of people angry.
Okay, champ. Yes.
It's the sunk cost fallacy. He put so many hours into this video, and now he thinks he gets to own something when he pulls it up, throws it on the street for everyone to observe and watch, and he gets to own and right, use force to own that when he put it in the public eye. No, dude. People don't get to watch. If you throw your old couch on the street and don't sell it, people are gonna pick it up and put it home, especially homeless people. You don't get to be mad after the fact, man. You made a decision, and you face the consequences of your decision. If you want to have your thing, your idea, and want no one to know it, then don't put it up into the public. Once you have your idea, people, you can't, right? You put your idea, it's not even that you forcibly prevent people from doing things. It's like mental imperialism, what you're doing. You put your idea there, people observe passively, right? There's nothing they can do. They have to observe passively just because they happen to be there, right? They now have the idea in their head as well, right? There's nothing you could have done. They don't own the earth. They don't grabbed it and took it from you. No, you implanted it in their minds, and now you claim the idea as yours. That's just pure evil. That's just pure evil, and you're doing this for only selfish, evil reasons. Right? You're a fuckhead.
I said
fuck you, and you're completely wrong. All the anti-React people are completely wrong. They're completely wrong.
Falls under what I call.
Like I said, they're all jealous. They're all evil. They're all selfish.
Is that sometimes a long video doesn't need an interjection for lengthy times, the whole time, every time. It just doesn't. Especially when the video is, by the base of it, is educational. Guys, I can't go, oh, guy says it. Oh, so the gun the guy used is blue. Whoa, guys. Guys, the gun is blue. Wow, guys, hold on. The gun could have been also red and green, but it wasn't though. So across all this length of time, multiple colors it could have been, but then it wasn't because they chose the color blue, which is in the same spectrum as, like dude, come on, bro. Like, sometimes not everything needs a reaction or an analysis. And you can just
sometimes there's nuance in reaction. You don't put a script. I know these people put scripts in their videos. They put scripts. Streamers don't put scripts, right? They put script in their videos and they read scripts. You don't always put a script in your video. There's nuance to a reaction, right? If you act, not all the acting is in reading the script, right? You don't read the script. You act out the script. And sometimes silence is key. Just because someone's being silent, it doesn't mean they're not reacting. And even then, if you're going to go for this argument, it doesn't work, as I previously debunked your whole position, because it's pure evil, right? Yeah, I'm coming at you and targeting you specifically because your position is evil, Yeah, that's right. Because it concerns the position, not the people. Right? If a position is evil, it shouldn't be there. Right?
You're gonna watch the
it
video.
Is wrong.
And it's why some reacts are more ethical in looks, but
because it's a debate about ethics. You don't get to pull. You get to pull the ad hominem card, always, sure. But I'm not talking about you specifically being evil. I'm talking about you being specifically being evil in a specific way when it comes to the specific topic. Because your statement is evil and it's unethical. Hence, I win. I'm just completely right, you know. I'm completely right. You know I'm right. But you know I'm right. You know I'm right.
Because why should
the only reason you think I'm not right is because you're e-social and I'm not your favorite streamer. Okay, sure.
Video, which in a lot of cases
I'm not your okay, dude.
I mean, people don't like injustice, and this.
You know it's good to be true.
It's not right.
Right, the truth is good. You know it's better to be right. And your streamers, your favorite streamers, can't be wrong unless you're the goat.
In which case, I'm sad to report that I was terribly
this guy's just wrong.
So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or
he's just wrong.
At least he admits he got owned. At least he admits that he got absolutely obliterated on that day, by the way. At least.
But I'm not calling you bad
like
because
the
you
fact that
support
it's illegal,
the position.
Does that matter? If that it might be illegal, does that
I don't call
matter
them
to you?
bad. Okay,
no.
They're bad.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't, because.
But that's fair.
Watch me full screen cam, do the fucking worm, and watch your prime. Then watch your prime content.
Do it for a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many fucking views you get. Oh, okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least.
The ultimate. Chat. Ironically, though, that was played and replayed. And hold on. Now we're getting a video of him reacting to me. Me reacting now to the video reaction of all of that. That's, chat. I've proven my point, though. I've proven my point to the T, though.
It's original content, at least. The ultimate debate, bro. He hit him with the worm.
Yo, look, another react.
Oh, why didn't I think of that first? I kid xQc, but he is not the one I'm suing. Despite my criticism, he's not a malicious infringer. But the ones I am suing, you'll see, are much, much worse. Now, ironically, after this debate and in the wake of this large conversation, the problem seems to have only gotten worse.
I think suing is okay. He can sue, Right, it's just he wants to take advantage of, he wants to protect himself, take advantage of a system to protect himself against malicious factors that are being evil. He can do that. It doesn't. I think the system is flawed, and if didn't know the system isn't just flawed, it's just pure evil. Because it isn't perfect, so it's evil. But then again, there's nuance to this. If he does this for personal reasons, he can do this for personal reasons. If they're personally coming after him, sure. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's necessarily bad. It's more nuanced, right? Because I don't know the whole situation. The other people, I think they're completely right in putting their content up. Their content should be protected from being up, and he shouldn't be allowed to just strike it down. Also, they're probably just being evil for personally targeting this guy and calling him evil for various reasons, right? If they're gonna basically lie about the guy and just call him evil, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's bad, kind of bad, right? Especially on the sensitive topic that I know, like Israel stuff and whatnot. Yeah, because then actually terrorist people can come after this guy and try to kill him. That's what could happen here, like reasonably could happen here. So I think it's okay. I think just keep it to them, and I don't have a strong opinion about this. I like to keep things abstract when it comes to having very strong opinions, because the world is only black and white when you abstract away from it. When it stops being abstract, it's more nuanced, and yeah, it's just more nuanced. So I can't just wholeheartedly say, yeah, this guy's pure fucking evil for doing this thing. Yeah, he's pure evil for thinking that he's justified in striking down React people and reacting all bad, even though he didn't even start on react evil, I'm pretty sure. So he's not even pure evil for that. His stance is evil, right? That's what I'm trying to say here.
People like Hassan Piker paving the way of fair use.
Reacting is completely
what's
justified.
Known as chair reacts, when Hassan gets up to go to the bathroom, or to eat, or to talk to his mom.
In all due fairness to this point, chat, I made that shit. Okay, I theory crafted, guys. Mr. Chair has been crafted here with care, love, and vision. Okay, that is crazy.
Whatever disappears for an extended period of time and leaves the video playing for his chair, Mr. Chair, they call it.
No, you can't do that. Chat, that's my shit. Chat. They're gonna hijack my shit. Chat, they're gonna hijack my shit.
IDF had warned people to leave the area around the main airport in Sana'a. Then this.
This operation will result in killing hostages in captivity. Will result in deaths of those
Well, I've been seeing
And it was in this setting.
Yeah, by the way, H3. This actually goes to you guys and the editor team. If you guys look at a website that has all the Twitch logs, whatever. If you type Mr. Chair, you can look at all the timestamps. You guys could have found. I'm sure you guys spent probably like 40 hours looking off of all these clips. Could have found this shit in like fucking like 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Could find the density of a Mr. Chair spam. Boom. Go back to it and get all the clips. 2 minutes. You're done with it.
That I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published?
I don't have an issue with them. It's
not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video.
Yo, chat. Oh my god. Chat, did I not say that when that came out? I literally said that. That this could be an actual bait and switch. I said that.
Add little to no commentary.
Yeah.
React.
So what I'm saying is, stealing it, calling it stealing is just unjustified because you don't own the video. You don't own the idea of the video. People can watch the video, and once they watch it, it's their video, right? You own the file on your... No, you don't even own the file on your computer. You own the computer that contains the file. Once you upload it, it's completely gone because now other people get to watch it as well. But just getting your opinion and just knowing that and just knowing you're wrong, right? Even he doesn't want to admit he's wrong, but he knows he's wrong, so he doesn't do anything about it yet. He does bait the react. That's basic. That's basic.
To it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published. Now the thing is, there were a few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright.
Isn't this entrapment? Well, entrapment I don't think applies to civilians making videos. Entrapment would be for law enforcement or whatnot. I don't think, bro, this is not entrapment.
Infringement. For example, Denim sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30 times her regular viewership. She's working directly with the Snark subreddit moderators to siphon views, and their intentions couldn't be clearer. Here's an excerpt from a stickied post from the Snark subreddit. Hey everyone, we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Here's a list of creators who've supported our sub, either by engaging with us directly or citing our post in their critique of H3.
Chat, I got guys, chat, guys, out of all things that ethically to do online, this is really cooked. Chat, this is one thing that I've always been vocal to be against. That's just cooked up, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Listen, if a piece of media comes from a source, whatever, you're already giving it attention by doing a whole thing about it. That one view doesn't do anything. It's not.
Here they're offering these streamers as market substitutes for my work. This is the cardinal sin of copyright infringement. The Snark subreddit has been a frequent and persistent infringer. That's how I knew when this video came out, the Snarkers were going to encourage, promote, and put.
I skip the ads on videos when I say I bought the product and I link it in the chat box. I link the video in the chat box every time with the timestamp. Every time we see an ad.
That's funny.
Go back to see the reaction. Go back to the chat box. You go into the chat and look at it. I actually do it. Name one creator that does that anywhere else, bud.
Push streamers to commit
like,
copyright infringement. I should thank the snarkers actually.
Right?
Because of their
I create a
predictability,
whole
they acted like
website.
double
No,
agents for
I
us,
create a whole
incriminating their
company,
favorite streamers and serving them
rivaling
up on a
Google,
golden platter.
and then make
So, thank you,
a
Snark. It's
rival
one thing for a
YouTube
subreddit
copy
to
site,
admit it's engaging in copyright infringement.
and then
but how do you
use
get
the site
streamers
only to
themselves
promote
admit
my
that they're stealing
content over the goats.
Well,
Because
guys,
you can just watch me react to the whole content on. Well, you don't. No. You don't get the goat.
Follow,
You need the goat.
throw a prime.
You can't do this
If you like
without the
content,
goat.
if you enjoyed your time here.
The goat
It
is
turns out they
everything.
just do it for you.
Right?
You couldn't cook up a more.
I'm just me.
There's nothing. But it is not. It's not
Without the goat, there
together.
would be
I don't-
nothing.
Because
You need the
usually,
goat.
To any creator, make it like looks stuff. But I gotta be honest with you. This is just me personally talking, interacting with people that have these or whatever you call that.
Oh,
When they do
true.
that, whatever. That's a red flag. It's a red flag.
You know. When you have this, you have a negative cantal tilt, and you get mocked by me, a man with better cantal tilt, better eyelashes, right? Well developed facial structure, symmetrical face, and you get mocked by a man, and then that's over.
If you tried.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do what you have to do, but yeah.
You prevail
Yeah.
again. There's one thing about
I can
copyright.
draw the line.
Venom's the queen of
Look. Negative. It goes down. This is up, down. This is up. Up, down. Just to point them, like, do the little Egyptian pointy thing to make it seem as if it's positive. It is negative.
To be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the main biting force of a copyright infringement lawsuit. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now, I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hassan Piker Content Nuke with the United States Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating? Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like xQc and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as well.
Oh, yeah.
Well, guys,
I think
if you would...
unity is best. And the acceptance, or let's say the acceptance that once you upload content onto the internet, you don't own it, and you don't get to own ideas, is a necessity. You have to, because in practice this is completely the truth. It just, people are still delusional about it because in the past they could get to own physical things, which you own, and they get to own the production of those physical things. That's not the case anymore. We're at a point in history where this is not the case anymore. You don't own things anymore, okay? You own the things that make you... You own the things that allow you to engage with civilization. But everything else you don't own, okay? You just get to have copies of it. And we all need to accept this as the truth. And after that, we can have discussions about ethics, accept what's good and what's bad. But before that, have a baseline. And stop being delusional about this, because it's based in the past. And because it's based in the past, people are delusional about it. And every ethical discussion that we have has some delusional moral justification that is just baseless and awful. So it's all shit. All these discussions lead to nothing because we don't have anything to agree upon on the top. And the thing we have to agree upon is, as I previously said, the fact that we don't get to own ideas, we don't get to own the stuff we put on the internet. We just get to own the devices that contain information of the copies of those ideas. So you don't get to own anything.
Enjoyed
right, your hard work and your ideas, your creativity, all of that gets to be rewarded regardless of your status of ownership, because you're rewarded because of your virtue and not because of the things you own. Right? Capitalism doesn't decide how much money you get to make only because of what you own, because ownership is completely diluted on the internet, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't apply anymore, because the framework of reality has completely shifted. Right? It doesn't work anymore.
not giving any views to that terrible video.
Alert, chat. Guys, death is happening. Chat.
So this needs to stop being about money, because we have enough money.
Follow,
money isn't the problem.
Subscribe, throw a prime.
The state of reaction content on Twitch is so broken, these creators feel comfortable
money is a problem of the physical, not of the abstract.
Right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hassan reacting to entire TV shows
and
on
after
stream,
that, we can discuss ethics.
Can we get a think about this?
I hear you. I hear you, Mr. Chair.
No, I do the same, but I don't hide it. I'm not sure about it. You know what I say to chat? I say, guys, I say, editors, don't upload this. I'm not even watching this. I'm putting this on, and I don't care. I know a few channels that don't care about it, and I target those channels, and I don't tell you about it, and I put them in the back, and I don't give a shit. I'm shitting about it. I say, guys, we're not reacting to this. I'm not even watching this. I'm letting you watch this.
My fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field. Now, before I tell you who the 3 people I'm suing are, I just want to make it clear that they all met this very specific high bar of...
Let me guess, it's Azan, Dnems, and, dude, I don't know her name, chat, but I know her surname. Motherfucking... whatever, you know.
Criteria that I set forth earlier. These people were not targeted based on their gender, their identity, their political beliefs. All 3 are on this list. In fact, they're the only 3, as far as I could tell, that reacted to the full video. Drum roll, please. Who's sweating at home, guys? Casey Tron, the queen of ripping farts and bombs.
Chat, low key though. Chat, you kinda got that shit on though. Yellow gold Patek? Nah. That's not, chat, that's nice for, chat, that's kind of hard to pull off. Guys, this is not, I'm not even gonna make this a race thing or whatever, okay? But if you're really white, I gotta keep it a buck. Yellow gold, it's hard to pull off, you know, if you don't have a lot of hair and you're not a hairy dude or a bigger dude, okay? He kind of has that tone that kind of matches and does decent or better with the yellow gold. With the yellow gold is what it is. A lot of guys like me, white gold is usually what you kind of go for. It's just, guys, it's more of a, guys, it's not even a race thing. It's more of a chromatic scale thing. It's how the humans perceive color and see color.
At home, guys. Casey Tron, the queen of ripping farts and bong loads.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Contracts.
Are you being serious? Dog, what do you, look, you think I made this?
Frogan, who bless her soul.
Hold on, let me go back.
Dog, what do you...
See, like Nick has like, what is that, white gold on whatever that is? I'm gonna be honest with you. You could do better.
Look, you think I made this?
Frogan, who bless her soul, she's still rising.
Can I walk away and use the bathroom? Do I have permission? Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happened?
And Denim's the queen of self-owning. And my God, is she the queen of that?
It's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Sneeko fan.
Oh my God, bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
None of the hostages that have been released so far have said that they have been raped. The hostages have public statements. You can go look at them.
The sexual assault I experienced should never happen to any human being.
This Yemeni kid is just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a Houthi, and there is no proof of him being
but according to other qualified commentators, pics or didn't happen, bro. That's what. Hey, not my words. Yes. Not my words. I'm just saying.
That seems pretty definitive.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was a good guy.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Now for the fun part. Let's take a look at the complaints. And let's start with my favorite of the three, the very own, the prestigious, the highly acclaimed, the highly analytical xQc.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without
She
necessarily
balding?
supporting Ethan Klein.
Her hair looks like it's
So,
balding,
we're gonna
or I
watch
think
it.
she just hasn't washed her
content.
hair in years.
Guys, I'm not high and above or mighty, but why does her like setup kind of look like she's making like an apology video or some shit like that? Like, it's kind of the background's kind of whatever, and she just looks like she's about to like admit to cheating or some shit. It's just gonna.
Well, that's a really
Am I
dumb
wrong?
thing to say, don't you think? Why are you so comfortable? We've given each complaint a clever little title, and here's xQc's. She smoked more than she spoke. xQc smoked 42 times during her reaction. And just as a silly thought experiment, we thought, wouldn't it be funny if she spent more time smoking than she did talking? Thinking there was no way that that could be true. Well, we tallied them up, and lo and behold, there's 15 minutes, 40 seconds of commentary versus 18 minutes and 55 seconds of smoking. She spent 3 minutes and 15 seconds longer smoking.
That's worse
than
than my
she did talking
grandma.
in her
What the
quote-unquote
fuck?
reaction. And whatever talking she did was just to
Dude,
express how
that's,
confused she was, presumably
if you do this daily,
from smoking 42 times.
if you do this daily, that's just more
only
than
smoke
rent,
weed or does she
no?
vape or,
How much is a
smoke
pack of
the cigarette?
ciggies?
Oh,
Isn't it
the
like
weed or
$5
the
per
cigarette? Or
pack? I think there's 12 in a pack, no, or 10.
Chad, do you not get high like
There's like
crazy,
four.
though, for that
That's like
much
$20.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
Every
Complaint
3
continued.
hours.
Indeed, xQc is often too obliterated.
Because the video
to
was
comment
3 hours
on the
long.
new, and instead stares blankly
it's
at
$20
her computer
every
screen.
3.
In
So
a
is
span
that
of
like
2
a-
hours and 7 minutes,
Do you not believe
xQc
that-
smokes marijuana.
Let's say you're
frequently
awake for
in
12,
highly concentrated
right?
forms through
It's $80
vaporizers
$80
on
a day.
42 separate occasions.
30 days
At one
a-
point,
30 days on
xQc is
average.
so wasted that she states,
Yeah.
quote, "What is happening? I'm trying to
So,
follow, but I've lost
like
the plot." To give you an
2,400?
idea, the majority of her commentary comes down to this.
2,400
that he's doing.
a month
Chad, is that even legal anyway?
of ciggies.
More books than you could ever imagine.
CPM's coming out of Qatar.
2,500 of ciggies a month.
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
What?
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
Chad, what is that? Chad, what is that?
I'm
over
trying
here?
to follow. I've lost the plot.
Oh, bad.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? You think I made
Chad, she kind of vape names on his dumb ass, low-key.
This isn't a music video, Hassan.
And as dumb as all of that is, this is the part that really got her sued.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. So we're gonna
chat when you're cannibalizing it, and then it's very hard to, in some of these lawsuits, try to find an admission of intent or even get intent, because that's really hard to prove in court. But when somebody admits to intent directly on camera after they're doing it or while doing it, that's pretty crazy. I gotta say, that's pretty crazy.
we're gonna watch it. What the fuck is going on here?
Stating outright that her intention of doing this is so that people who don't want to support me can watch it through her is why copyright infringement law.
Yeah, chat says not a crime, Lamau. Okay, well, I mean, it wouldn't be a crime, but
exist. You
actually,
could not and should not do that, especially if your commentary consists of you taking
yeah, I mean,
bong
that's pretty much admitting the theft, pretty much, or yeah.
At least try to engage with the
In
content.
some form.
Whoa, what was that? Oh, sorry. That was a flying star. It almost got me. You know her and you love her, guys. Frogan. Reaction by exiting. Here she is getting up to leave the video running as she steps out of the room. Is that Transformer? I guess the judge will decide.
She's built like
quote,
a
it's
bowling
time to
ball.
watch the new nuke ethically. Hell yeah.
Or like
very smart to say.
you know, a
on camera.
sandbag,
She said,
but
quote,
not the
"Thank you
newer
guys so
ones,
much.
the
I
old,
do
like the
appreciate
really
everyone's
worn
support,
out
and
old
thank
ones.
you for watching it with me. Well, you are so welcome, and I'm so
Or,
glad
I mean,
that you were
wheat
able to enjoy
bags.
that day.
Right.
Her commentary is so non-existent.
This guy says
The big ones.
This man actually thinks he will get anything for these lawsuits. Somehow they will just laugh at him, aka the judges. Well, that's just not true. Well, that's not true. Believe it.
It's
Believe
not
it or
true
not,
because
listen,
the entire US system is built in the past. We're living in a new era, and the US is built on the previous era. Right? It's not adjusted for the internet at all. That's why every tech company that has anything to do with the internet and its infrastructure is completely monopolizing everything and working together to monopolize it, because it's not built for it. Right? The judges have no idea what they're doing. Absolutely no precedent has been set. Right? Whether it's built on common law or civil law, the civil law is ancient and built on ancient law, which obviously doesn't apply, and the common law doesn't apply because there's no precedent has been set. It's completely novel, right? These type of new court cases could go any way. DMCA stuff on the internet could go any way because it's completely novel. It's completely stupid, right? They don't know what they're doing. Nobody knows what they're doing.
You can hate HG as much as you want to. I mean, I hate him a little bit for a lot of things he does, but he did actually kind of set the benchmark almost for one of the first big cases of a lawsuit around like the whole React thing. So he kind of owns this shit low key. Out of all things that he does or doesn't own, he does own in that department. So
that even her own fans begin to call her out.
I don't have anything to say, dude, because he's cycling the same fucking points over and over again. What more commentary do you need on him repeating the same fucking points for the whole first hour and 1 minute and 32 seconds? It's been the same shit over and over again. This video could have been condensed into 20 fucking minutes. Like, what commentary do you want me to add by, like, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, he's mentally ill, and he's having a mental breakdown and uploaded it to fucking YouTube?
Top left.
You're gonna make at least one good point. What do you want me to make a point on?
Oh, I forgot. She also said, "Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing." You may use the bathroom, Frogan, although I don't advise it.
Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
This into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and...
apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happens?
Well, you just pause it. That's it. You just...
Guys, you guys baited me. You guys said the VOD has no audio. Brother, you guys baited me. I had the correct audio on earlier, and you made me swap it out. That's crazy you guys did it to me. Bro, you guys made me swap the one that was correctly working to the one that is not... bro, I'm so done, man. I can't.
You just pause the video, right? Like, you get up and you go to the bathroom, you just pause it. They should be watching for you. But if you get up to go to the bathroom and they keep watching my video, they're clearly not watching for you, right? As lazy and pathetic as her reaction is, this is not why she's getting sued. This is.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me. First time viewer, time to watch the nuke ethically? Hell yeah. I found my way from Reddit. Hi guys, welcome Reddit people. Reddit people, Reddit people. I came from the HP Snark Reddit. Ethan is so pathetic while Hassan is in Japan. I'm bothered having a great time. Exactly. We're gonna watch it live, yes. He doesn't want people to know when it's dropping because we're all watching through other streamers. And I suggest you all watch it through other people as well.
It's the stated malicious intent to steal. They talk about watching ethically, but I learned not to steal when I was 5. Up next is Denims. And honestly, just take a look at this, guys. It's a nightmare on Denim Street. Not only did she chair react, but she was kind enough to write her name right at the top just so that we knew that she was stealing my content and it was her room and nobody else's.
Also, the original Mr. Chair is it's a Hernan Miller embody, not an Aaron.
Judge,
it's not
did
an
you know
Aaron.
that we're on Denim Street right now? Here's some quotes from Denim.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
we're relying
I don't want
on
to be picky
you to
about it, but
stay
it's all
live
good.
so we don't have to give the nuke views. Yeah, I'm going to stream it. Since he's confirmed it's coming out today, I'm going to stream it. That is very explicit. Denim said, quote, well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, give me a follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like my content.
Oh, hell no.
The Queen of Self-Own included a countdown timer so we could tell exactly how long she was away. After being gone for a few minutes, she returns and then sits silently for another couple of minutes eating.
I'm gonna go pee, and hopefully,
I get it. They're doing the bit where like they're reacting to the video, right? But since they're like, oh, this is, I know it's gonna be wrong, whatever. I'm watching it, challenge me to watch it or whatever, right? But I'm removing credit from it by getting away from the camera. That's a classic. That's a classic.
I'm back. They're done with this.
This shit is cringe.
You do look better.
Mr. 305.
I see it.
Dude, you should do this.
I have an alternate.
We're relying on you to stay live so we don't give more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch it with someone else who's already watching it, you know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime. If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here, because I'm going to be honest, I did not want to watch that by myself.
Let me also commercialize it by asking you to reward me financially for stealing his content. That is like chef kiss. By the way, Denims had a very successful stream. She had 43,000 people watching her live. Take a look at the title of her Twitch stream. Ethan Klein Hassan Content Nuke Watch Party. A watch party? I don't think that's fair use. Now, Denims, of course, always...
Chat, what I'm going to say is would probably go... It's an argument against his case because guys, I still say that in general, okay, reaction, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't really matter. The efforts you're putting in for people to cut them off or kind of fuck them over in the algorithm, whatever. The reality is that it's a pretty good exchange overall.
Yeah, true.
And
yeah.
the videos always will thrive.
React content is just a win-win all the time. You know why? People have a lot of time to watch, especially young people. And young people also have a terrible taste for content. They'll just watch the same content twice. Alright. With the amount of people that watch the video, more is better. You can watch some of these newer TikTok type of channels that just spam out the same type of content over and over and over and over again all the time. It's taken advantage of the algorithm. The algorithm is adjusted and can't deal with spam. If you make the same content, it will win and you will hit eventually. More is better. Okay? The more people react to it, the more people win. It doesn't distract from the original video at all. The algorithm just takes it as a hot topic, and because people are making more videos about it, it thinks, wait, people love this, so it's gonna recommend it even more and even more and even more. The more people react to it, the more it gets recommended to people, the more people watch the video. It's a win-win for every single person that makes the video about it and the original video. That's not an argument, right? It's such a straight up weak argument. It's just disproven by actual literal proof. Right? Just watch, and you'll know.
Then it's what it is, because I've always said this, and I'll say this every time. The interaction between a video and watching it is genuinely good. And as the stats, actually, you guys the stats last time.
Yeah, you're right. The only reason people still get mad over it is because they're just jealous. Right? They don't give a fuck about the money. They don't give a fuck about the views. They don't give a shit about who wins and who doesn't. The only thing they care about is that the people that react don't get to win. They want them not to win. They don't give a shit if their video does well, if their video doesn't well, because they're making videos for a long time and they know how to deal with not winning. They know they'll win. They just don't want you to win. Right? They're jealous. And that's why they do it. And I know this, okay? It's so obvious with the way they're behaving. It's just so obvious.
The goods. She went on this dude's podcast to debate.
So just watch out for jealous
would you
people.
Be surprised if I told
they
you
cannot
she said
win because they're
a lot
evil.
Of incriminating things in that podcast.
The only people that win are the people that don't give in to their jealous tendencies.
I want to be clear on my opinion on like filler content and stuff. Like I think filler content, like you
it's
shouldn't
just
do
fucking
it.
annoying.
I know I do
just
it
to
as
see,
a reaction, and I try
to
to
see
do it
people
only when
be
I do
jealous
vlogs,
all the time
videos,
and be
Vice
just
videos and
completely
stuff like
evil
that,
all the time
because at
and be
least I'm not, like,
supported
directly
for
working
it.
from one
That's
content
so
creator
evil,
and not like
man.
a whole team and
So
stuff.
fucking
And most
awful.
of those videos have.
Oh no. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy how you can try to rationalize something and make the worst argument possible. Guys, when I rationalized it, at least because I'm not a fuckhead, I have a good like entry level like just thought process because it's logical that I'm not trying to fuck somebody over. But that is just a stupid argument.
Have like 5 million views. I only get like 500 viewers. Like I'm taking maybe 50 views from the video. It's a lot harder to feel like, I guess, bad about that. Whereas like I would feel very bad about doing that to like a single content creator. The majority of people say that they literally wouldn't watch Hell's Kitchen unless I was streaming it. And it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm reacting hard enough. You know, I'm sure if you click on a random part in the video, I might not be saying anything, sure, whatever. And I might walk away from.
That's my argument. She literally watched the fucking argument, whatever, between me and Ethan, and she owned my shit. That is word for word exactly my argument that I made a while back. Okay, and it is stolen to the T, brother.
Screen, but it's about like the communal thing. It's why like fucking Toast started streaming Death Note. It's not about the actual show at a certain point. It's the same reason you watch shows with your friends. You want to watch it with other people. A lot of people go to watch streamers on Twitch for their react content almost as a curator. So they don't actually want to go through YouTube themselves and watch a bunch of videos, and they probably never will go through.
It's more of the chat experience. You can give yourself the credit as a streamer, but it's more of the chat thing, right? It's more of the back and forth between chat or whatever and all the live interaction with the chat rather than just the streamer shit. The streamer shit is kind of irrelevant. I gotta keep it in butt with you. It's a very low factor.
YouTube and click a bunch of videos. They like going to Twitch because they like to have it as like, this streamer is curating fun content that I want to watch.
Like, I'm sure
From the people that I've talked to, the people who watch Twitch content are specifically there to watch it so they don't have to scroll through YouTube and find a video they like. If someone watches content, I already said this, if someone watches content on someone else's stream, there is a very low likelihood that they're going to go watch it separately and give you like the view or the like.
Yeah, but low-key though, you need to always remember though, like you can say, yo, I'm gonna go watch this video at my friend's house, right? But the friend's house is full of people, right? It's not, people aren't, oh guys, I'm gonna go watch it with her only. Bro, think of the chat almost as the exact same thing, but it's a lot more people. It's appealing. How do you not understand this? Guys, it's, I'm just saying, you need to give credit, the friends in the room that we're watching something together, that's the chat, literally. It includes the streamer, sure, but it's, I think, marginally smaller.
The people who are watching content on Twitch, curated Twitch content on Twitch, aren't necessarily people that would be watching content on YouTube.
That, my friend, is called theft, and you're a thief. And now I'm suing you.
That's wrong.
This is just a testimony to how brazen and how safe they've, you know, gotten. That she thinks she can go out in public on video and say shit like, I'm stealing this content because I want to. I'm coping even though I know it's stealing. When people watch it with me, they're definitely not going to go watch the original. Like,
actually, it's not streaming. I'm watching old drama stuff now to get it out of the way today.
Three separate geniuses.
So I can brain rot for the rest of the week. I love
I hope it's been obvious
rot.
about why I'm suing these three people and not others. These people not only violated all of the principles of fair use.
I have to be real over here. Actually doing the work is the top 10 moments of all time. Yo,
yeah,
real.
true. I mean, not even top 10. Just the GOAT's existence is the moment.
I think if
it's
you're
the legacy that
Twitch,
speaks.
for the most part, if you make
right?
a good
all the moments
faith
add up
effort
to the legacy.
Comment,
and they all speak,
good faith
and the
you know,
legacy
Jack,
speaks for
I
itself.
make a good faith effort to comment, and I also make a good faith effort to not comment. I do both, and I would argue they're both equally important because sometimes there's no
xQc did the worm
just watch it,
just
chill the fuck out.
for the sake of it.
It's fun.
Just because since words didn't get to Ethan Klein, he did a gesture, and he won.
The video.
He won. He just won.
That little block.
He didn't even need words to win.
Without interruption.
I showed him visible proof, and I mean,
to
he
try
just
to
won.
drive traffic to the original video. I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine. And I would never sue someone for that. Take it to these three absolute morons to state their intention to steal my property on video. You know, and to all the detractors who are saying that I'm targeting women, that I'm a hypocrite for suing for copyright infringement, I just have this to say.
True.
I don't care. What I do hope, though,
he just cares.
is that you'll support their
just a
crowdfunding
stupid, and I
efforts.
hate on people to say that, man. I don't care, but you cared enough to address it. Right, you cared enough to address it. If you don't care, just ignore it.
Because let's face it, I want to make sure there's money left over for me when I win my lawsuit.
If you really didn't care, you ignore it. You do care. Okay. Now make sure, since we already established that you do care, make sure that if you want any sense of respect in this interaction from me, farm it. Okay? Don't go for this, I'm better and I'm more resilient than you and I'm just better. No. You look like a crybaby. That's what you look like. Okay? You're delusional and you're a crybaby. But farm it. Put it back on them. Right? You care. Sure, we all care. We don't like to admit it, but yeah, they get to us. The comments, the little hits, they get to us. Okay, when someone calls me a retard in the comment section, okay, it doesn't hit that hard, right? It doesn't make me cry out loud, but I mean it's kind of fucking annoying. You're kind of a fucking piece of shit, right? If I'm playing Clash Royale and someone spams the crying emote at me, as much as I like to admit that I'm just better at the game than him and I win the game anyway, yeah, I did play worse that game because he was spamming crying emotes though, right? Sure. Yeah, that's right. You're right. That's bad. But then just farm it. Put it back on them because they're being so fucking annoying and just being rude for no fucking reason at all. Put it back on them and rub it in their face. Right.
Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a great time. I'll see you around.
Well, I mean.
And then I'll respect you for it.
I mean,
that's a good way.
Okay, Chad, he acts like a Chad, and it's a cool bit, but there's a lot less money to collect on overall, and it's gonna be a pure loss. It is what it is, and he knows this.
Right. When someone calls me
pure loss too, and it's
I'm not gonna.
There's no real what, especially what is it some California thing? I mean, GG. But I mean, it's.
Streamers banned for Gordon React? Since when? But I'm not reacting, I'm just watching it.
Oh, classic.
See?
That's basically.
Oh, again, your Komodo was working in the VOD and Chet said it was muted. It wasn't. Then you changed stuff, and now it is muted in the VOD. But now it's okay now, though. So now you're doing the same thing that Chet did. Now you're doing the same thing that Chat did by telling me that now, when now it's not muted. So now if I listen to you, I would do this. I would get double baited again, quadruple baited. By the way, quad.
Wait. I forgot. Next video. I was here. Yeah. Okay. Because Mr. Beast. U.S. bombs Iran. That's the next one.
Is this false or real?
Also, Isfahan, as well as Natanz. Natanz had another underground facility. Remember, before Fordo was built in 2006, Natanz had been the main enrichment site. It was also built underground. Israeli jets had been targeting.
Also, chat, if I'm gonna do Gambler reacts, I'm probably gonna have to do it in a separate stream. Because YouTube loves restricting videos for music. So annoying.
They would have taken out that underground facility. Natanz is interesting. You'll remember, Brett, it was the site of the Stuxnet virus, the cyber attack on those centrifuges years ago. But
I remember that. It fucked with the sensors or some shit like that, and it caused them to like desync or whatnot and break them via the hack. That's crazy. And I remember the video had a bunch of like coincidences or like shit like oh, some employee left a USB stick at the office or something like that. Like, dude, really, dude?
Again, it
really,
was back
dude?
Up and running. And what is surprising, I think, tonight is that the president announced that it was not one site, but 3 underground sites and sites inside Iran's nuclear program that were struck by the U.S. Air Force tonight.
Yeah, and it is something. We'll go back to that Truth Social and eventually Control Room, if we can put it up there just so that everybody can see it on.
No, I agree with you. I agree with that. If they get trashed, even though they're complying, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. So the other video was saying that they said they were complying, but they weren't. So signing and saying it and doing are 2 different things. If they
on the screen,
if they didn't,
the fact that this first of all, this announcement comes from Truth Social. This is a president who has put out a lot of announcements.
The other guys are bad.
Big announcements through Truth Social, and this is the biggest of them. Probably his biggest decision. They completed the very successful attack on 3 nuclear.
Like 420p. Even worse.
This is still the next line, by the way.
Fucking Fox News, dude.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could be within a few months.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb.
Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
If not stopped.
So what we're saying is that so they're spinning the machines fast.
What does his nose keep getting
more machines faster?
His nose and ears keep getting bigger and bigger every year.
Oh, spin fast again, spin slower again, and they're kind of stuck in like a loop almost, because they can't spin fast for long enough to do the thing where the red goes above the blue, so they can make the thing.
Yeah.
Am I missing something? I'll go your video. Yeah, they stopped and reset it. Yeah, that makes sense.
There is.
And definitely, I think the pro-Israel propaganda has won out over the pro-Hamas way more. On the internet, it has just won. The chat completely shifted. They're mostly pro-Israel now.
And make no mistake about it, if and once Saddam has nuclear weapons, the terror network will have nuclear weapons. There is no question whatsoever.
There was actual nuclear weapons and Iraq was a lie. Interesting. Well, I feel like we're kind of getting mixed up here. This is completely different. And even then, everything can be true in the past, and still, that doesn't really affect what's going on now. Like, I don't even know what the fuck is happening now. Like, I clicked a video about it and chat said out of date, bro. And then he linked me some things from fucking 1940 or some shit. He linked me some things from the fucking car ages. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I clicked a video 5 days ago. You get mad at me because it's outdated, and he linked me a video from 1994. What the fuck? Oh my god. This guy has it apparently.
For further enrichment. Everyone is talking.
This is AI. This is AI. This is fucking AI. Chat. These guys are full AI, by the way.
About centrifuge enrichment, but let's explore how it actually works. In this visualization, the green dots represent uranium-238 atoms, while the blue dots represent the concentration of uranium-235 atoms. This first batch is natural uranium, which contains only 0.7% of uranium-235. Here, in this image, we have 5% low-enriched uranium, which is used for commercial nuclear power plants. Finally, we have weapons-grade uranium, which contains 90% uranium-235.
Wow!
As you can see, almost all the uranium-238 has been removed, and it is replaced by uranium-235 representing the color blue. Let's show how this is extracted through super simplified animation. The centrifuge consists of a high-grade tube with a spinning motor at the bottom and a feeding tube at the top.
Easy, easy. You put machines that spin at a certain speed to do what they want to do. You put them in an open field, right? With some glass around it so people can see. Boom. A little timer on it, a little meter on it. This is how fast it's spinning at all times. You can always see how fast it's spinning. It reports the data. Nobody's cheating. Everybody knows. Everybody's happy. What about it?
Uranium is fed into the centrifuge as a gas called uranium hexafluoride. As the motor...
Chat, I have a greenhouse in my backyard, let's say. You say I'm growing weed. Oh, good. Okay, now my greenhouse, I remove the opacity. Now it's see-through. Boom. It's tomatoes. Put a camera above it. You can see tomatoes the entire year. If somebody says, guys, bomb the tomatoes because it's weed. And I go, guys, look at the camera. Only tomatoes. Boom. Everybody will say that the guy trying to bomb it is schizo, right? But if I go, yo, guys, actually, you can't see. Like, you know what I'm saying, though?
Motor spins
it's monitored and shit.
The heavier uranium-238 is separated from the lighter
uranium-235
using centrifugal force.
The
uranium-235 floats to the top and is collected at this section.
And they skim it.
While the heavier uranium-238 in the color green falls to the bottom of the centrifuge and the enrichment process.
Marble.
Let's take a look at how Israel uses the Air Force to strike nuclear
targets.
Can
you use 238? Can't you use them for nuclear reactors? Pretty sure you can, right?
Iran's primary enrichment site and missile production complexes. Although this routes may seem straightforward, they involve complex planning, including calculations
they could use the reactor to power the process of separating
Jordan,
them,
Syria, and Iraq.
And the vehicles
of
collecting the uranium.
Air defense threats in Syria and Iraq to ensure a safe return in case they were targeted.
Wait, in what?
Israel's strategy was to attack Iran.
In what?
The first wave targeted surface air sites, radar installations, and Iran's air defense headquarters in Tehran, Elam, and Khuzestan. The second wave focused on destroying ballistic missiles, and finally, the third wave targeted military manufacturing industries. To avoid Iranian air defenses, they used the ROX missiles, which allowed them to strike from positions closer to enemy targets without requiring jets to penetrate deep into Iranian territory. Surprisingly, the Iranian Bavar 373 air defense system performed better than expected.
What the fuck? How'd I get that?
We'll also look into how this air defense missile works and the strength of the Iranian Air Force, all in the video ahead. Let's us first look at Israel fighter jets used in the operations. The tip of the spears are the 5th-generation F-35 fighter jets, S-16 air defense jets, and F-15 ground attack jets.
Dude, chat, you have to admire the engineering, though. Dude, some of these things are just so nice, though. Dude, this is like the end of human civilization, like advancement.
Around 1,000 miles. While the weapons are used with a Blue Arrow long-range supersonic missile and the
nice,
next-generation
efficient,
extended standoff air-to-surface
perfected
missile.
technology is
to
just
cover such
nice.
Distances, air refueling tankers were used between flights.
If it
This
all
measure was
fits
taken
in
in case
and
they
just
needed to engage in
perfectly
a
works,
dogfight with Iranian
that's
fighter
just
jets,
neat.
and also
they
while
dock it.
returning from their mission.
Plug me
ROX
next.
is Israel's next-generation extended standoff air-to-surface ballistics missile. Israel's strike also took out General Hossein Salami, one of the country's most powerful and influential military commanders. It also allows the weapon to hit targets that have moved from their original positions. But in area of high-threat situation, these bombs typically use a GPS-enabled inertial guidance system to guide them to the general target area, before switching to an imaging infrared seeker for the terminal stage of flight, destroying the targets with deep penetration or blast fragmentation as required.
Look, I'm only laughing, Chad, because it's an old meme. You guys won't say it's funny, Chad, but I need to explain why I'm laughing. I'm laughing because of anything, okay? Because whenever I used to play RP, I would blame the crimes on a Joey Salami and shit like that, okay? So whenever the AI said Salami, I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. It's not about anybody dying. It's just
surprisingly,
the way he said Salami is funny.
373 and S-300 missiles successfully intercepted Israeli drones and some missiles. Let's take a quick look at the Bavar 373. This system uses Sayed-4 missiles, which are housed in 2 rectangular launch canisters. It features a phased array radar system for tracking both aerodynamic targets and ballistic missiles over medium to long ranges. One of the radars used in the Bavar 373 is the Mirai 4, a phased array radar with a range of 450 kilometers, which Iran claims this system can simultaneously track up to 200 targets.
It's annoying.
The Israeli attack can be divided into 3 distinct phases: first, second, and third wave,
Come
each
on,
targeting
man.
critical components of Iran's military infrastructure. Speaking of targets, since I've been traveling to the UK and Ireland recently, we've had to rely on airport Wi-Fi, which can be dangerously insecure. Using Surfshark VPN...
I gotta ask though. I don't mean this in a weird way. If somebody's doing something that they shouldn't be doing, and the whole world agrees, why don't they voice their opinion? Why doesn't all the other countries make it easier for civilians to know what's going on? And they say, guys, whatever's going on, it's fine. They should be doing that. We agree with this or whatever. Why did they not say nothing? Why did they not say nothing? Nobody's saying shit. Fucking bitch.
on disabling Iran's air defense systems. Tehran, Elam, and Quzes that are some of the region-verified attacks also confirmed by Iran that were hit or partially damaged. Key targets include surface-to-air missile or SAM sites and radar installations, crucial for early detection and defense against aerial assaults. Iran's air defense headquarters confirmed the attacks happened, which aimed to cripple the nation's ability to track and respond to future incoming threats. While the second wave targets Iran's
doesn't really
missile
make much
capabilities,
sense.
specifically focusing on neutralizing both ballistic and hypersonic missile systems. At least 3 missile bases were attacked in a second round.
Okay, hear my opinion in that chat. If you really want your missiles to do what it wants to do, why don't you put missiles on the missile? And it's going to the target, counter missile is coming in, and the missile sends a missile to the counteracting missile. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Second wave of Israeli strike. IDF drones also targeted the secretive Parchin military base in the outskirts of Tehran, and finally one drone made it through the Iranian air defense and hit the base while others were shot down.
Me.
These strikes are designed to prevent Iran from launching retaliatory missile strikes.
And chat, if they track it via heat, why don't they just put like little cannons around it, and it spews massive amount of CO2 or whatever the fuck, right? Like cryo juice, makes a big fucking cloud of cold.
The third and final wave focuses on destroying key military barracks and manufacturing facilities essential to Iran's missile production and military logistics. Targets include the Kadiri Barracks and Hassan Khan Castle, a missile manufacturing and preparation center. The Sepah Air Force Logistics Center and Imam Ali Barracks are allegedly included in this phase to disrupt logistical support and command structures. Israel were trying to target these missiles bases like the Fatah 1 and Fatah 2 missiles.
Okay, yeah, it's
it was used for the first time and is one of Iran's advanced missile systems. What sets it apart from other ballistic missiles is its ability to accelerate outside the Earth's atmosphere, while its aerodynamic control surfaces enable steering to evade the famous Aero Missiles defense system made by Israel. Israel was also looking to strike these ground-launched ballistic missiles that targeted the IDF bases. Israel also wants to dismantle. The Shahab 3 is the foundation for all of Iran's medium-range ballistic missiles and uses liquid propellant. Let's break this down into several parts. To fight against the F-16 and F-35 jets, the Iranian have the tip of the spear.
The whole day.
It consists of American-made aircraft, around 64 numbers of F-4 Phantoms that Iran purchased.
Yo, what the fuck? Now I'm lost. I don't get it anymore, man. I hate geopolitics. I hate geopolitics. Brother. They give them something to do some shit, then they go, oh nah, they got this. What the fuck is this? I can't. Are you kidding me? How could they have this? How could they have this? But they give it to them.
Purchased during the Shah's regime. The F-4 Phantom is Iran's primary attack aircraft and is considered the backbone of the Iranian Air Force.
Oh, 50 years ago.
In addition, Iran possesses around 40 numbers of F-14 Tomcats, also American-made, which still have the capability to pose a threat to the F-35.
Bro. So the US gives toys to everybody. Then they go, oh my god, this is using as the toy we gave him. That's crazy. And this guy too? Dude, you guys can't be doing this shit, man. How could you guys do this? How could they? That's crazy.
Iran also acquired approximately 30 MiG-29 multi-role fighter jets from Russia, interestingly designed to counter the F-16.
Famous.
The second part of the air defense is the $800 million S-300 air defense system, which is capable of intercepting targets at a range of 120.
Yo. Crazy. Let me guess. They need the money. They need the money. So they just fund everybody's wars so that they make money to have the contracts and whatnot. Crazy. But when somebody else finds a way to make cool shit that isn't war-based, like chips, they go, oh my god, microchips in my veins. Oh no, guys, 5G. Oh! I don't get it. And dude, somebody would have to explain to me, that's fucking brain rot. I don't even know anymore.
20 kilometers, that translates to about 75 miles. When launched on a ballistic trajectory, it can...
Oh, because the chips also go in the bombs! Oh my god. Brother, this is actually insane.
Distances of up to 400 kilometers, that is around 200.
There's no winning. It is an everybody loses situation.
But they might have intercepted low-flying cruise missiles, otherwise it could have been a much larger destruction if not for these air defense systems. We also make original engineering content, so please subscribe and hit the notification bell for more videos.
Chat, all this is so ironic and dumb. I feel like at this point, maybe I don't get it, or maybe what they should do is what I said.
I don't.
Nobody has nukes.
I glaze.
If you have nuke, you get nuked by the central nuke bank. They put on a fucking island. An island has all the world nukes. And every country in the world say, we agree not to have nukes.
I have a vision
on the pretext
and I have a mission.
That the island will send nukes, that if somebody is doing nukes, hold on, the whole world agrees about island nuke bank. Hold on. If somebody does some fucking shit and their country making nukes, then every country goes like, guys, we need an 80% approval rate. Countries, we agree to nuke the nukers. Well, I mean, guys, we all said no nuke, so yeah. Island sends nuke. It is what it is. I mean, people say, oh, dude, what about the people that live there? I gotta be honest with you, though. The world agreed, no nukes. What are you making nukes for? You get nuked. Boom, done. Wiped out. Then, boom. So, what is the argument against island nuke bank that I just came up with? Give me an argument against it why did that one work? Nuke the island. Okay, so I lied. There's a secret society, right? There's actually a few islands. And they defend one another. And if you try to nuke it, they nuke you before. Otherwise, I have the other one, which is even smarter than an idea. Idea number 2, chat. This is actually my real idea, by the way. 2 ideas. The other idea is every country has a nuke in their main city at all times. Everybody. Every country puts a nuke that's armed, and it always it's connected to the internet, and it says nuke activated at all times. If any country does anything fucky, they try to nuke somebody, the world, every other country agrees. Okay, yeah, activate, boom. And by trying to nuke somebody, they actually self-nuke themselves because the other countries activate the nuke that are in so they self-nuke. So just don't nuke anybody.
It's like the immune system, right? You have a bunch of cells.
This is why I'm not a world leader, because
and then
let's be honest, all this is about money.
The cells,
and my solution is
once they fuck up and they start misbehaving,
and to act, it's rooted.
It self-destructs, right? And if that doesn't work, the other cells help and make it self-destruct.
How to make money?
That's how it works.
Rocket, man. Because how
it's a genius system because it's all natural.
Rockets to rocket senders, man. Dude, come on, bruh. Are you really gonna take their jobs away, dude? Classic. I'm done.
I bet you can get pretty deep in me with that gnarly honker.
It's Fox. Come on, bro.
Cold War. I don't want to get into all the details, but the feeling was that the U.S. had basically, fomented a coup to put the Shah into power. They put the Shah in power, and they've aimed everything at the West. They've been anti-Western the entire time.
Hold on.
And so that's what that is. That's what that regime is all about. And so right now, all the things that are underlie that regime, all the things that underlie has now taken the thing they've always pointed at is like, we might be able to develop a nuclear weapon. We might be a member of the nuclear club. We might be, quote, invincible because we have nuclear capability. That's what they've kind of held out for a very long period of time. Well, in one fell swoop, we went in there and eliminated their capability to do that, as near as we can tell right now. And that's going to have, along with Israel,
what is he saying?
Skies over Iran.
Donald Trump is Elvis Presley and also the fallen angel.
Sounds like a soy jock thing.
On the ability of this regime to maintain itself in power.
Al, we appreciate your time. I will say that it's now 10 o'clock Eastern time. We anticipate that the president will step up to this podium any moment now. We don't know if he's going to come out any second now, any minute now, but I'm going to keep you on the line here, Hal, until we see President Trump walk out. Let's ask one more time, what exactly are you going to be looking to hear from the president? This is going to be the first time we've heard him on camera since we heard about this. What we've heard from him on social media is that we have completed what he calls very successful attacks on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. That includes Bordeaux, Natanz, and Isfahan. Hal, looks like President Trump.
He's live.
President Vance.
Bordeaux, Natanz, and Isfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
Jeez,
for 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any questions for that? Any questions?
I don't think there's anyone standing.
I have a question. I have a question.
I don't think there was anyone standing there to get questions.
Chad, this is a fake hand, right?
We will no longer.
Chad, that hand is absolutely fake 100%, no? That's definitely a fake hand.
They don't show it.
Their services
it's hard to tell because they don't show all of it.
I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
And it could just be the blur
on the camera. How many hands that are real in this one? 2 hands? 1 hand? How many hands?
Killer General, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or...
Chat. I think people are too harsh on Vance's. They misread always is dude. The guy frowns a lot.
That the strikes were
always
spectacular.
Doesn't mean that he's like mad or sad or confused. I just don't really get it. Everyone says, "Oh, did you see when he was there? He was mad." Bro, it's just his face. Like,
must now make peace.
It's his face, yo.
If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people.
So that was like the most nothing burger type press release, pretty much.
Blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate.
Is there anybody out there, like in terms of like
General
big news outlets or like people?
I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen.
Them do that is bad? Is that a bad? It's bad.
I thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli...
I'm just saying it. Like attacking the nuclear sites, whatever. Are there commentators or like news media that say this is bad? Like what's the overall outlook on this? Like what's the outlook out there about this? Dude, these ads are crazy. Is it actually mixed? Interesting. What is the chat saying? Hold on.
And help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength.
Bro, this mic is shit.
Strength, then comes peace.
And the camera
President
shit.
Trump and the United States acted with a
Can they not afford cameras in Israel?
President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you.
This is worse than mine. And look.
God bless Israel, and may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
Dude, that's just embarrassing.
Okay, so there you have it. That
Putting
was the message
Fox
from the
News
Israeli
again.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu thanking the
Awful.
Trump administration in conjunction with an update on Operation.
It's really, it's like 50-50 in the chat. Maybe
Oh,
we'll
this
watch
guy-
it.
this
We'll
guy
watch it in a few
cooked.
minutes.
This guy's good. I
You
like
might
this
watch
guy.
it one more time. Hold on a second here. Let me.
Why wouldn't he watch it?
Let me do this.
Yeah, we can put some games.
Just a second. Just a moment.
Yes, he didn't play it.
Again, press conference.
Chat,
He said 8 a.m. for the press conference, right?
Chat, there's so many live
Isn't that
broadcasts.
what was said? 8 a.m.
Like, look at that.
Details of the operation, about the very difficult questions, David, of what are the next steps? What happens with Iran? What happens with Iran's efforts to retaliate? We heard some of that in the speech just now when he said the attacks will be far greater and much easier if Iran does anything to the United States. But David, we are in a new phase here right now.
To the United
I think it is
States.
without
Whoa.
question, the most consequential decision that we have ever seen Donald Trump make. And it's entirely unclear what direction it will go. Will it be consistent with his promise to end the forever war? That's the argument that's being made tonight by the president's advisors. They're saying that what this has done is finally an American president has taken care of an Iranian threat that has bedeviled the United States for nearly a half a century. Finally, an American president has ended a threat that has killed a lot of Americans, as you heard the president mention, in the attacks on American troops, especially.
ABC is what? Is it left side media?
But
Middle?
the question is, did it end the threat, or did it create another new and more dangerous chapter in the U.S.-Iran conflict?
Yeah, no question, it is a new chapter, John Carl. Bottom line here, the willingness to get on the phone with you signaled that the president was very pleased with the outcome of this operation tonight.
Very pleased with the outcome and eager to tell people that he is very pleased with the outcome tonight.
All right, John Carl, stick with us here for our live coverage. I want to bring in Martha Raddatz, our Chief Global Affairs Correspondent. And Martha, you had been on the air with us on World News Tonight all week long.
Wait, so many links on
a couple of questions for you. We know B-2 bombers were used. Do we have any clarity yet on whether or not those...
Look at what I just found. Hold on. This. What? These are the next best ideas. The best strategies in Bong.io. Fan art. Why fan art? I haven't even made a single video on fan art. Like what? And also, it said the newest pope is called Pope Francis. That's the guy that died. Are you fucking serious? Are you... Like, what a joke. What a fucking joke. Fucking Pope Francis. Oh no.
Bunker buster bomb.
At the moment, the penetrating bomb is dropped from the aircraft. It can rely on its powerful kinetic energy to continue drilling down in the direction of the sharp warhead, just like a nail being driven into wood, without detonating immediately. At the same time, because its casing is made of high-strength materials, it can protect the internal structure from damage during impact. In order to achieve precise strikes, the delay fuse at the back serves to delay detonation until the penetrating bomb reaches the set depth, at which point it will detonate the explosives according to specific instructions.
But how is it digging down, though?
This design not only destroys enemy underground factories or laboratories, but also minimizes excessive damage to surface targets.
Wait, just gravity? That's it? Just gravity? Huh?
It will detonate the...
What if they just put like a road above it? Or they just put a road above it?
Explosives according to specific instructions. This design not only destroys enemy underground factories or laboratories, but also minimizes excessive damage to surface targets.
Or like some metal then, or some fucking some steel.
At the moment,
hypersonic speed and extremely good materials. Really?
Impact into wood. It can rely on its powerful kinetic energy to continue.
Meta-genology.
Drilling down in the rely on its powerful kinetic energy to continue drilling down in the direction of the sharp warhead, just like a nail being driven into wood without detonating immediately.
What the fuck is that?
Time, because its casing is made of high-strength material.
Kinetic energy.
Internal structure from damage during impact. In order.
What a shitty AI thing, dude. Actually crazy.
There are different bunker buster bombs of different caliber, but what sets it apart from the rest is this GBU-57, which is typically delivered by the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber. Due to the bomb's large size and weight, the aircraft can carry only 2 of these weapons in its bomb bay compartments. While it lacks thrusters, the weapon is equipped with 4 active lattice fins and a precision guidance system that enables it to glide accurately to its target using military-grade GPS. Constructed from a specially designed high-performance steel alloy, using its weight when falling under gravity to penetrate or dig itself up to 200 feet of underground soil or concrete. We'll also look into the difference between the massive ordnance penetrator and the mother of all bombs with step-by-step process of how they work, all in the video ahead.
Wait.
To give you an idea of the varying levels of penetration capability among different bunker buster bombs, let's compare a few examples. First, we have the BLU-109, also pronounced blue. It is a 2,000-pound or bomb developed in the 1970s. This weapon is capable of penetrating approximately 1.8 meters or about 5 feet of reinforced concrete.
That's fucking dog shit. What the fuck were they doing back then?
Next, we move on to the GBU-28, which is equipped with a laser-guided system at its front. This bomb can penetrate to a depth of nearly 6 meters, equivalent to roughly 20 feet, which is as tall as a 2-story building.
Brother, that's fucking straight dog shit. What are they doing?
However, neither of these compares to the massive capabilities of the GBU-57, also known as the Massive Ordnance Penetrator. It can penetrate over 60 meters into the ground, around 200 feet. To put that...
Dude, what happened between this year and that year? Like, did they invent a new gravity? Bro.
This depth is comparable to the height of a 20-story building, depending on the floor heights. These examples demonstrate the significant advancements and differences in penetration levels among these specialized weapons. Let's put an average human here against this weapon, which is 20.5 feet long, giving it a streamlined aerodynamic shape that is crucial for stability and precision. With a diameter of 31.5 inches and weighing an incredible 30,000 pounds, translating to approximately 14,000 kilograms, it utilizes its massive weight to generate the kinetic energy required for deep penetration. This heavy, compact design enables it to break through over 200 feet of reinforced concrete, making it one of the most effective bunker-busting munitions in the world. Let's take a look at the parts of this weapon.
Dude.
The most important part is the body casing, made of hardened ferrocobalt alloy to withstand impact.
Chat, why not make it go to the bottom, and then it opens up like a crab, like a hermit crab, and it starts to drill.
Interestingly, the body comprises more than 80% of the bomb's total weight. Inside this cover, you will find the following components. At the front is the nose fuse well, all of which are joined by a fuse conduit. Sandwiched within this rod is the explosive-filled 5,000-pound warhead, which translates to approximately 2,267 kilograms. This conduit then connects to a tail fuse, which, interestingly, is the main detonator and is crucial for delayed action. Moving to the back, nestled inside the tail, we discover the intricacies of its guidance system. Here, the inertial guidance kit collaborates seamlessly with a military-grade global positioning unit, ensuring precise navigation towards its intended target. Alongside these components, one can find the adapter ring, which facilitates the attachment of the telemetry antenna, crucial for transmitting data, as well as the encryption key battery, which safeguards sensitive information. Venturing deeper into its structure, we encounter the thermal batteries vital for powering the system and the composite fins strategically positioned to aid in directing the missile towards its objective.
Classic.
These fins, meticulously controlled by internal gears, maneuver with precision, responding to commands to adjust the trajectory accurately. Let's take a look at the smaller bunker buster and how it works. It has a laser sensor at the front.
Yeah, but chat, what even made it so it would dig deeper though? Like, what happened between the one and the other that made it so much better? Like, speed, the initial, like, what the fuck? Wait, dude, is it 80%?
And just behind that are adjustable fins. In the midsection, there is a warhead that weighs approximately 650 pounds containing tritonal explosive. This is a mixture of 80% TNT and 20% aluminum powder.
I would have let them borrow my
Finally, we have the retractable fins at the rear. To give you a better sense of its size, comparing it to a person can be helpful. The casing has a length of approximately 19 feet long, which translates to around 5 meters. This section is made of an artillery barrel, which is very strong, and has a diameter of 14.5 inches, which translates to around 37 centimeters, making it relatively narrow. They intentionally made the smaller cross-sectional area. This means the bomb displaces less material, whether earth or concrete, as it penetrates layers of reinforced bunkers or building. The smaller cross-section allows it...
Oh! Dude, if you aim it properly, it doesn't have to go to the soil and the shit and the fucking and the cement. It can because a building, usually it's gonna have like a thing under the main thing at the top. So all I have to do is just crush to the fucking paper like dog shit floors, dude.
Deep into buildings, potentially avoiding steel and concrete. Let's move back to the MOP and its cost factor. The development cost of the GBU-57 is estimated to be between $400 and $500 million, with its production price per unit around $3.5 million. Meanwhile, the GBU-28, a 4,000-pound bomb, costs approximately $100,000 to $150,000 per unit. While the per unit cost of the BLU-109 is approximately $25,000 to $84,000 for each JDAM kit.
That's why.
It's not too bad.
Let's take a look at how this works.
The materials are probably
the bomb
insanely
deployment platform,
rare.
as previously mentioned, a B-2 stealth bomber flies at a very high altitude.
Do other countries even have this shit? I've never seen one of these pyramids like super plane before anybody else. So everybody's playing the old game.
Aircraft reaches the designated location and the conditions are optimal, it releases the weapon. The bomb is designed for precision, and the deployment height plays a crucial role in its trajectory and effectiveness. Then step 2 comes the targeting precision. The bomb is outfitted with advanced guidance technology, including GPS and inertial navigation systems, which are military-grade satellites. Then comes step 3, that is adjusting the trajectory. The guidance information and data is then transmitted to the bomb's
even the painted secret tech apparently they said it.
Located at the rear. These fins can move and adjust in real time, allowing the bomb to correct its course as it descends under the force of gravity. These adjustments are essential because the weapon does not have thrusters to change its trajectory. Instead, it relies on the movement of these fins and a high altitude drop to control its flight path. This is why the bomb must be deployed from a very high altitude so it has enough time and distance to adjust its trajectory accurately. Here comes the most difficult...
I just had the most demonic idea. Hold on.
...part that is step 4, impact and penetration. The bomb, known as the Massive Ordnance Penetrator.
What if they had sent, chat, like 10 years ago, we don't even know about it, in space, some super like big satellite like tube, right? But it's not, and it keeps going, orbiting around the Earth, right? And whenever they want to, it opens up and it has multiple like rounds of like 60 rockets per like fucking compartment, 6 compartments, and it goes boom, 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 back to back, like from the space, right? So it's going downwards and nothing can stop it because it's just too many.
It's approximately 30,000 pounds, which is around 14,000 kilograms.
Chat, what is a rod of God? What is that shit?
Immense force designed to penetrate deep into hardened structures, such as bunkers. The energy upon impact allows the bomb to bury itself over 200 feet into reinforced concrete, ensuring it delivers its payload precisely
I think
where it
they're
is
just
intended
made
for
of
maximum
iron or
impact.
steel or something.
What about YouTube instead of Googling it?
Finally, step 5 involves the tricky part of arming the weapon.
Chat, I have a big rod of God, if you know what I mean.
Double fuses are required as a backup. The first is for G sensing, and the
He's
second
the
is the time delay
He always
fuse.
outmatches me.
Why the redesign was necessary, it was to ensure that the bomb could strike facilities buried beneath significant layers of hardened material.
I'm not watching this anymore.
Dropping the atomic bombs that essentially forced Japan to end World War II led to a number of weapons and munitions miles above the Earth. Unlike a bullet,
They usually just
it would
drop
actually
the N-word
gain
just
speed
like
as it
that.
dropped.
Yeah, but chat, this is dog shit. Chat, you hit that mother sucker in the air, it's useless. You hit that mother, it's just one thing. It's useless.
Power equivalent to an intercontinental ballistic missile without the mess of a nuclear weapon. The US actually used a variation of this tactic in Vietnam. These lazy dog bombs were small pieces of non-explosive steel fitted with fins. They were dropped by the hundreds and reached speeds of up to 500 miles per hour and penetrating up to 9 inches of concrete. This led to the development of Project Thor, which called for a bundle of 20-foot long, 1-foot thick rods.
Motherfucker, that's literally my idea. Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. Bro, they actually stole my shit. That's crazy. That's literally my idea.
Barrier breaking speeds. And again,
Exactly.
avoid
He's
the
the
fallout
goat.
associated with nuclear weapons, which were the only thing capable of delivering equivalent damage.
He's always right,
Why didn't
Jared.
these rods
Harvard
be released? Two main reasons.
syntaxy.
First,
The
the actual
goat.
weight of the projectile by the time it hits the target is still
These
being debated.
ideas need to
Just as
be
large pieces of
respected
space junk
and they
break
need to
up
be
and burn.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say,
implemented.
isn't it gonna
They need to be
fucking burn it
listened
on
to.
re-entry?
Burn as they fall.
Because the
same
goat
could
is
happen to
always
these
right.
projectiles. The other
You
reason,
know I'm right.
cost. Dropping these hammers from the skies.
Oh my god. They just put a fucking anti-heat shield in front that detached on the way down, bruh. Oh my god, dude, hold on.
More expensive than equivalent weapons in the arsenal. However, with the commercialization of space taking new steps forward via SpaceX and others, that may not be an issue for long. I'm Jeff Ranke, and this.
Interesting, yeah.
I will be sure that World War III will not happen. I'm the only one can say it won't happen.
World War III is not going to
stand
happen,
here
bro.
today, and I'm the only candidate who can make this promise. I will prevent, and very easily, World War III, very easily.
What do you mean, shut up? It's not going to happen, bro. You just caused it? Holy fuck.
Why was that? Was that previously? I don't get it.
Oh, shit.
Grok, is this real?
Yes. 2032. 2032.
Chat.
Huh?
What is that?
What?
Thinking this shit.
By now, you've probably heard AI scientists.
Okay,
Maybe that's just AI.
After this chat, I'm done. We'll go next.
Dude.
I don't know what he's saying. It's gonna be hard for me to follow through. I can't.
وقاتلوا المشركين كافة كما يقاتلونكم كافة.
I don't know what he's saying. I'm sorry. I'd have to get a translator or some shit like that.
That was just AI, no? It's just fucking AI. Okay. What's the next one?
Quebecois.
Let's see. Let's see. Bomb. Iran. Oh. It's the man who saved the world from Fern. I'm gonna pee first though. Hold on. chat. All right. This video is gonna be very boring, but it's got the goat, so it's gonna be good. Okay. It's you know, the guy in the boat, underwater boat, submarine. The Russian guy who almost sent a nuke, but then he opposed it or something, and he didn't flip the switch. That guy. Yeah.
Before we go again, I want to watch this. It's the man who saved the world.
Satellite Cosmos 1382.
Yeah, because I've watched this like 5 times already.
Detects the launch of a nuclear missile. Location near a U.S. missile base in Montana. Threat assessment, maximum probability. The emergency protocol is clear. Relay the alarm to Central Command without delay. A counterattack must be initiated immediately. Thousands of Soviet nuclear warheads stand ready for launch, and so do the American missiles. Many carry over 50 times the explosive power of Fat Man, the atomic bomb dropped on Nagasaki. More than enough to wipe out humanity. The logic of the Cold War: mutually assured destruction. Whoever fires first dies second. The man responsible for making one of the most important calls in history is Soviet Lieutenant Colonel Stanislav Petrov.
Dude,
Are the Americans really
isn't that the guy who said it's probably a glitch or some shit like that?
attacking the Soviets? His report could trigger World War III, and with it, the end of civilization.
We could have started something like this, but
the minibus is speeding along a remote forest road somewhere south of Moscow. Stanislav Petrov is on his way to work. Tonight, he's filling in for a colleague on the night shift. About 10 minutes in, the minibus pulls up to a military checkpoint. A plain metal plaque by the gate reads, "Center for the Observation of Celestial Bodies." Officially, this place doesn't exist. It's not marked on any map. Tall white concrete walls shut it off from the outside world.
Wait, Chad, this is the Tarkov maps and shit, no?
Here, in the Serpukhov 15 bunker, Petrov is about to begin his shift. He's the shift commander for the Soviet Union's early warning system, OKO. His job is to trigger the alarm if the system detects a nuclear strike. Today, around 80 employees are under his command. 4 quiet, uneventful hours pass. But at 12:15 a.m., the alarm goes off. It happens during one of the most dangerous periods of the Cold War. Since the late 1970s, tensions have been rising in a new spiral of escalation. Since 1977, the Soviet Union deploys new medium-range ballistic missiles in Ukraine and Belarus. In response, the West introduces the so-called NATO double-track decision. Starting in 1983, similar missiles will be stationed across Europe. These new missiles can independently lock onto their targets. A few weeks after the NATO decision, Soviet troops roll into Afghanistan. The Soviet Union wants to prevent the collapse of a communist regime that has seized power in a military coup along its southern border. The invasion sparks outrage in the West. In response, the West begins backing Islamist insurgents. In 1981, newly elected U.S. President Ronald Reagan unveils an aggressive rearmament plan. He even orders an assessment of whether the United States could win a nuclear war.
Interesting.
Soviet leader Yuri Andropov becomes convinced that NATO is preparing a surprise attack. To catch it early, he launches Operation Ryan, the largest intelligence mission in Soviet history. KGB agents are ordered to watch for any sign of a looming nuclear strike. That includes tracking things like sudden spikes in blood donations or an increase of official political visits. That's how Andropov learns about Able Archer, planned for the fall of 1983. Able Archer is designed to be the NATO's largest and most realistic nuclear.
Jack, couldn't you fake certain things in your society to fake signals or whatever, so that they do something for you to do something or whatnot?
War exercise. It will simulate a full-scale nuclear conflict at the highest alert level. The exercise will also include large-scale troop movements. Andropov fears it could be a smokescreen for a real strike. In March 1983, Reagan famously calls the Soviet Union an evil empire.
Let us be aware that while they preach the supremacy of the state, declare its omnipotence over individual man, and predict its eventual domination of all peoples on the earth, they are the focus of evil in the...
I feel like there's some forces out there that gain from being at war or whatever. It's more to gain than to lose or whatever. I feel like there's some countries that bait wars, no?
Modern world.
By this point, dialogue between the two superpowers has all but collapsed. Public fear of nuclear war grows by the day. Millions around the world take to the streets to protest the arms race. The spiral of escalation reaches a temporary peak just 4 weeks before the incident at Serpukhov 15 bunker. It's September 1st, 1983. A South Korean Boeing 747 is en route from New York to Seoul. On board, 269 civilians, including 61 Americans and a U.S. congressman. What they don't know, the plane has veered off course. A misprogrammed autopilot is steering them straight into Soviet airspace.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
To the Soviets, every unexpected move looks like espionage. Soviet fighter jets scramble into the sky, one of them flown by Major General Gennady Osipovich. He spots a large passenger plane, its navigation lights clearly visible, not exactly what you'd expect from a spy plane.
Yeah, true.
Osipovich radios in his report. The order from Moscow is clear: destroy the target. After a brief back and forth, he fires a warning shot. No reaction from the passenger plane. Then he launches 2 missiles. All 269 people on board are killed.
Chat, guys, a passenger airplane though, I gotta ask, is there not like a million things you can do before you would destroy it? That, like, it's like literally an ant. It's like if you have a blank room with an ant walking around and be like, dude, guys, oh, I gotta step on it. Like, dude, they gotta go. Warning shots, sure, but like, if they're not responding, it could mean a lot of things. It could mean so many things. Can they not go in front of it or whatever? Or like, go to the side, like, bro, it's a jet. It performs way better than the passenger airplane.
At first, the Soviet Union denies any responsibility. 5 days later, they admit the attack, claiming they genuinely believed the plane was on a spy mission.
I don't believe it. Bad faith, no shot. I say fuck this. Absolutely no shot.
The United States quickly turns the tragedy into a powerful propaganda weapon.
Imagine the escalation of something being a mistake or a glitch, and you didn't explore all the options, and then you took down a fucking civilian airplane. It is crazy. That's outrageous.
Before the night of September 26, 1983, tensions were hanging heavy in the Serpukhov 15 bunker. Petrov grabs the microphone and shouts, "Everybody to their stations. Follow my orders, check all equipment, and report." He's repeated these words countless times in training. Before being trusted with his role, he had to memorize every detail, including exactly what to say in a moment like this. During basic training, Petrov was drilled for nuclear war. He stood in shielded chambers, handled radioactive material, and practiced emergency protocols for a full-scale atomic strike. But Petrov isn't the kind to just blindly follow orders. He's not a typical soldier. He's a scientist and engineer first. Years later, Petrov faces a decision no training could prepare him for. It's not a moment for quick reaction. It's one for smart analysis. Clear thinking under pressure isn't luck. It comes from understanding how systems behave. Brilliant can help you develop...
Oh man, what a way to ruin the immersion, man. Come on, bro.
I bought it, I like it. I have 2 at home, I have 2 at my other house, I have 1 in my car. I fucking love this shit. I bought it, chat. Boom, boom, boom. Chat, I linked it in the chat.
Over the course of his military career, Petrov became the Soviet military's top system analyst. He was honored with several awards for his work, including the title of Master Specialist in the Air Force. Petrov isn't allowed to speak about his work, though. Not to his wife, Raisa, or their 2 children, Dmitry and Yelena. Though they live just minutes away from the bunker, they have no idea what he does here, or how critical his decision will be that day.
Chat, see a bug. His house is probably bugged, his phone's tapped, low-key. I mean, if somebody is that of a high intel or whatever, I mean, you can't really take risks, can you?
David.
But right now,
David
none
left
of that is on Petrov's
ago.
mind. Not his family, not even the stakes. He's thinking about teaspoons. Nobody uses a teaspoon to slowly fill a bucket, he mumbles. Why would the Americans launch just 1 missile? The Americans have repeatedly threatened with a massive first strike, hundreds, even thousands of missiles, all designed to hit the enemy at the same time. Petrov orders his team to run a series of checks on the computer systems. Everything is working perfectly, but the cameras show no visual confirmation of a missile launch. 2 minutes later, Petrov finally makes his call. He reports back to the headquarters. Probably a false alarm. Moments later, the sirens wail again. This time the system shows a second missile, then a third, a fourth, a fifth. The alert level jumps from launch to missile attack. Petrov knows the warning system inside and out. He helped to build it. He wrote the software and the manual. The Soviets had rushed to develop OKO after falling behind the Americans. They've been using a similar technology for over a decade. The Soviet system has been operational for less than a year. OKO, Russian for eye, is built to monitor Earth using a network of observation satellites. The satellites feed their data directly into an M10 supercomputer. The machine runs a complex 29-step algorithm to determine if a missile attack is underway, all in near real time. But Petrov doesn't trust the computer. The maximum probability warning feels wrong to him. It's too certain. He and his team see no other signs of a nuclear launch. He thinks to himself, we built the systems, we should be smarter than the machines. Petrov reports a second false alarm.
That makes sense, actually.
What follows are the longest 17 minutes of Petrov's life. That's how long it would take US missiles to reach Soviet soil. Thousands of US ballistic missiles are primed for launch at key strategic locations, such as here, here, and here. Just one Minuteman III missile, armed with 3 warheads, could simultaneously obliterate the Kremlin's military command, flatten an airbase, and vaporize a submarine harbor. If a nuclear war breaks out, thousands of cities would vanish in minutes. Hundreds of millions of people would die instantly. Most survivors would be left to face a slow, agonizing death from radiation.
Cancer.
Petrov is not certain he made the right call. He estimates the odds of a real attack at 50-50. When Petrov hangs up the phone, his colleagues stare at him in disbelief. He's just broken protocol, without a shred of proof that the warning system was wrong. A storm of questions must be racing through Petrov's mind. What if I am wrong, and missiles really are on their way? Would that be my fault? But what if it is a false alarm? Could I live with millions of lives on my conscience? In the end, Petrov relies on only one thing, his instincts. He refuses to be the man who starts World War III.
Wait, dude, who subtitles?
Who starts World War III.
It clearly says 3. How could it...
It's a fucking AI bias.
17 minutes pass. No missiles appear on radar. No explosion on camera. Petrov was right. It was a false alarm.
Yeah, because you know AI has a bias towards certain words. It doesn't
Months later,
hear
an investigative committee uncovers the cause of the
all
false
much
alarm.
because it doesn't watch videos.
A rare
It watches
and almost deadly chain of coincidences.
or
A
reads
unique alignment of high altitude
and,
clouds and sunlight produced a reflection.
text. Talk about
that's actually
World War
pretty
II
much
way
it.
more. Right?
One the satellite mistook for a missile launch. And all of this happened directly over an American
Kind of,
military
almost.
base.
Not really, but still.
The satellite's sensors were overly sensitive to light reflections. At the time of the alert, the sun was setting over Montana. That boundary between day and night often produces unclear satellite images. Immediately after the incident, this vulnerability was...
Okay, but I gotta ask though. Hold on. Now I'm starting to think that there's probably been more than false alarms on that day during that year that they observed. It's why probably they made the smart call because he's seen those false alarms because this would happen just one time. Like
yeah, it happened to be over
one time.
This is unclear
a
satellite
base,
images.
so it looked
Immediately
like it was
after the
actually
incident,
missiles.
this
Like it happened
vulnerability
before,
was
but
corrected.
it was
A while
obvious.
later, the system got an upgrade. The new OCO 1
And
generation
that's when he
could also
trusts his
determine the exact
instincts,
trajectory and thus the intended target
because
of a
he
nuclear
had a
missile.
feeling
But the
this
system would
wasn't
never
really
again
happening.
display a warning.
Right?
The man who saved the world from nuclear war was never recognized as a hero in his own country.
Because he was
No
obviously
public
a higher
honor,
up.
no monument, not even a promotion.
And the scientist.
Instead,
he knew the
the
system in
supervisor
and out.
asked him
He
why
knew
hadn't
he
logged the
knows
incident
he
properly.
knows its weaknesses
Petrov explained.
and
He had the phone in
what
one hand,
might
the microphone in the
have,
other. He didn't have a third.
caused
And writing it down later would have been
inconsistencies.
forgery.
And he also
received a
knew
formal
the
reprimand.
politics.
Apparently,
Right?
the military leadership was less interested in the truth and more in finding a
They
scapegoat
knew
for
that
the system's failure.
if they were to send something,
This explanation?
it would have to
Because,
make
Jack, back in the
sense.
days, I gotta say,
If it doesn't make
I don't wanna
sense,
say
yeah,
you
it
guys
doesn't
know
make
everything,
sense.
But you used to do like this, like that. You'd be like this. You always shoulder a fucking phone, bro. Come on, bro.
A year later, Petrov was forced to submit a request to leave the military of his own accord. Whether it was truly voluntary is highly doubtful. After that, Petrov moves with his family to a quiet suburb outside Moscow. For nearly a decade, he works at the research institute that built the OCO system. For years, he tells no one what happened that September night, 1983, not even his family. But 10 years later, shortly after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Petrov's former superior reveals the incident in the Russian military newspaper, Pravda. Still, almost no one in Russia hears about it. Petrov retires in 1994. His monthly pension is about $55. He cannot afford a telephone. At times, he has to scrounge for food. During this period, he cares for a series...
Okay, yeah. Whatever you think this bullshit agenda video, bro, what agenda? Yeah, we have to make an argument. Like, what agenda? Also,
Yeah, that's
who
a
cares?
Russian
Who cares?
bot.
It seems like a pretty
I mean,
cool story. It seems pretty reported.
fucking
it has
Russian
source and
bots,
shit. This guy does his homework when he makes a video. I don't...
seriously ill wife, Vaisa. In 1997, she
plausible.
passes away. A year later, a man in Germany called Karl Schumacher reads an article in a German newspaper about the lonely, destitute Petrov. Deeply moved, he flies to Russia and invites Petrov to Germany. After the turn of the millennium, Petrov's story, at last, reaches an international audience. He is celebrated in the West for his quiet act of courage. At the United Nations, he is honored with the World Citizen Award. Other awards soon follow. More than 200 journalists from around the world come to visit him. Petrov often says he doesn't want to be seen as a hero. He was just doing his job and fulfilling his duty. But he also adds, "The world can be glad that I was in command that night, and not some blindly obedient military man." In 2014, Petrov's story is told in a documentary. The film opens with him hurriedly hiding a bottle of beer under the couch, just before the...
Every time in history, I feel like there was something ultra massive was gonna happen, right? Something always ends up saving the day, right? Which is cool, right? But I don't know where I was going with this.
Journalists arrive. He's portrayed as a foul-mouthed, temperamental alcoholic. Many scenes are clearly staged. Petrov later claims that he was forced to use particularly vulgar language on camera. For his participation, he receives a compensation of $3,000. In September 2017, Karl Schumacher calls to wish Petrov a happy 78th birthday. But this time, it isn't Petrov who answers, it's his son. He tells him that Petrov has died a few months earlier, quietly, without the world noticing. The man places an obituary in a local German newspaper. Only then does the public learn that Stanislav Petrov has passed away.
No, man.
2 years later, a memorial plaque is unveiled in his honor in Oberhausen, Germany. In Russia, however, for a long time the incident remains mostly a secret. Not even Petrov's gravestone mentions what he did, no acknowledgement of his actions. In 2022, the independent Russian YouTube channel Reduxia releases a documentary on Stanislav Petrov. For many Russians, it's the first time they hear his story. Feel free to check it out. The video has English subtitles.
Very cool.
More than 40 years after the incident, the nuclear bomb is once again wielded as a tool of political power. Nearly all the major disarmament treaties signed in the late 1980s have either expired or been unilaterally abandoned. The international security architecture built during that era has largely collapsed. Today, nearly all nuclear-armed states are rearming. Their nuclear arsenals are being continuously modernized. In 2025, the doomsday clock stands at 89 seconds to midnight, closer to global catastrophe than ever before, according to the world's leading nuclear scientists.
Yeah, what is this, like a...
That's just some goofy... That's just some goofy way they use to promote their bullshit science.
Closer to global catastrophe than ever before, according to the world's leading nuclear scientists.
Modern fucking physicists are so goofy,
maybe not as close as on that fateful September night, more than 40 years ago.
Like, what fucking cunts? They're cunts.
Until his death, Petrov warned that humanity's greatest danger is its own fallibility. One way or another, you always need a person to order a launch of one of these weapons, and a person can always make a mistake.
And you know what, chat? When it really comes down
I can just do that.
I feel like even though
because AIs aren't built perfect, they're inherently flawed.
When it comes down to the thing, I think people always do the right thing, or
because they're cumbersome.
Most of the big bad things. No thoughts about that?
They're not. Right, because everything that's perfect is perfect in simplicity.
No, not really. Okay.
There's no room for anything extra. You can't add anything onto the perfect.
However, the guy
then it becomes
in the
imperfect.
Submarine who didn't launch the thing because of the submarine missile Cuba thing, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a myth.
Ooh,
okay.
juice guts.
It's a movie.
Please get a welcome to the jungle. Almost 4 years. Nails.
Not a myth. Okay. Why? I can't tell.
Also,
from Majestic.
Stop killing games. This is the last.
I'm going to do it in a while because it's something in my algorithm. But I'll watch it. Is this a quick start place or not?
Been like a talking point from anyone besides pirates. Do you know why? You know what this is right here, pal. Ah, tough guy. You feeling lucky?
Dogs.
Yeah, that's right. Spirit fingers. Do you know why? Because it's been about 30 hours since I last slept, and I've done 3 different intros, all of which crash and burned, and I am off my gourd, so now I'm going wacko mode.
I want to see what this is about, though. It could be a good
in my sleep-deprived state, I am...
2 minutes?
Okay. Though this is my first video, that it was aiming to do good for consumers.
Oh, go back. Let's go back then.
Wasn't going as well as I thought it was. Admittedly, I didn't follow how successful the initiative was, only that it was aiming to do good for consumers, and that it was taking proper steps legally to get there, and it was going through all of the right channels. And now today I watched a video from the guy that's spearheading this. His name is Ross. He posted a video called The End of Stop Killing Games, where he's giving an update on where everything's at and how it's kind of at the finish line here with a lot of failure to show for it, with only a few
Stop Killing Games
other chances to fight back. Now, before getting into the weeds on the topic, I want to get this in the beginning because I imagine the vast majority of people won't watch the whole thing. I'm putting a link to the full video on...
I feel like most, if not every movement in the games are shit and end up crashing and burning, and I think it's probably safer to ignore all of them.
Stop Killing Games, as well as a link to where you'd go to help support the Stop Killing Games initiative, because there's only a little bit of time left for the most important parts of it now that it's at the end. So if you know what the movement is and want to support it but didn't know where, the resources are in the description, or if you want to get it right from like the source, I have a link to his video. But I want to go into it myself here because it is a topic that I do feel very strongly about. But for those that don't know anything about Stop Killing Games, I'm going to let him explain it in his own words, that way you can get an actual, correct, informed explanation of what the initiative is.
Charlie.
Thank you for saying it like that. Kind of,
I'm like, football, he does that.
You know, pinky out, you know, snooty, is because a lot of people don't even really know what this is because of people like Pirate Software completely misrepresenting what the initiative was.
As a refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers.
I'll pause right there. The simplest, bare-bones, birthday suit, butt-ass naked explanation for what this is. Stop destroying things that people have paid money to own. I think that is a very understandable, very reasonable take, very agreeable. Now I want to quickly jump to a different spot in this video because I think it's important to have this in the beginning because it's something a lot of people have heard that comes from someone that is just wrong about it. It's the Pirate Software portion. Ross is addressing the video Pirate Software made many months ago. Ross even says that he didn't plan on doing that because he didn't want to be seen as using this for drama farming, because it would start to make the movement look less of like a legitimate initiative and more just like drama slop content type thing. But he finally starts talking about Pirate Software here because it's at the end of the life cycle of this initiative and it's not looking promising, so he's willing to do anything to try and set the record straight and hopefully start getting more momentum back to the movement, because the damage Pirate Software did to it through his video was substantial.
This video came out right as we were building momentum. Then, except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork. Ford does not understand what Stop Killing Games is. Here it is in his words.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them. And as much as they want it to be about specifically games, where it is a single-player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists, instead of just targeting single-player, always online games.
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. It's the first line on the website.
Something in the consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers.
xQcL.
Okay, chat, I will say though, chat, this is a little bit ambiguous though, chat, because what do you consider to be sold to a customer? Chat, if I sell you a game where you can kind of let's say what? I'll keep reading. So they as goods with no stated expiration date, but designed to be completely unplayable as soon as the support for sure ends. This practice is a form of plan. Okay, I agree with that. I'll agree with that. I will agree that this is bad. This is bad. If a game can be played solo, if the dev pull out, you should still be able to play it solo. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. But the movement includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly talking about the initiative.
He didn't even get the Cliff Notes summary right. He missed all the QTEs and got the bad ending on understanding the initiative from the jump here. Ross is correct.
This
has nothing to do with the single-player only games that require an online connection. That when the online connection is severed, you lose access to the game.
He must have been right
in all of this, but that's not like what the whole movement is about. And for some reason, Pirate Software is stun-locked on that, like fixated, as if that is the actual like meat and potatoes of Stop Killing Games. They need to be more specific in their language about it being single-player, always online connectivity games. When that's just not what it's about. Like, they're not being specific about that because that is not what they are specifically targeting. It is
most people like me, chat, are fucking ADHD Andes. Most people, even you, chat. And it'd be good, Jeff, for this guy's website or this guy's cause if you explained one example off the rip. Like when this does that. And okay, most people are going to get it. People like me, we're now going to read it. And then, boom, insta picture video. And then, boom, what he did. I'm just saying, it should be in the front page. All right, bang.
It's about the whole practice of destroying games that consumers have already purchased and having no end-of-life plans for games that are being sunset. So, for example, The Crew. The Crew is an example everyone is going to reference and talk about because Ubisoft is still currently in a lawsuit battling against it for what happened with this game. I've yapped about it quite a bit, so I'm not just going to regurgitate that. I'm sure a lot of you already know the story about it. But
okay, how about taking an example of a game that's like more popular that people know? Because guys, if you get an obsolete team or obsolete game, I mean, bro, I don't know. What is The Crew?
Basically, you buy The Crew. Ubisoft pulls the plug on the servers. You can't play The Crew anymore. Now it's just an old wet dream of what once was. And they are facing a lawsuit. And while this is in the umbrella of Stop Killing Games, it is not the only thing Stop Killing Games is referencing when it comes to this practice. Pirate Software is so hung up on it being single-player games that people lose access to, when that is a component of it, but not the entire focus.
Well, the short version is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support. So that's one thing Thor doesn't understand, but he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single-player.
Transitioning an entire multiplayer server-side game.
Oh, so basically, Chad, this is for people, Chad, like me, who bought Concord, and I want to speedrun on the map, on the arena map, from back to forth. I want to practice my speedrunning a bit in the Concord. They shut down the servers, so I bought it and I can't even practice my speedrunning strat. Is that what you're saying?
Into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single-player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that ever bought the game. That's what they're...
Yeah, but why is this guy making arguments and examples of games this doesn't apply to? Is he fighting ghosts or what?
No.
Because they would have to sunset live service games as a single-player experience. The idea that suddenly you need to make every single live service game playable single-player offline? No, dude.
Correct. No.
This part is more confusing than Finnegan's Wake, because nowhere in anything on Stop Killing Games has this even been like a talking point from anyone besides Pirate Software. I don't know where he pieced this puzzle together. Like I don't get it. Like if I'm gonna try and like really reach here and give like a charitable explanation for this.
Let me guess, chat. It's because Pirate Software chat. He was reading chat, and his puzzle stylist got it mixed up. He didn't read the prompt properly. And he read the puzzle stylist, at which he always refers to in his videos and in his playthroughs, and he got it wrong, dude. It's classic. It's classic. It's not even his fault.
Maybe he's extrapolating based on the idea that if publishers have to have end-of-life plans for their games, that includes MMOs, where once the game is getting sunset, you're pulling the plug on it. You would then need to turn the game over to the community in a playable state, an accessible state, like give the code to them. Thus, it turned it into a single-player experience. So the onus would be on the developers to rebalance their game to be a single-player experience for them. I guess. I have no idea. That still just doesn't make any sense, but maybe that's the tree he's barking up with that thought process. I really don't know, because Stop Killing Games...
Chat. There should be a list of examples that are massive for this movement to, like, show, and I would be going, yep, I agree with this. But now, I don't even know.
At no point ever says any of these multiplayer games need to be converted to single player. That really is outlandish. And the more I think about it, like, the more nonsensical it becomes, because even in Pirate Software's hypothetical fanfic there, why would the developers need to rebalance the game? They would just turn over the code to the community and just it'd be in that state. They're no longer responsible for balancing the game. That's the whole point. They're not indefinitely...
Incorrect. This is dangerous. You would never want to transfer the code. Guys, people get the code, and then it transforms the game and the IP into something that it's not, and it can be very dangerous for a game and franchise. And they can steer the IP in a way that literally it ends up backfiring to the people that made the game initially, to where the bad part becomes bigger than what the game was before. Why do you think, dude? That's chat. That's off. Imagine, chat, if there was no censoring or monitoring to Warcraft 3 minigames, and the biggest minigame that Warcraft 3 has was like some super racist, like Nazi simulator or whatever, and it became bigger than all the other games on the. That's crazy. Blizzard would have become absolutely fucking boned hard. They would never do that. That's crazy.
Supporting it, they would just be responsible of leaving the game in an accessible state to the community while they would shut down the servers on their end. Like, they wouldn't need to go back through with a whole development team and, like, you know, tweak the game to be single-player compatible. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, I really do not understand that one. But apparently a lot of people latched onto that talking point from Pirate Software as something that Stop Killing Games was asking for, and how unreasonable it...
Okay, check out the trap, because I set up a trap chat, an argument trap, just for you. Dota is bigger than Warcraft 3 by a long shot, right? Dota was initially only in Warcraft 3, right? So imagine if there was a problem, there was something crazy about that, right? At the time, how much it would have damaged Blizzard, and they would never do that. Imagine if they lost control of that. That's outlandish. It's outlandish.
It was. Which, if that's what Stop Killing Games was asking for, it would be unreasonable. But that's not what it's asking for.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games.
Oh, he's so close. He's so close to getting it.
It is vague, and because of that, it will impact.
He never has that light bulb moment. Well, he is correct in that statement. It's almost as if that's not what the initiative is asking for.
I know this part is once again just reinforcing that he doesn't know what the Stop Killing Games movement is about, but I have to just show you this because it is so fascinating, because he himself literally calls out that Stop Killing Games at no point explicitly mentions single-player always online games or anything like that. And for some reason, instead of following the breadcrumbs that would naturally lead him to the conclusion of, oh, maybe I misunderstood, maybe because it's absent here, that's not what this is actually about. Instead, he uses it as a criticism against the Stop Killing Games initiative entirely, saying it's just too vague, it's way too vague. The reason it is not explicitly stated there is because that is not what the whole initiative is about. It is not specifically targeting that thing that you keep saying that it is. I don't know how that never clicked.
But those were his streams with a smaller audience. What does he say in his big YouTube video with over 1 million views?
So fucking stupid.
If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future.
Now he's changed it again as making it how it's about single-player games are advertised. What is he doing?
It needs to be specific about the business practices trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of being single-player games.
Chat, he's never wrong, okay? He's never take, chat, he has the online take, the video take, the apology take, the after take, the psychologist take, and it's always wrong. But he was never wrong though. He was right the whole time, and he just didn't get it. You didn't get it though.
Adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
This is a really strong section from Ross here.
And you're right.
The comments ago were from his stream. When he took more time to watch it and digest it, he still came back in that video misrepresenting it. Like it never dawned on him. Like on stream, he right off, he's like, oh, he didn't grasp it the moment, maybe later on he did. Well, then he made the video where he still was talking about things that are just not what Stop Killing Games was about. And this was the one that really blew up and really started to kind of dismantle the Stop Killing Games momentum.
If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms.
No, he's getting a new thing wrong now. We're not against them existing, we're against them being destroyed with no recourse for the customer.
Pirate Software then goes on to talk about like the business practice of misleading consumers into thinking that what they're buying is a product as opposed to a license to a product, which is a totally separate thing.
That legality is brain dead. Everybody knows already, chat. Guys, the games you buy, you don't own shit, you're cucked out of all it. That's a problem in its own. But usually devs are pretty good about that, and they don't fuck you over, but they can fuck you over, and I think that's what they're trying to do, like, not fuck you over. Because some sort of
slot
just like I said, you don't own shit, you just own the device that has a copy of the information that you want. You don't own shit anymore, man.
They should be taken off the table entirely. This needs regulation. Forget video games.
We need to come together, and accept this as truth. Finally, one time. Because it is true. You don't own anything anymore. This is a thing of the past. Okay? You own things physically. You don't own information. You can't own information.
Diabolical. But I got back banned in Marauders. The servers were not even online, dude. Holy shit,
dude. It's a huge problem. Now, Pirate Software is correct here about these companies that will mislead consumers through this fraudulent advertising on what you're actually buying, because in a lot of cases, you don't own any of the shit that you're buying. It is pretty much a rental. You get a permission slip to access the content. That is an issue, and not making it abundantly clear to consumers that is what you are buying is a problem. And so too is the actual agreements, as Ross demonstrates with Blizzard, where it says they can just completely terminate it for no reason at all. It really does go against the basic idea of commerce entirely. Video games are a totally different ballgame when it comes to that, because at the time you don't realize that you're just buying an admission ticket to a game. You're not actually buying the game. You also don't know how long that's going to last.
Is there legal liabilities for companies if they tell you you own a copy of the game, whatever? Like going forward, maybe something happens to the platform, maybe something happens to they could be sued for a lot. No. I'm just saying, if Blizzard says you own this game, but dude, somehow the fucking shit goes that, like Battle.net shuts down, they have to move somewhere else, and you lose access to your game. I mean, dude, in the EU.
Yeah, that shit lasted less than a fucking, fucking rainstorm, basically.
Yeah, EU regulations fucking suck. Chat, you can say gay chat and it'll go. Right, chat will continue to say gay chat all the time until it goes wrong, and then it'll not say it. It'll just switch around because EU fucking sucks. EU sucks.
It doesn't compute. It really is a video that did significant damage to an actually positive initiative that aims to help consumers in the video game space. All based on his complete misrepresentation of it, which was a mess.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run the live service game and definitely not run it all, and no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier.
Oh.
Where it says it won't do that in big letters. That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out.
That's the last one I want to show this section.
I have a Steam Deck now, and I have a lot of games on my Steam Deck. If one day, any of my games I can't play offline by myself or whatever, I'm suing. I'm suing for billions of dollars. That's all I ask for.
Software video against the stop.
Oh no.
Service game indefinitely or not want to run it.
Wait.
Positive initiative.
Brother. In other ways, fuck you over is some.
To go back to Concord, that shit lasted less than a fucking, fucking rainstorm, basically. Like, there was just...
It's the EU giga chat, but the things that help you in EU, also, in other ways, fuck you over is some other laws. Brother, that shit is cooking your brain sideways. And whenever you get your win, you go, EU giga chat, EU giga chat.
Yes,
brother,
he's right, he's completely right. Like, I just said this.
Pure soy land. Like, relax.
Yes.
So many problems.
True.
So I don't know why Pirate Software would be so harsh on Stop Killing Games for not addressing specific things that he himself is bringing up or making up in regards to it. It just doesn't compute. It really is a video that did significant damage to an actually positive initiative that aimed to help consumers in the video game space. All based on his misrepresentation of it, which was a complete mess.
Yep,
you try to tell me that every studio needs to run the live service game and definitely not run it all, and no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier. Where it says it won't do that in big letters. That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out.
That's the last one I want to show this section.
I have a Steam Deck now, and I have a lot of games on my Steam Deck. If one day, any of my games I can't play offline by myself or whatever, I'm suing. I'm suing for billions of dollars. That's all I ask for.
Software, video,
I can play on my Steam Deck.
This is something a lot of people also
I
think
don't
the
have
Stop Killing
Wi-Fi.
Games initiative is about, where developers, publishers will have to support their games forever. Like, don't fucking, he doesn't even respond to support these games on the initiative. When that's not the case, it is very simply asking that when the game has reached the end of its life cycle, the publishers, developers don't want to work on it any longer, to turn it over to the community to still be in a playable, accessible state so the product can still exist. There's more nuance, obviously, to how that works, given like publisher, developer licensing, and a lot of like the code.
It's for somebody so bad that their future generation families will have to pay your generation of families, and you have like this chat. Can you do that or not? No, that's crazy.
There, of course, but it is something that Stop Killing Games isn't naive to. It is something that is talked about. But I'm not going to dive too deep into it. I encourage you to check more on it. But this whole belief that is about endlessly supporting a live service game, even when it makes no sense to do so, it's beyond dead in the dirt, is ridiculous. That is not what it's asking for. And a lot of people think that it is. It's not. Our software got that wrong as well. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it, but as mentioned at the beginning, most of Stop Killing Games hasn't been successful in being changed. And Ross has dedicated so much of his life to this, and it's clearly taken a big toll. Now he's doing everything he can for this last ditch push to try and help. And there are two big things coming up that can do so. And it's why I linked at the very beginning of the stream, at the very beginning of the video, about the resources in the description. It's in regards to this.
One is for the UK to sign a government petition to bring this issue before Parliament.
Chat, is there a list of games? Chat, you know, chat, yes, for now, I'm on the neutral side. I don't really care that much about this movement. No problem,
Sure.
though. I'm not being rude about it.
I think they're just
is there
wrong.
a list of games that like, I'm like, oh yeah, I got fucked over on it. I'm actually.
I think sure. Their feelings should
Chat,
be
watch this.
respected, and definitely
Chat.
the developers and the publishers and whatnot, they should make their products better, right? We all want better things, and if they get to make their stuff available even after they end support, or if you just make stuff that doesn't need support to work, that's just an overall good. On the other hand, bring in more government regulations, especially on creative works, is just awful, and it completely crushes everyone's creative spirit. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. The regulations are just awful. They always put them in place for some specific thing, and then they work to destroy everything around it and make everything worse. It's just awful.
Chat, you did a update video.
You can tell probably just from my voice alone and this striking smile. So what is the secret to this newfound happiness of mine? The one trick doctors don't want to know. I haven't been online as much. I've been going outside far more frequently, spending time in the real world. And as such, I'm sure you've noticed over the last 11 months, internet drama hasn't been a huge focal point of the channel because I haven't seen a whole bunch of it. I haven't kept up with the vast majority of it. And of course, occasionally I still get my cookies in some of it, like if there's something particularly wacky going on, and I still cover like news and crazy shit going on with aliens and all that kind of thing, where there's like a really cringe, you know, prankster that got arrested or something. I'll still talk about that.
Chat.
But it's not like a fixation for me.
Chat, low-key, him moving away from drama, chat. I think it's my time to shine. Thoughts about that?
Like it used to be over the last few years, where I was covering any and all internet creator space hoopla. And I want to keep it that way. I'm having a lot of fun not doing that. That being said, there is something that has unfolded here that's like the John Wick killing the dog moment that's bringing me back just very temporarily. And it's Pirate Software. Yesterday I talked about Stop Killing Games. And there's no way to talk about Stop Killing Games without also mentioning Pirate Software because of the profound effect he has had on its demise. It's not actually
2 hours ago.
But it has been on life support, and Pirate Software did play a big role in that because of 2 videos he made, as well as a stream, shitting all over it. And that's not even doing it justice. He was full-blown tune on this, he was shitting on it support on top. And a lot of what he was saying about Stop Killing Games wasn't accurate. It was misrepresentation.
You know, I agreed with Most Critical. I gotta be honest with you. I think sometimes these movements, like one guy making a bad comment over a video, whatever, it doesn't really do much. If anything, in the past I've seen like positive outcomes out of people like kind of shitting on something with their big channel.
Of the initiative. And the guy behind it, Ross, finally set the record straight on a lot of the misconceptions that Pirate Software helped to put out there and kind of exacerbate these thought processes that just weren't accurate for what the initiative was actually aiming to do. He finally got the record straight, and I of course wanted to talk about it as someone who does actually care about it. And as I said, I've been a little more off the ground, farm, so I've been living off the Lord's land recently, and I've missed a lot of the internet happenings. So Pirate Software's previous anime arcs of drama, like with World of Warcraft, and the one after that, 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 I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to. I only got little tiddlywinks, little morsels of lore about it. If you put, so I never really understood what was going on there. So Pirate Software's response to everything that happened yesterday really caught me by surprise. That was a subversion of my expectations bigger than Game of Thrones season 8.
Yeah, that's right, I did. I think it's really hilarious to me that that community is so mad at me for putting out a video 10 months ago about their stuff and it not being refuted, and now it's my fault that everything's going wrong with them.
I cannot believe his ego. His ego is so out of control. I feel like he's only a week or 2 away from exclusively referring to himself in third person, like Stone Cold fucking Steve Austin. And that's the truth, because Pirate Software said so. Some shit like that. It's crazy how he responded. The smugness is nails on a chalkboard. It just makes you feel icky listening to it. And he goes on that same talking point multiple times in the clip about how like, oh, I guess I'm fully to blame. I guess because I made those videos 10 months ago, it's my fault entirely that this whole thing crashed and burned. Yep. Oh boy, done to play a sad song on the world's most violent Stop Killing Games movement, all because big bad Pirate Software put it all down by himself. Like it's crazy. No one's saying that. There's no evidence. Pirate Software's fault that Stop Killing Games hasn't been more successful in its endeavors, but there's irrefutable evidence that you had a detrimental effect, a majorly damaging effect on Stop Killing Games because of your misinformation that you spread about it in 2 videos and across all your streams, and not once have you bothered to correct that record. And he has said that it hasn't been refuted in 10 months. That is fish paste. That is turbo horseradish. Go to your own comment section on your videos to see everyone refuting you, as well as the innumerable other gamers and voices out there that have taken down those talking points and debunked a lot of them and proven that you just didn't understand it. And that is the big problem. No one hates Pirate Software because he doesn't agree with Stop Killing Games. The reason so many people are angry at him, myself included here, you can disagree with the movement all you want. If you don't like the initiative, I'm not your fucking dad. You make your own choices there. But the reason so many people, myself included, do not like how Pirate Software is handling all this is he is refusing, outright refusing, to just admit any level of fault, that he was wrong about anything. And that couldn't be more clear from these clips as well as his tweets that he's made. It's actually his tweets that really sent me off the fucking rails here, off my board. Let's start with this little nugget here that he deleted from last night. So he tweeted directly at Russ, the guy behind Stop Killing Games, talking about how he made those videos 10 months ago, and since then, his community has been nothing but hateful. A scourge, a fucking tyrannid threat that he must destroy. Your community is fucking rabid, and it's shit to deal with for anyone on the other side of the argument. Why do you think I haven't talked about this shit in 10 months? Why do you think I don't anyone bring it up in chat? Because it's been rage bait and shit flinging the entire time. And just goes on about like how he is the victim of Ross's toxic, terrible community, which is hilariously hypocritical coming from Pirate Software, when in his videos and his streams, he makes it very clear and is very rude about how much he dislikes not only Ross, but the movement. And it's not like he's being very professional and polite about it, you know, buttoned up. Listen to it.
So this was my first encounter of him.
Oh shit, no, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. No, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I dropped the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that.
Nah, he's masked off.
The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
I'm sure it's Ross and his community that are actually the assholes here. Brother, come on, you can't possibly be calling the Wambulance with a side of French fries here about people being mean to you when you are literally the one that started the shit flinging and name calling. And by the way, Ross never even addressed this for 10 months because he didn't want to dilute the initiative into just having it be boiled down to drama between creators. That was actually very big of him. The only reason he's talking about it now is because it's at the end of its life, and so many people still don't understand it because of someone like Pirate Software misrepresenting it. So he's finally setting the record straight there. Anyway, he did delete that tweet, but just a little while ago he made a new tweet, a very long tweet as well as a series of tweets under it in regards to this whole thing. And in all these words, all this mumbo jumbo, not once does he say he was wrong about anything. In fact, he just continues to double down, even proudly stating he is doubling down. Wow, how incredibly noble, doubling down on things you are provably, blatantly wrong about. We don't need to hit the jumbotron for the replay on yesterday's video going over so many of the things that he was incorrect.
Bro, hold on, bro, listen. Don't say you. I don't do that. Okay. Yes, sometimes I get mauled. Okay. But I don't mind conceding a point, and you can still be right about a lot of points, and make a few concessions.
Yeah.
Only debate lords and cuck lords.
Again,
they refuse to
xQc the goat.
Any sort of
the only one
back.
to
like, okay,
ever come in
about in regards
with
to the initiative. But the point is
in the
that
modern day.
initiative.
What a joke that these everyone else either is completely insane or is just a shill to the peasants, the socials. Like what kind of stupid, what kind of world we live in, man. This is why I wanted to watch the drama videos today, because today is the one day that I get to waste. Right? I want to waste my day away, so I get to have bliss tomorrow. Yum.
Which is fine. I think that's totally fine. I'm not going to leak DMs or really go in depth on our private conversation, but the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was more focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hangups with it. And when I would mention like the behavior aspect, like, hey, you did misrepresent it, I give him the timestamp, he'd then instead say how I'm wrong for thinking that he misrepresented it. We got nowhere. So I want to just...
Yeah, I was waiting for him to leak the free interaction that they had in DMs. And we're going to get that. Okay.
Publicly say this again. There are plenty of things you can disagree with when it comes to the Stop Killing Games initiative. I'll put links to it if you want to learn more about it. You can form your own opinions on it if you want to support it. If you don't like it, that's fine. That's super normal. And I didn't reach out to try and champion that Pirate Software should become, you know, a huge ambassador of Stop Killing Games, you know, out there on the fucking front lines fighting for it. It had nothing to do with that. It was simply about the misunderstanding that he showcased, maybe unintentionally, and the misrepresentation of it that he broadcast, again, maybe unintentionally, which has in turn, over the course of 10 months, misled people on what...
You know what? Let's think of the internet to grind people to say sorry or be accountable. You know what? I could do, right? A lot of times, dude, you can make a concession without saying I'm sorry. You can say,
love you, man.
I didn't see that. That makes a difference, right? I was thinking more about this. It's not really an apology. You acknowledge some shit. It's whatever. Like, you don't... I think it's okay to people demand some form of like recurring. It's not the end of the world. It's not. I think demanding apologies is annoying as fuck. I hate that shit.
What the fuck Stop Killing Games even is in the first place, which I found because he's never acknowledged that as something that has happened, and because he refuses to acknowledge that, and anyone that even like tiptoes around that subject, he kind of treats as though they're fucking idiots like me.
Yum. Hold on.
Around that subject,
what is that?
Kind of
Poutine? Is that poutine? I think that's poutine, right? Chat. Come on. Is that poutine? Right? Is this sauce on top, the gravy? Then I think this white stuff is the cheese, and it's kind of hard to get the color. It looks like yellowish, brownish. This stuff, that's the fries, right? I think it's either poutine, some type of thick Chinese noodle dish, but probably not. Probably poutine, or it's just maggot cheese. That could be maggot cheese with a wine sauce.
It's as though they're fucking idiots like me for thinking that he's misrepresented something. Now, he did just post a tweet where he said he talked to me and Josh Strife Hayes, and in that tweet, this will prove how useless our conversation was, unfortunately. There's not a single peep about misrepresenting what Stop Killing Games was about. It's more so about how the public just doesn't understand.
Yeah, it's poutine.
It kind of reads to me like we're all just too stupid to understand it from his side of things. Our conversation basically amounted to...
Does the guy make games though? Why is he so up in arms about defending corporate like behaviors? Is he corporate or something or what?
Yeah, he is.
Paper, unfortunately. Again, I was focused on, you have done this, maybe unintentionally, you should at least say that you have, or like, you know, are you aware that you did this? And then it became more of like, nope, I didn't, you're wrong. And then he uses our conversation at the start of this for something that was not even the focus. I was not there to try and convince him to be part of Stop Killing Games. I don't think we made any ground on like his perspective versus mine on Stop Killing Games. He has some qualms about how difficult it would be in certain cases. I agree with that, for sure. I still think overall Stop Killing Games is positive for the gaming industry where something desperately needs to change with a lot of these awful practices. But for the 10 millionth time in the last 2.5 hours, it was just about him having this awareness that his coverage did mislead people. And that he, maybe not maliciously or anything, misunderstood or misrepresented Stop Killing Games in numerous instances. And the way that he talked about Ross was unacceptable. That at least made it into the tweet there about the way he talked about Ross being like a fucking used car salesman type deal and like calling everything about an ass. He at least recognized that that was too harsh. So he gave a quick I'm sorry for that, which is good. I do appreciate that. And I'm sure Ross will appreciate that as well, I imagine. But I still wanted to make this video after the conversation because I just really do not understand. I truly cannot wrap my head around why he fights tooth and nail, coming for throats for anyone that tries to mention that there was misrepresentation in his coverage of the Stop Killing Games initiative. He is so hell-bent on proving he's right and everyone else is wrong at saying these things.
Why is he so mad about, you know, it's kind of interesting that
I don't get it. Like, why is he so against
most of the pictures that Nail's emotes are very low quality, but then I found one that was really high quality.
He's like a ding dead angel.
I think someone remade it in Paint. I don't think it's real.
He cornered himself into making it so that the argument is.
And it looks even goofier. It's high quality.
Dog shit to this guy because he's so above the proof. Guys, he did my strat, but my strat is just rage bait. Surely, guys, I would never do that. I'll never do that intentionally, guys. I do that for the views because it's my style.
Yeah,
it's my strategy.
He's
I'm
the
not
goat.
actually like that. So. You can put that aside.
I mean, the legacy simply speaks for itself. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. Okay. Alright. I think that's enough for today. I'm gonna cool off with some bonk. I'll watch the rest for later today. Or I mean tomorrow. Maybe parkour. Please do. Mate, yes. Okay, bitch, let me into the lobby, cut. Thank you, mate. Maybe I should probably... Oh no. Oh wow, what the fuck is that? Yeah, G. That's an easy parkour, I think. Maybe. This got a... Oh. Yeah, he's the... Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh no, fuck. Yeah, I mean I fucked it. I'm so fucking bad. Why didn't I just send it? What the fuck even was that, man? I mean, this is not a rare gameplay. I usually have gameplay, but now I have 2 weeks of content, so I don't have gameplay anymore. What the hell is this? This jump is awful. Yep. Please make it. Oh man, really, dude. Send it like this, maybe. No way. Like what? That should be it, right? Okay, dude. I need to. Oh, it's close. Yeah, that should be it. Okay. GG. I think there's no GG's now. This guy just Wow, okay. Yeah, this guy. Oh, close, dude. That was close. Let's see, I think you just make this, no? Let me think. I don't think you make... Can you make the bottom though? You just make it over the top, I think, right? No way. What the fuck, even this stuff. You need so much sauce there, I think. Make it over the top. What? Okay, dude. What a joke. What a fucking joke. Yep. What? Okay, that's speedrun shot. That's a speed. Hello? Oh, no way. Yeah, this one could be fun to speedrun, maybe. I'm not gonna do the shot here now, but yeah, could be fun to speedrun. What? Huh? What the fuck was that? That's just a joke. Right, that's just a joke, no? What a fucking joke. Sick fucking joke, man. I think you have to go below. Yeah, you just send it. Maybe. And this one you just do this. Dude, what did he... Okay, dude. Wow, dude. You're just gonna give up like that? Wow, dude. Wow, dude. Wow, dude. Wow, dude. Okay, well, thank you, mate. What am I doing, man? What am I doing? I mean, I'm just awful. Like, what? Yeah, this one's very easy. Just death, maybe. Yeah, G. That's easy time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright then. Then I'll just do this, mate. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Please don't. Alright, dude. What the hell is this? This okay, don't, please don't. I'm gonna leave this lobby. This lobby is awful. It's quickly then. It's a bunch of people. It should, yeah. Thank you, man. Oi, oi, oi. This lobby is fucking laggy as shit. Holy shit, man. Let's go to maybe like 5 or 10, I don't know. Until I'm sick of the lag. The only guy I'm not lagging with is this guy, the blue guy. Kokorovich. Oh. Oops. No way. Dude, killer block. Go in the swing, kill the guy, please. And you lose. Killer block. You're awful. Oh man. I don't know why I didn't go low. You always go low. This guy's fucking Brazilian. Oh man. If you want to take the swing, you always go low. Always go low. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead. No way. What? Fucking embrace quit. Like, can you just stop camping in the middle, maybe? What, like, dude, this is so unreactable. Like, how the fuck did he just spawned to the right? He was staying middle, and all of a sudden he's up right. Like, what a joke, man. Ooh, close. Oh man, I'm so fucking bad. I should have not heavy. If I didn't heavy, I would have made it back. Just normally. It's unfortunate. No way. This guy, man. He fucking blocked my corner. Are you? I mean, are you kidding me? Okay, well, GG, dude. Oh my fucking god, man. Dude, just go fast, you fucking dumbass. Just go. I don't get how these people play. They don't, dude. I don't fucking get it. They don't have. He doesn't have game sense. He's Smigglebook guy. He's just doing shit. Oh. There you go. Finally, man. It took way... Can you just not snuggle boop? What the f... Oi, oi, oi. What the fuck is going on? How did he hit me twice in the air? Did he hit me to the side and then up? Or down? How did he not die? That's my question. You know, it was kinda high up and he hit me so hard. Oh man, this guy's just terrible. No way. How the fuck did he get so much height? I hit him from the top, no? I mean, this guy's just only jumping. This is a massive jumper. This Smigglebook guy is a jumper, man. He's a jumper. He only jumps, and manages to he only manages to stall the fucking game. Right? You don't stall the game, please. You play fast, maybe, bitch. Smiggleboop. Like, how do you fall for that, man? How is it even allowed? Like, dude, he's angling you, maybe defend, or... Like, what is he doing, man? Where's he going? Oh, no way. Like, huh? Alright, just reversal that. Alright, GG. No way! Oh, okay, dude, what? It was like 2 frames away. Ay, what the fuck was this hit? No corner. He didn't get a corner, I didn't get a corner. That's so dumb. Ay. No. Alright. Yeah, that's an easy win. That is an easy win. Alright. Jesus, like the corner took my jump. I just couldn't jump anymore. I mean, where is Smiggleboop going? Why is he not heavying anything? I don't understand. How the fuck did I not get sent up? Like, what? What a fucking joke. That's a fucking joke, man. Such a... What a sick joke. And it just makes me sick. I might fuck you, dude. What the fuck are you doing? Like, why the fuck did he go for that? Like, are you fucking stupid, mate? No way, like what? Please, yes, dude. Yes. Hello, man. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I tried to send it, man. I try to get a low send and then I just nuke. Yeah, because most of the time I just win that way, you know? No way I don't get the corner. What a joke. Like, what? Man, that's just a joke. Look, I've still got it. I didn't play this game for 2 weeks and I still have the sauce on me, you know? This is what it's all about. Alright, nuke him. No heavy because he tried to bait me. I mean, dude, I'm just so fucking awful at this game. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Don't, please, thank you. No, they're just teaming on me, man. They're fucking sniping. They're sniping, dude. Alright, it's always this fucking Britly good guy that's sniping, man. I know they're sniping. Right, this Britly good guy is sniping. I know it. It's so obvious, man. Please. Thank you. Oh, mate, that's just not it. Alright, dude, come on, man. Pretty dude. I mean, it's just unlucky. That was a setup. It's not unlucky. That's sniper. They're sniping. Right? They set it up to nuke me like a cannon. That's the cannon nuke. Only teamers can do that. It's a team strat, right? The cannon nuke. Oh yeah, dude, you can't just camp on top of me to kill me. They're mainly using snipers. They're both camping on top to try to kill me. Oh no. Aura what? Aura farm? Aura just plain aura. Alright. It's too early, man. It's too early, man. No. No. Please, thank you. Wow. Okay, now I nuke this side. Ah, he's just dead. No way, he's not dead. Like, this is just a joke. Wow. Okay, please make it. Yeah. Okay. Please make it. You're trapped, mate. Like, no way, dude. Yeah. No way. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way. No way this guy fucking survives and lives through this shit. Like, no. He had no idea what was going on, man. I mean, he's dead, right? No way. Huh? How the fuck? I mean, he heavied and he missed it. That's why. He missed his heavy. Like, I thought he was gonna hit me. Aha! He missed his heavy. He did a good jump, but he missed his heavy. Which is why I, still... Wow. Nuke like this, up, down, yeah, like that, like, I mean, yes, like that. I mean, what I was gonna do is gonna boom, like boom, 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 up, down, boom, and then back like that, boom, 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 and then hard, you know. Oh man, don't fucking do that, please. Alright, well. No, you get a second jump. I'll try to get a second bounce and go to the right. That's lucky. By me, I mean. Close. If you just get a lot more sauce, I would have killed him earlier with an angle. But if I just got a bit more up sauce, right then. That's a very risky touch though. If I get too little, I die off the side to the left. If I get too much, then I mean, yeah, I can get too much and just time waste, right? No way. I tried to get him so good, but I got a bit too late. I was too slow, right? But if I wasn't too slow, I would have gotten under him. Alright, dude. Did I just see a hitch? Did you just see a hitch there? I think I saw a hitch, right? Yeah, I definitely saw a lag spike on my screen. Like my FPS dropped. That's so obvious though. That's just jazzing. Jazzing as usual, man. Fucking jazz. Jazz mother. Oh wow. Dude, what? Man, this is just annoying. Huh? I mean, don't give up. If you give up, it's over. You never give up. And you never back down, right? Dude, fuck you. How the fuck did Kokorovich not punish him for that, man? You have to punish that cut. Thing is, those send. The reason I never heavy there, because for one the game goes faster. Because it's teams, right? Or I mean it's 4-player. So I don't want to waste spectating. And I mean that's just not unlucky. Or that's completely what you should expect there. I don't know why Kokorovich didn't jump. Yeah, so I want to kill the other guy, because the other guy is sending me in a position I would never get in a 1v1, right? You would never get such an overwhelming push advantage in a 1v1. It's just not reasonable. So you know the guy's just teaming on you, so I'm just gonna fuck his game over anyway. Really? Really? Dude, I just gave him the win. I thought I'd get a touch and I didn't get a touch. Fucking dumb. That's just awful. Yeah, that's just awful. Okay, thank you for saving me, mate. Alright, well. Just awful. I need to get some W's, man. I mean, where is Nerf going? That's lucky. I mean, you have to admit it though. That's so lucky. That's a draw. That's so stupid though. He could have easily won that if he just held up. I think he definitely maybe he tried to avoid the bounce block in the middle. I'm fucked. Yeah. Ah, I should have sent it. Yeah, I think I know how this guy plays. No, he why did he go so far though? No way, dude, no way. I don't get a touch there. Yeah, I mean that's just probably the best thing you could ever do. You know, because xQc is the GOAT, and to be able to watch the GOAT, I mean it's legendary. It's something you can never give up, and you can never give that up. He's just the GOAT, and he's always right there. To be enlightened by his takes, that's just, dude, fuck you, Britley Good. Fucking bitch. Fuck you, you fucking bitch. There you go. There you go. Boom! But I grabbed Kokorovic by the balls and I just smashed it. Okay, me. You can't just nuke this and then expect no insta-kill here. Right, I get back here, right? No, I'm okay. Yeah. I mean, Britley Good. Britley Good. Need to defend the cap zone cut. If you don't, you lose, man. You can make insane cap zone comebacks, but only if you're me, though. But only if you're me. Wow, it's kinda lucky. Okay, I mean, I'm just awful at this game. What the fuck am I doing? Try to go right, and I somehow missed it, and it just went up. Like, come on, bro. Okay, now you're done. Now I'm done. I'm done with this. I'm fucking done with this shit. No way. If I mean I didn't heavy, or I didn't even heavy. What? I just threw. Man, that's just awful. I mean, you need the jump cut. He got the just barely the worst kind of jump. You could the worst kind of bounce, the lowest bounce where you barely don't get the jump. Yep, not luck. Definitely not luck. Fuck, man. Alright, really good. Don't. Please don't. I think it was a perfect corner jump. No way! That's just a lag spike though, man. I mean, it's cringe, guys. Cringeellus is sniping. Alright? Cringeellus is sniping. He mean... Yeah, I mean, he got found out and now he has to type. He has to type because he got found. He got found though. I mean... He has to. I mean, dude, Bradley. Yeah, the little man. Needs a little more sauce. Or was he AFKing? No. What? I don't know what he was trying, but interesting strat there. All right. Easy. Where's my jump? What? Alright, that's the joke. I mean, no way, you're no fucking way. What? Okay, now I need to lock in. I cannot let this guy get away with this shit. I mean, there's so much sauce. This map is that a Cheeto? God, is that a Cheeto? That's a Cheeto. You know what's funny? I saw a bison, a real one in Europe. I saw it in wild, a wild real bison in Europe. You know those are really rare to see because they're endangered species. But I saw a real one in real Europe. You know, a real bison in Europe. And Night Shadow. That's a Cheeto. It looks like a Cheeto. I know that's a Cheeto. GG. It's over, man. It's you don't want to get caught there. It's over. Wait. Wait, he saved him. I saved him. Oh, I mean, again, it just ate my jump. Like, this just ate my jump. Like, that's just so stupid, man. No movement. I'm not seeing enough movement. I mean, dude, move the block. Fucking bitch. No way. Yep. Okay, that's so risky. What are these fucking hits, man? I mean, that's GG, right? Yeah. I got too much of a sauce advantage over this guy. No way. No way, man. I didn't get a jump, I didn't get a bounce, I didn't get nothing. Yeah. If he got fucking pushed up, I would have left the game. I mean, I would have just rage quit. That was I mean, that would have been the luckiest shit ever. Ah! I played Golka a bunch. Golka? Yeah, I have to say hi to Golka though. Classic, dude. Okay, I mean, kind of unlucky that Bob was right on top of him. But yeah, my ears are broken. What? Bob, don't. Please don't, please don't, please don't. Oh, dude. Man, come on, bruh. What the fuck was that? What do you mean boring? You just got sent. I mean boring for you, not boring for me. Man, dude, what was that? Okay. Where's Bob going? Like, where is Bob going, man? I mean, Bob, please. Please don't. Dude, Bob, come on, man. Stop sending it up. Alright, yep. Come on. You're gonna send it. I know you're gonna send it, man. Yep. Oops. No way! What? I mean, dude. You just got... I mean, that's just maddening. That's just fucking maddening, though. Yeah. Outmaneuvered every step. Bob. I mean, completely destroyed, even. I would say. It's just interesting. I mean, this. Yeah. I mean, go down, maybe? Yeah, go down, and then send it here. Yeah, like that. That's good. What? Is he just dead? No. Okay. I didn't think I was gonna die, but I thought I was gonna get a bit more of a send up to... I mean, Eda, new guy, new name I've never seen before. Clearly a sniper. I mean, just clearly a sniper. Alright, dude. I'm gonna send this one. And this. Great. Yep. So I'm gonna have to get my eyes checked after that one. Freaking awful gameplay right here. Jesus. Yo, Eda, you need to get your eyes checked and your finger checked because you need to press the button to heavy. If you pressed heavy for like a frame, you would have killed the guy, man. Are you're kidding me, right? You're just gonna let... Okay, well. Who the fuck is Fluttershy? Yeah, what the fuck this guy's talking about, man? What the fuck? Oh, dude, I fucking pressed heavy, man. Are you kidding me? Okay, send it now, please. Dude, Golka. You know you're better than this. You don't wait. You go hard. You go balls hard. Hard balls. Okay? Balls are good. We need balls. So send it, cut. Man. Alright, send it. No, please. Yep, that's one down. GG. That's another down right here. Right. He's dead. Yep. I mean, dude, where are you going? Where's he going? Like, where are you going, dude? Like, where are you going? I was trying to style on it, and you just send it for me, man. You mean discorded? You're sniping. You're clearly a sniping. You're a sniper. You're a sniper. You're a sniper. You're a sniper, dude. You're clearly a sniper, man. This guy's a sniper. He's sniping. Looking at corners. I make his back. Down below. Close. Close. Ah. No way. I tried to hit him. Alright, that's awful. So much sauce, too much sauce. No way. Where's my heavy? Like I'm pressing the button. Do you see this? I'm pressing the button like this. I'm pressing the button and it just isn't heavy. It's a fucking joke. I'm gonna get to 14 and I'm gonna go. Okay, hurry up now, please. Thank you. Finally. Okay, he's dead. Finally, man. This guy knows his map, though. Yeah, this guy knows his map. Playing it very safe. Oh, that's just a GG, you know. Yeah, unfortunate. Okay, last game. I mean one more. I mean this one. I mean two more. No kit, buddy. Okay, last one. I mean, this is the last one. I like this map a lot. Okay, go around town like this. Yep. Boom. Around town. Around town. Yeah. Boom. GG's. GG's, man. GG's. Good games, man. Good games. I mean, this is the last one though. Boom! Okay, G. Fuck, man. Yo. I'm gonna pop this up and end the stream right here. Yo, see, man. Remember, xQc is the goat. The goat is still massive. We have to glaze the goat. For glazing the goat is good. Now glaze the goat. So I've glazed him before. The legacy speaks for itself. All the moments add up. He's the most humble, virtuous, the just overall the best, the most beautiful. The goat brings the good culture. We have to glaze the goat. Alright, call it glaze, call it no glaze. Call it just honoring everything that's good in the world. We need the goat and we need the juice, and we need to be welcomed into the jungle, and only with the goat, the one goat, we can only be welcomed into the jungle. So remember who the goat is. See you, have a nice day, have a nice week. See you, man.